What's up everyone, how are you all? Today we are back with another blazing Naruto story. What if Naruto was left out? Until he wielded the soul of the first Bijuu. If you enjoy, then please like, share and do comments, and also check the description box to original creator of this beautiful creation. Hello, my name is Urahara Kazuki. I'm a humble shopkeeper looking for assistance. We handle every spiritual and non-spiritual being looking for niche products, although we do have a few mainstream items as well. To whomever accepts this mission, your job as a shop assistant will be helping Tessai Tsukabishi-san or me at whatever we need help with. You may also be required to defend yourself or others against, mostly, minor evil spirits and other peculiar customers. Be assured though, Karakura has its own spiritual guardian, and you will not be required to step in for anything short of an interdimensional emergency. You will be working side by side with two other assistants, Jinta Hanakari and Ururu Sumugiya. Possible repercussions of taking this job include, but are not limited to, death, permanent maiming, death, emotional scarring, soul extraction, death, the end of all existence, and falling in love with a cat. We are located at Urahara Shoten, Karakura Town, Western Tokyo, Japan, Living World, Earth. Mission length is 2 months, or 61 days. The blonde man pocketed his phone as he finished rereading the mission request. It was without a doubt one of the weirder ones they had received. Before him stood a non-assuming traditional-looking house with a few stray boards on the left, and a small minivan parked neatly to the right. The large white sign couldn't be mistaken though. This was the right place. Aside from the possible repercussions section, this didn't seem to be anything more serious than a D rank. C rank at most. That's what the pay was as well. Naruto barely remembered the last time he had personally taken a C rank mission. But the one who had written the request was clearly an evil genius, and had somehow ascertained his greatest weakness. At the bottom of the page, in small writing and above a chibi version of a smiling blonde with a green hat showing a peace sign, was a postscript. P.S. We will be having all-you-can-eat homemade ramen buffet every evening. Damn bastards. He never stood a chance. Urahara Kazuki sipped at his tea. His mind wandered, as it tended to do when he had no specific subject to focus on. Currently he was debating the possible repercussions of fusing 2 dimensions, and wondering when his favorite book series would have a new entry. Suddenly Tessai was kneeling in the doorway, having made no discernible sound or movement to get there. Tenchu, the new assistant, has arrived. Kazuki's train of thought broke as he looked up in sudden interest. Well then, send him in. He answered, picking up his favorite fan. Urahara smiled, mysterious facade complete. Tessai bowed, disappearing a second later. Shortly thereafter, a young man stood in the doorway. He looked slightly confused as to how he had gotten there. The man appeared to be in his early 20s. He had blonde hair, startling blue eyes and 3 whisker marks on each cheek. He wore a black and orange jacket halfway covering a white t-shirt with a red spiral mark in the middle. Tied up by a white obi were fashionable black pants with multiple pockets. Free-breathing traditional-looking sandals and black socks enclosed his feet. Urahara tried to hide his excitement. He hoped his fan would be helpful in that regard, although he doubted it fully succeeded. And who might you be? He asked innocently. The young man squinted suspiciously at him. Uzumaki Naruto. At your service. This time, Urahara couldn't hold back a squeal of excitement. He pulled out a set of 22 books from nowhere and laid himself flat on the floor in a very respectful gesture. Please, Uzumaki-sama, will you sign these for your most humble reader? Naruto stayed silent for about half a second, not entirely sure how he should react. Then he grinned and plopped down beside the pile of Icha books. Sure I can. A fan, are you? Kazuki nodded, childish excitement glinting in his eyes. Oh, yes. I have been reading them since forever. They are a most excellent experience. Naruto smiled back at the store owner. He had feeling he would enjoy this mission. Kuchiki Rukia walked along the road to the bastard shopkeeper's house. Her body shook slightly, making walking at a steady pace harder than it should be. Damn that stingy merchant. She might have bought the cheapest gigai, but that didn't mean he should be selling trash. As she rounded the corner and saw the familiar house, she could hear 2 kids argue with each other. Or at least the redhead tried to argue. The older one was far too meek to talk back. It almost seemed like bullying. She was about to interrupt when someone else stepped in. Now, that's not very nice, Red Top. Do your work, or I'll hang you naked from the roof. We might even get some customers then. A blonde man she hadn't seen before exited the shop, carrying an ungodly amount of boxes on one hand, and the broom he took from Jinta in the other. Excuse me, she began, fishing for the blonde's name. He didn't seem to catch the hint though, instead turning expectantly towards her. Oh, a customer. What can I do for you, miss? His smile almost blinded her, but it somehow didn't seem forced. Is the manager in? And who are you? At the second question, the man's blue eyes seemed to shine as if someone had told him Christmas came early. He put down the stack of boxes and puffed up his chest. A foreboding feeling settled over Rukia as she regretted ever asking the question. I'm glad you asked. He began with enthusiasm. Rukia had a flashback to a certain orange-haired substitute Shinigami's dad. I am the one who traversed space and time to face down the ultimate evils of the universe. The wise man you will ever lay your eyes upon. As he talked, the loud blonde jumped and made stupid poses. I am the strongest man alive. The ultimate champion of truth and justice. Uzumaki Naruto. Music played in the background as Naruto finished his intro to a burst of confetti and fangirls screaming their lungs out. Rukia had no idea where either of those things came from. Ignoring everything in favor of what she actually came here for, Rukia tried her first question again. Is the manager in? Naruto nodded as he pushed the door open. It's a little early, so we haven't officially opened yet, but I'll make an exception for you, cute little lady. Rukia studied the eccentric man walking in front of her, trying her best to ignore the little remark. Sure, he may act goofy. Maybe even a little crazy. But there was something about him. He had a kind of aura she had only felt around some of the older captains. It was well hidden, but still there. She couldn't feel much of his spiritual power, but that didn't mean much. Every halfway decent warrior learned to suppress their power. If not, they would run into all kinds of trouble everywhere they went. Everyone except Kurosaki Ichigo and Zaraki Kenpachi, that is. Yo, evil hat guy, we have a customer. Naruto shouted as they entered the house. A few seconds later, a sleep-addled Urahara dragged himself into the room, holding a steaming cup of tea and his white fan. I'm awake. No need to be so noisy, Uzumaki-san. Rukia raised an eyebrow. Evil hat guy? Naruto shrugged his shoulders non-committedly. He has a cool hat, and looks like he's always scheming something. Evil hat guy. Naruto explained as if it was the most natural thing in the world. Yar, Uzumaki-san, I'm not scheming anything, Urahara said with shadows covering his eyes and an evil smirk stretching his face. Rukia sighed. She was surrounded by crazy people. So, Kuchiki-san, we received new products from Otherworld just yesterday. What would you like? Rukia went through her short list. At the last item, Naruto stopped the conversation. Soma fixers? That sounds awesome. What are they used for? Urahara didn't seem to take the interruption badly. On the contrary, he seemed happy to explain. Soma fixers are a special kind of drug that stabilizes the soul's link to the physical body. It keeps the spirit from rejecting its host, and makes their stay more comfortable. Of course, it has no effect on a soul using a body already fit for them, such as the original or a well-made Gigai. Rukia developed a dangerous tick mark as she glared at the green-clad shopkeeper. Please, as if you would recognize a good Gigai if it hit you in the face. Urahara looked slightly offended at that. I'll have you know that I make some of the best faux bodies in the world. It's not my fault if you bought the cheapest one, he said, turning up his nose haughtily. Rukia colored at that, but refused to admit anything. Wait, so you're a spirit? Naruto looked at Rukia with renewed interest. She nodded a little uncertainly. This was one of Urahara's employees, right? He was clearly spiritually aware. Even his suppressed Ryotsu couldn't hide that. Awesome. What kind? Naruto beamed. Rukia blinked, but before she managed to come up with an answer, Urahara clapped his fan together, striking an authoritative pose. Before we go on any more tangents, how many do you want, Kuchiki-san? The eccentric shopkeeper asked. Rukia's mind took a few seconds to switch gears before she managed an answer. 50. Urahara hesitated. That many aren't good for your health, you know? It can make it hard to separate the soul from the body again. Rukia remained silent. That was the minimum. Naruto studied the small woman for a moment. Perhaps I can help. She turned towards him curiously. How exact? Rukia began. Then she was forced to stop as Naruto punched her in the stomach. Hard. She wheezed out the last bit of air in her lungs. The blonde hadn't held back much. Then he moved. In quick succession, Naruto poked her several times all over her body. First, he used one finger to hit her 2 times in the head, making bright spots dance over Rukia's vision. 2 of his fingers pressed 5 consecutive spots down her spine, and one last point directly above her heart. Rukia felt as if she had been run over by a train. Her head burned as all the nerve endings in her body screamed at her. Then it stopped. Without her noticing it, she had collapsed on the floor, breathing heavily. What the hell? She shouted at him as she sprang back to her feet. That had been one of the most uncomfortable experiences in her life. Thank God it had only lasted a second. Naruto smiled down at her, seeming unreasonably satisfied by her discomfort. Better now? Rukia scrunched her eyebrows together. Better, what does he then? It hit her. Her arms didn't shake anymore. In fact, they felt almost entirely like they would in her soul from. Except not as strong, of course. Behind the 2 warriors, Urahara's eyes shone with restrained interest. He had thought hiring Naruto would be a good idea, even if the other blonde probably just cheated him out of a sale. Rukia stared disbelievingly at her hands, testing her motor skills. What did you do? Naruto scratched the back of his head, a little embarrassed. Ah, it's nothing. I just increased the flow of energy through your gates. Nothing dangerous, mind you, but enough to stabilize your body. Rukia stared at the goofy blonde. If she hadn't known it before, she definitely did now. This guy was dangerous. It only lessens the symptoms though, the same as those Soma whatever maggots. Whether your soul rejects your body or not is still up in the air. Naruto finished with a serious face. Rukia took 2 deep breaths, trying to test for any irregularities. Nothing, thank you, she eventually managed, feeling like she should say something more. Urahara flipped his fan open again, handing over the small bag with her groceries. Is there anything more you wanted, Kuchiki-san? He couldn't quite contain his eagerness, but if she noticed it, the Shinigami didn't comment. She thought for a second before shaking her head. That will be all. Thank you, Urahara-san. Uzumaki-san. She nodded courteously to both of them before walking out of the shop, testing her hands by moving them in different directions. Once Rukia was gone, Urahara looked at his temporary assistant, the curiosity of a scientist burning in his eyes. Gates? He asked hopefully. Naruto looked back at him with a raised eyebrow. Yeah, the 8 gates. Gate of opening, healing, life, pain, closing, joy, wonder and death. They control the amount of chakra flowing through your body, as well as a couple of other functions. Rukia's body was rejecting her soul, so her gates didn't channel her spiritual energy properly. That can be a big problem, even a fatal one. If she hadn't already been dead, that is. Kazuki had so many questions. He thought he had some idea about what Naruto was talking about. But he knew so much more about souls than physical bodies. Still, he did make his own Gigai. It might be something similar to the connector points required to pin a soul to an artificial body. He hadn't thought about them much before, but if they had their own distinct names and numbers, they had to be used for something. Before he could ask anything else, Naruto came with a question of his own. What's a Gigai? And what about everything else we sell? If I'm going to work here, I should probably know what we're selling. Kazuki nodded, having been prepared for that. He just hadn't gotten around to it yet. Now, Urahara loved explaining things. It was one of his favorite pastimes even. But he loved learning new stuff himself even more. Thankfully, he had more than enough time for. The green-clad scientist led Naruto through the selection of wares with only the minimum amount of grumbling. After they finished, the cheerful shinobi stared at the various items in amazement. Personally designed bodies, energy trackers, memory modifiers, artificial souls, Nai regenerative medicine, warding items, weapons, armor. What don't you sell? Naruto asked in complete astonishment. Urahara waved his fan in front of his face, appearing to think over the question. He was pleased with Naruto's reaction. It stroked his already sizable ego. Dimensional travel. We only do those on special orders. Naruto snickered at the joke. There are people that would lay waste to countries to get access to some of this stuff. And you just sell it to whomever? Is this even legal? Naruto demanded, still somewhat overwhelmed. Urahara hummed in interest. Yes, we sell it to anyone who wants it. And I'm always on the lookout for new customers. If you showed these questionably moral individuals here, I would be more than happy. Naruto noticed he hadn't answered the last question. So this is a black market? Droplets of sweat ran down the store owner's brow as Naruto continued his inquisition. Black market? That's such a derogatory term for it. We are under no one's jurisdiction, and I make most of this stuff myself. Urahara nervously explained. Naruto nodded, not very convinced. He trailed off, not actually caring one way or another. And why are there cat hairs all over my room? The blonde asked, completely switching topics. Hey, he was a nice guy. If Urahara didn't want to talk about it, he wouldn't talk about it. Kazuki breathed a sigh of relief. We don't have much space, so I gave you Yoruichi's room. Naruto raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Who is Yoruichi? The cat. Naruto nodded slowly. That was a large room for a cat. But he had seen weirder things. It may be a really big cat. A month passed by without much happening. The ramen lived up to its promise, so he didn't have much to complain about. He also had a fun time with all the different characters permeating the shop and the town in general. Kazuki was a laugh and a half, and always up for a game of words. A borderline crazy scientist and engineer, it seemed like he was constantly trying to balance the moral repercussions of whatever he thought about doing. As if common morals only barely managed to contain him. He asked question after question, mostly about chakra and its different properties. But Naruto wasn't a scientist, and he could only answer so much. The shopkeeper was much nicer about it than someone like Orochimaru would have been though. As he worked, Naruto got a sense of all the different people in the household. Jinta and Ururu were straightforward. Both were teenagers and quite obviously embodied that. Tessai was a quiet and respectful man with a distant sort of strength. He had a very peculiar set quirks, that only made him more interesting to the golden-haired shinobi. He was also an excellent ramen cook. Not as good as a Yame and Tuchi of course, but there's no point in holding anyone to such unreasonable standards. Naruto knew he had been summoned there for more than just a shop assistant, and he thought he'd figured it out when Kazuki began bombarding him with questions. The supernatural merchant was subtle about it at first. A probe here, a probe there, trying to wheedle out as much information as possible. At least that was what he started with. Once he discovered that Naruto didn't actually try to hide most of what he knew, the questions became about as subtle as sledgehammers. The scientist tried, among others, to pinpoint the direct relationship between physical and spiritual energy. He came up with dozens of unique and impressive theories and mathematical formulas to try and explain it. Unfortunately for him, that was an issue still hotly debated within Naruto's social circles, and it had been for thousands of years. Yin and Yang chakra was only a part of the equation. The green-clad blonde seemed especially interested in the physical aspect of chakra, as his knowledge about the spiritual side of things was far greater than Naruto's. Sometimes Tessai would listen as Naruto fumbled around complex metaphysical concepts and ideas, and sometimes not. Rukia seemed to be their most regular customer, and the most interesting to Naruto. She was nice and had her own quirks. For instance, she adored cute things and had horrible drawing skills. Something she seemed almost willfully ignorant of. At first, he thought she might be the spiritual guardian Kazuki had mentioned in the mission info, but she wasn't all that strong. Plus, her energy was fading for whatever reason. He also met Yoruichi, who turned out to be a talking cat. It wasn't the first time he had met talking animals, so he took it in stride. Thanks to the voice, he thought Yoruichi was male at first. But something didn't add up, and once he got a better look, and a surprisingly painful scratch mark, he learned her true gender. He wasn't likely to forget it either. She seemed to come and go as she pleased, and didn't react much to Naruto having taken her room. Even though Kazuki spent hours upon hours grilling him about chakra, Naruto got plenty of time to ask his own questions as well. Amongst other things, he learned that Rukia was Shinigami. A death god. Go figure. He knew about Shinigami, at least a little. He had seen them around from time to time. They never interacted though, and since they didn't care about him, he didn't care about them. The no-men, or hollows as the Shinigami called them, he was more familiar with. They seemed to swarm to Karakura like moths to a flame, only to burn as they came too close. He had been curious for a while about this spiritual guardian of Karakura, and he got his answers sometime into the first month. The great and mighty guardian was apparently a high school student, aptly named Kurosaki Ichigo. What could possibly be more cliché? There was something about Strawberry, however. The kid had an abnormal amount of spiritual energy. No, not just abnormal. He had a ridiculous amount of energy. That boy radiated Ryotsu like he had a miniature sun stuck in his chest. Karakura had an incredible amount of otherworldly energy hanging over it, and it wasn't strange to think that might affect its inhabitants. But this was ridiculous. It almost seemed as if the reverse had happened. That Ichigo had somehow been the one to affect the city, and not the other way around. He walked around like a living nuclear reactor without even trying, whilst having no idea he was doing it. The implications of that were scary to contemplate. The legendary shinobi met the substitute Shinigami a few times around Karakura. But the teen was usually busy cutting down the warped spirits. So they never talked, and Naruto never got a chance to do any of his intro dances. The blonde could tell Ichigo was simply tired of experiencing the impossible. So if nothing required his specific attention at the moment, he preferred to ignore it in favor of what he did care for. The more experienced warrior could respect that. One day Rukia was visiting them, her phone beeped. Nothing unusual about that. Rukia's phone beeped all the time. It simply meant another no-men had appeared. Then it beeped again, and again, and again. Now it wouldn't stop beeping. An ominous feeling settled over the entire city as Rukia desperately tried to figure out what was going on. Oi, Kazuki. Is this the interdimensional crisis you mentioned in the mission request? Naruto asked, even as Rukia ran out the door. He wasn't particularly worried. Despite the fact that hundreds of no-men had popped out all over the city, this place had more than its fair share of capable fighters, and there was still no overshadowing presence covering Karakura. Everything so far was small fry. Urahara shook his head, his favorite fan covering his face as usual. Nah, that doesn't come before next week. You can sit back for this one if you want, the shopkeeper said cheerfully. Despite his words, Naruto knew his fellow blonde quite well by now. Kazuki wanted Naruto to fight. It wouldn't have surprised him if this entire thing was staged by the scientist just to see what he would do. Then again, it might be completely unrelated. Naruto stood up in a stretching motion, taking a few squats before looking back at Kazuki. Are you coming as well? Urahara looked flabbergasted by the notion. What, me? I'm nothing more than a good-for-nothing shopkeeper. What do you think I could do? Naruto rolled his eyes in response. The man did answer seriously before he left though. Well, yes, we're coming too, but there are a few things we have to set up first. We can't have the evil mastermind spying on everything, now can we? That was about as serious as Urahara ever got. A hard kick shattered the mask of a beast like hollow, sending the collection of souls spiraling into the air around them. Naruto sprang off the dying spirit in a flipping motion as two blades of wind passed on both sides of him. Wind? That's my element, he shouted up at the flying monstrosity that had sent it at him. Still in midair, he flicked his wrist towards the flying no-men. It was more than 15 meters above him, far out of range for any physical attack. But after Naruto's casual gesture, wind began to spin into existence around him, quickly shooting up and disintegrating the annoying bird hollow. As he landed back at the roof he had jumped from, the cat that had followed him looked at him curiously. Wind? That's your element? Naruto nodded with a smile. Yeah, I already told Hat in Clogs about that though. Hat in Clogs was a great nickname, much better than Evil Hat Guy. A shame he hadn't been the one to come up with it. By the way, Yo-Yo, you are extremely fast. Has anyone ever told you that? You kept up with me all the way from Urahara's. The blonde commented. The cat seemed amused by the question. When did he get so good at discerning the expressions of cats? Why, yes they have, she said with an air of utter confidence and superiority. Shrugging, Naruto continued cutting a swath through the hollows as he traversed the roofs of Karakura. There were a lot of no-men running around. Thankfully, they didn't seem much interested in the mortals who couldn't see them, instead looking for ghosts or more alluring prey. As he kept running, he was careful not to be spotted by any normal humans. That would never end well. A few minutes later, Naruto saw an old man race away from three larger hollows. The guy was slightly see-through. He waved his walking stick desperately at the monsters as he ran into the nearest alley. A second later, all three hollows dissipated, never having any idea what hit them. You okay, old man? They didn't bite you, did they? The old ghost sagged in relief as he looked into the eyes of his rescuer. No, no, you can't see me? His voice rasped across his windpipe, his non-existent lungs already heaving for breath from the short chase. Naruto nodded, his normal smile dominating his features. Sure can. Now, why are you still hanging around? If you go to the next life, these monsters won't bother you. The old man seemed taken aback by the question. The next life? He mumbled, looking for all the world like the dead man he was. Naruto nodded. Yeah, you won't be able to do anything by hanging around here. The old ghost hesitated. But, my wife. Naruto smiled warmly at the soul. I'm sure she'll be fine. I can check up on her if you'd like? A crinkle of water fell from the old man's eyes as he looked at the strange man who had practically fallen from the sky. You would do that? Naruto nodded, the promise already having been made. Thank you, the old soul said, voice cracking up a little. He took 3 deep breaths and nodded to Naruto. I'm ready. The shinobi's eyes seemed to glint a steely purple for a second before he touched the old man's forehead. A moment later, the ghost's satisfied smile dissipated into thin air, along with the rest of him. Yoruichi stared at the scene with wide eyes. She had never seen anything like that been done without a Zanpakuto before. And the ghost hadn't turned into a hell butterfly either. He'd simply disappeared. Where did you send him? She asked, not sure if she wanted an answer. Naruto shrugged. I sent him wherever he wanted to go. Perhaps he was admitted directly into the reincarnation cycle, maybe somewhere else. I know as much as he did. Then how do you plan to visit his wife? He never said who it was. She mostly tried to distract herself at this point. The implications of what Naruto said had become a bit too large for the non-cat to contemplate at the moment. Naruto shrugged again as he ran up the nearest wall. I get all the memories of people I send to the afterlife that way. It can be quite helpful, but also very annoying. I already have too many memories. Where am I going to put them all? Yoruichi stared at her blonde companion as they ran across the rooftops. All the memories? That was. She shook her head unbelievingly. At first, she hadn't really understood why Kazuki wanted to hire outside help for the upcoming conflict. The amount of people strong enough to make a difference was extremely small, and they were even harder to find or persuade to join them. But Kazuki had become convinced that Naruto was one of those 1 in a billion. The fact that they also just hired him over the internet for nothing but ramen and a few thousand yen seemed too good to be true. She still didn't know how strong Naruto was, and she doubted Kazuki had any real idea either. The more she saw, however, the more she became convinced that it might not have been so stupid after all. He fought like seasoned warrior, and he was never surprised by whatever the hollows threw at him. He hadn't used a weapon yet, but he had no trouble taking down the hollows despite the perceived handicap. So far he had only used superior strength, speed, and his own form of hand-to-hand combat. Oh, and the wind technique a little while ago. Soul manipulation was something else entirely though. The Shinigami only used that to a very limited degree, and it almost always required external tools. She had no idea how far Naruto's abilities reached, but she really wanted to find out. As the minutes turned into hours, the sky above Karakura became darker and darker. Naruto saw Ichigo a few times. He was fighting down the hollow infestation with his own distinct sword style, or rather, lack thereof. There was also a white-clad archer running around, shooting the no-men with arrows of blue light. Finally, the rip in the sky expanded to ridiculous proportions as a giant hollow the size of a skyscraper stepped out. Naruto took one look at the Manos before turning so abruptly the roof fractured. The steep turn sent him sprinting towards the monster and the others that were already near it. Naruto and Yoruichi landed beside Urahara as he held Rukia back. What's going on, Kazuki? Naruto asked just as the shopkeeper paralyzed the scared girl with a binding spell. Oh, nothing much, he said cheerfully, waving his fan airily as if a 50-foot malevolent monster wasn't a step away. Step counted by said monster, of course. Rukia focused at Naruto as she tried to shout something, but whatever binding technique Urahara had used didn't let her speak. Naruto took a look around, trying to map the scene in his mind. There was the Manos and the massive malevolent presence that came with it. There was the white-clad archer who had apparently hurt his fingers for some reason. There were Jinta, Ururu and Tessai kicking the crap out of a few lesser hollows. There was Ichigo about to be annihilated by a giant beam of red energy. Oh, perhaps that's it. Naruto bent his knees, relishing in the feeling of chakra building up within him. He was going to leap into danger like the hero he fancied himself as. But before he got to act on his long-ingrained hero complex, Urahara stopped him with a cane to the chest. The blonde shinobi looked over at the shopkeeper. Sure, Kazuki might not be the moral high mark of society, but the mercenary never figured he would let some random kid be killed right in front of him. Please wait, Uzumaki-san. Let Ichigo handle this. The seconds ticked by as Naruto studied the face of his employer. Apparently, he found what he was looking for. Fine, he conceded with a slight huff. As the Sero descended on Ichigo's position, another power rose to meet it. No soul wants to be destroyed. In fact, the purpose of life is to survive. That is why the most spectacular growth can only happen in the face of death. Ichigo had never consciously controlled his energy before. He had never needed it. Now it was either do or die. Ichigo did not want to die. His power rose and rose and rose. Naruto's eyes widened. He wasn't the best at sensing energy in normal conditions, but even he was overwhelmed by the vast amount of power that Ichigo exuded. With a mighty yell, the teen swung his sword in an upward arc. Blue energy surged with the motion. The power from Ichigo's sword cleaved through the red beam like butter. The hollow wasn't as easily bested however, but it did get a giant cut from head to bottom. Its mask cracked as the monolithic creature staggered backwards. As the collection of souls and humans watched, the giant hollow retreated, dragging a piece of reality in front of itself, creating a massive curtain in the sky. Ichigo howled in victory a moment after the Manos disappeared. Then he collapsed. "Oi, Kurosaki. What are you?" Ishida began. But even before he could finish his sentence, an explosion of spiritual power washed over the park. Ichigo howled in pain. The air around him became distorted by the sheer amount of ryotsu and heat he was producing. The teenager's sword bent and warped as the spiritual pressure in the air continued to rise. Ishida reacted first. He sprang forward, putting his foot on the orange-haired teen's arm. The bow he had been using expanded several times in an instant. Then the proud archer began shooting giant arrow after giant arrow into the sky, all the while having an argument, thank you moment with Ichigo. He would later swear that wasn't what he had been doing. That's enough of that, you'll destroy your arm, Naruto said as he appeared beside them. Ishida blanched, blood dripping down his arms as small cuts opened all over them. So what? The archer insisted. Naruto smiled a calming smile. You don't have to. Placing one hand on top of Ichigo's, Naruto closed his eyes. All the energy flooding the air disappeared as if it had never been there. Ishida fell to his knees, exhausted by the day's events. Quincy, Naruto murmured to himself as he watched the young man's exhausted frame. A few days later found Naruto sitting on his bed, writing in a book he always kept with him. As he finished, he closed the cover and breathed deeply 3 times. As a last exercise before going to sleep, Naruto crossed his feet and stayed completely still. A second later, the world opened up for him. It was in this state that the city truly came alive. The sage could feel every living thing within kilometers of himself. He sensed the ants crawling beneath the ground and the rats running in the sewers of the city. He sensed the humans, the thousands upon thousands who lived in Karakura town, most of which had long since escaped into the world of dreams. Their numbers may not be so special in this era, but compared to Konoha, this was a sprawling metropolis. The place buzzed with energy. In fact, it was about as high as it got. Like a swamp full of water, this city was overflowing with energy. Even the hidden villages couldn't have compared. Then again, the use of both physical and spiritual energy caused both to behave differently. Although there were many high-energy sources in Karakura, 2 signatures did not belong here. Halfway across the town, 2 huge energy sources were fighting. One was Ichigo, the other an unknown. Another unknown stood idly beside them, observing the ongoing battle. The one fighting felt like a ferocious animal. Angry and frustrated, but still strong and deadly. The second energy source was much larger than the first, although it was harder to discern its actual strength. Not a blip of emotion escaped it. The very nature of the energy seemed to reflect any attempt his senses made at looking deeper, so Naruto couldn't tell how strong it was. Its serenity simply didn't let anything out. That worried him, but there was something else. The one fighting Ichigo didn't go all out, or more accurately, he couldn't. Something restrained him, like a type of seal Naruto might have invented on a drunken Saturday night. Rukia and Ishida were also present. Rukia was clearly distraught, but judging by Ishida's signature, he had been knocked unconscious. The most curious thing the blonde felt was the fact that both Yoruichi and Urahara were only a few dozen meters away. They were far better at suppressing their energy than anyone else, but it wasn't that easy to hide from Sage Mode. They were there, clearly watching, but not doing anything. Bar-like pupils and golden irises shone through the darkness as Naruto opened his eyes. Orange pigmentation stood out as he ran out of the shop faster than most mortals could hope to follow. As he ran towards the scene, he knew he was already too late. The second unknown had acted, and Ichigo had been knocked unconscious, possibly dying. The two unknowns and Rukia disappeared. They just vanished. As he reached ground zero, he saw Urahara already treating Ishida. "Oi, Kazuki, what happened here?" Naruto asked, golden irises shining in the darkness. His chakra bubbled under the surface, barely restrained by his mortal skin. He was agitated and confused, and his energy reflected that. "Oh my, when did you get so fast, Uzumaki-san?" Kazuki asked curiously. Naruto snorted. He may have answered the scientist's questions about chakra in general, but no self-respecting ninja reveals his tricks before he uses them. Ishida groaned under Urahara's green glowing hands, the healing technique working its magic. "Why is it always green?" Naruto wondered absent-mindedly. Uryu sat up, rubbing his chest where a wound had been only a few seconds ago. "You Urahara-san? Uzumaki-san?" Urahara waved cheerfully down at the wounded boy. Naruto nodded. They had been introduced shortly after the no-men infestation. He was pleasantly surprised the teen remembered him at all. "You should rest for a while. You can come home with us if you'd like," Urahara said happily, completely ignoring the overarching mood. Ishida shook his head, staggering upright. The rain still fell around them, giving the entire scene a depressing atmosphere. "Kurosaki, how is he?" the archer asked, a slight tilt of concern showing through his strict demeanor. Urahara waved his question aside. "Oh, he'll be fine. Don't worry." Ishida looked over at his black-cloaked classmate and scrounged his brows together, no doubt trying to sense Ichigo's spiritual power. "I'm going home. Thank you for tending to me. However, I am fine. Instead, please heal Ichigo." He took a deep breath as clenched his still bandaged fist. Blood dripped from the newly reopened wound. "Right now, the one that can beat those bastards. It's not me. Please, heal Ichigo." He looked back at them, determination shining in his eyes. The young teen nodded to them once, then walked away. They took Ichigo's wounded soul back to the store. Once they got there, Naruto noticed his physical body was already present. Urahara and his team had been expecting this. As soon as they arrived, Urahara and Tessai got to work healing, salving and bandaging the orange-haired teen's wounds. There were a lot of wounds. He would have died instantly had he still been in his mortal body. 2 holes pierced straight through his torso. One went through his right abdomen, the other directly piercing the heart itself. The gate of death. How the boy was still alive was a nothing short of a miracle. Naruto remembered Urahara telling him that a Shinigami's life force was directly linked to their spiritual energy. This kid really reminded him of himself. After Tessai and Urahara finished piecing Wonderboy together, they put him into his body again, re-bandaged him, and laid him to rest on a temporary futon. "Phew, that's quite a bit of work. Wouldn't you say so, Uzumaki-san?" Urahara said. The blonde shinobi said nothing, weighing his options. "You knew that would happen." Urahara also stayed silent. His normal fan was nowhere to be seen, although his cane stood leaning against the wall. When the silence began stretching to uncomfortable lengths, Urahara eventually relented. "That wasn't a question," he said with his usual humor. Naruto frowned in annoyance. If Kazuki didn't want to give an answer right away, he would just have to force it out. Naruto had all the time in the world. That didn't mean he felt particularly patient at the moment, however. "What happened, Kazuki? Who took Rukia? Where did they go? Who is this kid, and what the hell does he have to do with anything?" he demanded, gesturing towards Ichigo. He wasn't finished with just that though. What are you planning? Why did you hire me? What is going on? Naruto almost shouted. Something serious was happening, and Naruto wanted to know what. Yar. So many questions. Faster than he could blink, Urahara was propped up against the wall. Naruto stared directly into the shrewd shopkeeper's eyes. Who are you, Urahara Kazuki? Crimson pupils dilated as demonic killing intent flooded the room. Urahara was lifted a few inches off the ground. The wall creaked under the pressure. Urahara's playful persona fell off like a used coat. The shopkeeper's eyes met Naruto's own without a sliver of fear. Naruto was impressed despite himself. He had met generals who would faint at less. Put me down and I'll explain, Uzumaki Naruto. Yoruichi watched the scene with the wakeful eye of a night predator as Tessai held the shivering forms of Jinta and Ururu. Naruto sat calmly in a meditative position as he processed everything Urahara had told him. He was sure the former Shinigami captain hadn't told him everything. But it was good enough. He understood that some secrets was on a need-to-know basis only. While he still didn't trust Urahara, and Kazuki clearly didn't trust him in return. The shopkeeper wanted Naruto's help. That much was clear. He just didn't feel comfortable sharing anything too important. Well, one thing's for sure. This is outside the original contract. If you want my help in something like this, we need to renegotiate the mission payments. Urahara, who by now had found his fan again, began using it quite liberally. I was hoping we might do that, after we saved the world? He asked hopefully. Naruto shook his head in bemusement. He didn't really understand what he was getting himself into, but this was most definitely a S-rank mission. That's not how this stuff works. Naruto sighed as Urahara continued sweating bullets. You don't have enough money, do you? The ex-captain's eyes flickered from side to side as if looking for an escape that would not come. That's okay. There are other forms of payment. Naruto acquiesced, not particularly bothered by the situation. It wasn't like C-rank turned S-rank was all that uncommon for him. Urahara seized on the opportunity like a drowning man would seize a lifeline. What other forms? He asked cautiously. Well, a lifeline that was potentially poisoned and burning. Naruto shrugged and gestured around the shop. What you have here is incredible. Some of this stuff is more than enough to pay for such a mission. Urahara nodded, a little calmer now that he had a way out. I can't just be giving my stuff away, That would ruin me as easily as paying straight up. Naruto hummed thoughtfully. What about a compromise then? A trading agreement. We buy your stuff. A regular supply per month of various items and supplies. I can also think of a lot of people that would want to buy something for themselves. The greater the discount, the faster your debt will be paid. I doubt we would stop buying stuff even when the deal is over, so you should make money from this. A trading agreement? Such a thought hadn't even occurred to Kazuki. His shop was in sore need of more customers. He couldn't help but get in one last stab though. Wouldn't it be a problem if you buy your stuff on the black market, as you called it? Naruto looked at him as if he had grown another head. We're ninja, was all he said, as if that explained everything. And in truth, it kind of did. Ichigo woke up. He woke up screaming, too close, get off me, instant reaction, very good, Tenchu, Ichigo is awake, Tessai shouted at them from the other room. Ichigo sat up quickly, a bit too quickly, it turned out. He grabbed his shoulder and winced in pain, not quite managing to hide his discomfort. You shouldn't move around so much, Kurosaki-san. You might die. Kazuki's cheerful voice sounded through the room as he and Naruto walked through the door. Get a boshi? So this must be your house? Ichigo said, voice unusually somber. Urahara smiled as he clasped his fan together. Correct. Ichigo looked over at Naruto, a strange expression coming over his face. Naruto smiled and waved. Who are you again? Ichigo asked. The golden-haired shinobi surrounded himself in a cloud of depression. Perhaps he shouldn't have expected anything more, but well. Uryu had remembered him. Still, that only gave him an excuse for another introduction dance. Don't worry about him. He's just one of my minions. Urahara said, waving the issue away. An angry tick mark manifested itself on Naruto's brow as he tried to stare a hole through the shopkeeper's skull. Intro dance completely forgotten. Taking his word for it, Ichigo focused back on Urahara. So, you saved me? He said hesitantly. Kazuki didn't seem to notice Naruto trying to burn him alive with pure willpower. Instead, he answered Ichigo's last question with one of his own. You make it sound like you didn't want to be saved? After Kazuki had explained the situation to Ichigo, imprinting at least a minimum amount of respect in the rebellious teenager. The high school student set his goal. He was going to Soul Society. And neither heaven nor hell would stop him. Those are some nice eyes. Naruto commented once Ichigo left the shop. He would come back the next day, this time with a fresh body and rested spirit. He would need that in order to survive the next 10 days, if Urahara was to be believed. Kazuki hummed in agreement. They both knew Naruto was not talking about the aesthetically pleasing sight of normal brown irises. He turned around and walked into the shop, focusing back at the shinobi. Come, Uzumaki-san, you may want to see this, Kazuki said excitedly. Naruto shrugged as he turned around. Urahara removed the tatami mat in the back of the shop, showing it to be a hole leading under the house. Naruto walked over and looked down to what he assumed was the cellar. The tunnel seemed to continue down, and down, and down. Urahara smiled at him like a child that had just shown his parents a new drawing. Follow me, he said before jumping down. Naruto jumped after him. What met them was a massive space. There was no other word for it. It was an enormous rocky plateau. Far too large to be hidden under such a small shop without disturbing the town's surrounding infrastructure. The room also had its own sky and a sun, or at least the illusion of them. Naruto stared at the place with wide eyes before shrugging. He could probably cook up something similar with earth manipulation, a bunch of seals and hours upon hours of designing work. Didn't mean it wasn't damn impressive though. The next day found Ichigo at the bottom of the shattered shaft with his chain of fate cut and hands bound. Urahara stared down at him with cold indifference. If you can't climb up here within 72 hours you will turn into a hollow. So you better become a Shinigami before then. Naruto stared down at the orange-haired boy far below him. Did you guys just kill him? He asked with incredulity. He looked over at the physical body of the teenager and back down at his soul form, which was currently trying to run up the walls of the shaft as if his afterlife depended on it. The shopkeeper tucked up his fan and laughed a haughty laugh. Naruto was getting surer and surer Urahara was mentally unstable. Kill him? Then his voice became deadly serious as a cold chill washed over the 4 people standing in the vicinity. Yes, we did. Naruto blinked once, then twice as the normal atmosphere re-established itself. He looked around and scratched his head. So, he either becomes a Shinigami or a hollow. And if he manages to become a Shinigami, he can return to his body again? How does that work? Urahara smiled, mystery oozing out of every pore. Oh, every soul has the capacity to possess physical objects. It's harder to possess something still alive, so a normal plus can only possess a mouse, or a small bird at most. Although a corpse is preferable, as they don't have to share space. However, a Shinigami has huge amounts of spiritual power. It isn't very hard for them to possess something like a human body. So, Naruto drawled out, he would be possessing his own body? Urahara nodded happily. Naruto sighed. This soul stuff got complicated sometimes. He was much better at the yang part. Well, if he's just going to stay down there, I should probably go visit the others. Kazuki might not fully trust him, and therefore couldn't tell him anything he wouldn't tell Aizen, but the ex-captain had told him who would be helping Ichigo in this crazy endeavor to infiltrate the home base of a supernatural army. Being trained by a talking cat in order to fight demons and death gods was not something Chad had ever imagined himself doing. Somehow, Orihime seemed completely okay with it. He was therefore somewhat glad when an actual human showed up. Or at least he thought the blonde was human. He was currently sitting sideways on the wall, as if gravity didn't apply to him. Orihime thought it was the coolest thing ever. It was then that Chad realized he would never be able to see the world the same way ever again. Naruto studied the 2 aspiring warriors. He didn't really want to take such young kids to invade the home territory of death gods. Oh, who was he kidding? This was going to be hilarious. Besides, he had only been a year older when he had to save his world from impending destruction. A shame he hadn't quite managed it. Still, it ended far better than he would have dreamed of at the end of the war. In short, the world was simply too large to allow sulking. Sure, he might have lost people. He might have lain broken on the ground as the elemental nations was claimed by the ocean. He may have been helpless as he looked upon the rain of fire that destroyed his home. But if there's one thing he had learned throughout all his years of traveling, it was that souls were not that easy to destroy. As his mind snapped back to the present, he pondered the two teenagers in front of him. Orihime Inoue and Yasutora Sato were as different as two people could get. One was a huge Japanese, Mexican boy with dark skin, and a build that looked more at home on an American football field than in a Japanese high school. The other was a ditzy almost blonde with huge cough assets, and a bubbly personality with enough quirks to impress even Naruto. Their powers were really interesting as well. Chad had monstrous strength and natural resilience. In a few years, his brute force might even exceed Naruto's. He would become a titan on the battlefield, capable of striking fear into the heart of enemies and encourage comrades by his mere presence. Orihime though, Orihime was something else. She was only in the beginning of discovering her power, but its potential was already staggering. Rejecting reality? Naruto was sure no one had truly realized it yet. Yoruichi probably had an idea, but despite all the experience he knew she had, he doubted she had seen much of the world outside the cozy bubble of hollows and Shinigami. Once someone discovers the supernatural world, very few stop to ask, is there more? You might see signs that there are, things that don't really fit. But you don't want to contemplate it. If someone sees something that doesn't blend well with their worldview, most people try to avoid it until they simply can't anymore. They try not to think about it. And they keep doing that until reality hits them over the head with it. Or they die. If Ichigo's power was scary, then Orihime's was terrifying. Not just for what she would be able to do, but for the possibilities such abilities presented. Primordial creatures and ancient demons would destroy worlds for something like this. When she was healing, she wasn't simply healing. She rejected the damage. She was directly changing the fabric of reality to suit her needs. Attack, shield and heal. Most people would think of it as three different abilities. But her soul, as most others, only had one affinity. And it manifested itself in its purest form through sheer spiritual energy. The power to reject reality as she saw it. He had seen a few abilities throughout his life that may be able to compare, maybe. All those were claimed by godlike creatures beyond anything Naruto would normally be able to handle, however. Even Izanagi paled in comparison. As far as he could see, he had a few choices. He could try to keep Inoue's true abilities a secret. Not impossible, as the Soul Reaper world was about as isolated as his old home had been. But the chance still existed that someone in this corner of reality would find her, and once they did, few things would stop them from going after her. If this got any farther out though, he may be able to hide her or something similar. That was another possibility, to claim her as his own. He did have enough influence to do something like that. He would have to constantly defend her though. If Ichigo became strong enough, he would undoubtedly take up the task. That was the kind of guy he was. She also seemed attracted to him, so that might work as an advantage. The girl was willing to follow him into the afterlife for God's sake. The boy had charisma, and goddamn if he didn't have potential as well. This small C rank had suddenly ballooned to something much, much bigger. Help the shop? Save Soul Society? Beat a world-conquering megalomaniac? Sure, he could do that. Try to stop the greatest war this world had ever known because of a girl with a pair of blue hairpins? Naruto ruffled his hair in frustration and relief. He was suddenly very, very glad he had accepted this mission. If someone had gotten here before him, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. Then again, if he hadn't taken it, he wouldn't have had this problem in the first place. A dark part of Psyche whispered that simply killing her would solve the problem. There was almost a 0% chance that her soul would ever rediscover her current power when she was reborn. This would prevent any potential fallout resulting from such incredible abilities. For a moment, he actually considered the idea. Then reality caught up with him. He couldn't do that, even if it had been the only reasonable choice left. He could no more go against his nature than water could flow upstream by itself. A less drastic measure would be to destroy the hairpins. But they were only the means by which she channeled her power through. Urahara would probably just repair them. If she didn't find a way to restore them herself, that is. He sighed into his hands as he continued his train of thought. He had time. Even if Soul Society caught the kids, it was doubtful they would simply kill them. Well, except maybe Ichigo. He wasn't supposed to have Shinigami powers in the first place. However, he didn't know the Gotei 13 well enough to say for sure. He didn't know them at all really. All he had to go after was Urahara's descriptions. But if everything went according to the shopkeeper's plan, Soul Society would become their allies. A 2,000-year-old military establishment, the power of 3 realms, and his own influence should most definitely be enough to dissuade anyone other than their world's craziest creatures. If any of the really big fish came for her though. If that happened, there wasn't much his cute little ass could do about it, other than to fight with all he had besides the others. Orihime Inoue. Sometimes the smallest details were the most important. Abandon your fear, Ichigo. Face your enemy. Walk forward and never stop. Retreat and you will age. Hesitate and you will die. Now shout my name. Zanjetsu. Wind blew through the air as Ryotsu exploded into existence. A black shiakusho flapped in the turbulent energies of the orange-haired teen wearing it. Naruto whistled appreciatively as the dust settled. Ichigo's sword, which had previously been worn down to nothing but a hilt, was now a long cleaver-like weapon brimming with energy. Oh ho! Impressive Kurosaki-san. Now, let's see how long it takes you to take off this hat of mine. Urahara smiled proudly. It wasn't obviously noticeable, but Naruto was very good at reading people, and he had known Kazuki for a while now. Ichigo was silent for a moment, studying his new sword. When he looked up, his eyes were glowing with energy. I'm sorry, Urahara-san, but I don't think I can hold back. Ichigo answered with a slight strain in as he swung his Zanpakuto. A wave of blue energy, exponentially stronger than the one he had used against the Mainos, emerged from the sword. Urahara's eyes widened as he raised his own sword in defense. Sing, Benihime. A blood-red light emerged from the ex-captain's sword, emitting an eerie aura. The blue beam of power consumed the entire shield as energy did what it tends to do when left on its own. Explode. When the dust settled, a green and white hat fluttered to the ground. A small cut in the middle stood out. My, I believe you killed my hat. Urahara said as he picked up the iconic object, brushing off some dust in the process. A wide crevice stretched out behind him. Its depth disappeared into the darkness. Applause sounded through the large room. Ichigo looked up at the nearest boulder. The blonde guy from a few days ago sat a few feet above him, waving happily. Ichigo still couldn't remember the dude's name, but he was grateful for the encouragement. He collapsed before he could respond though. Well, that was unexpected. If I hadn't blocked that attack, he might have taken off my arm. Kazuki commented as he looked down at the unconscious teen. Naruto snorted. Oh please, like you couldn't just put it back on again. Kazuki tipped ruined hat in acknowledgement. Naruto hummed thoughtfully as he looked back at Ichigo. Still, that kid is something. I haven't met someone like him since, no. I don't think I've ever met someone like him. If he doesn't die, that boy will become one of the most powerful beings in the world. Kazuki smiled mysteriously as he watched his enthusiastic guest. That's the plan, he said, with only a slightly evil glint in his eyes. How did he become like this again? It was complicated enough the first time you explained it. Naruto asked, jumping down to pick up the teen. As the warriors left for the top floor, Kazuki answered. Oh, the usual? Prophecies, sciences, magics, soul possessions, inheritances, luck. Long story short, the universe sort of conspired together to make him as powerful as possible. Naruto, carrying Ichigo over his shoulder, looked over at the scientist questioningly. Prophecies? You didn't mention that before. What's the prophecy like? Urahara shrugged, seemingly not very interested in the conversation. Oh, I don't know. I'm sure there's one somewhere though. Ichigo groaned as his brain rebooted. A second later, he was fully awake, expecting an attack any second. As his memories returned, he slowly sank back into bed. Isshin wasn't here. There was no need to. Good morning, Ichigo. A voice that was definitely not his father echoed through his head as he instinctively ducked the stomp that put a hole through his pillow. He only barely registered the golden hair of his attacker as the stomp was redirected to a spinning kick that he somehow dodged. A flurry of punches and kicks came flying at him in rapid succession. Ingrained reflexes was the only thing that saved him as he ducked, jumped and weaved through the attacks. His old karate training flew at the forefront of his mind as he retaliated against the unknown assailant. He managed to block a punch, and tried to turn it into a counterattack. Before he ever got the chance, however, a cane came flying out of nowhere and hit him in the head. The hit was quite hard, and he tumbled into the nearest wall. The high school student jumped up again and grabbed the handle of his sword as his momentum stopped. His brain already in combat mode before his mind had even realized what was happening. Good, good. Now, Kurosaki-san, you have already been asleep for a few hours. Time is ticking, and we have training to do. Urahara smiled at him from beneath a new hat. Or maybe he just used thread and needle. Ichigo relaxed the grip on his sword as his mind caught up to the current situation. His attacker was that weird blonde guy that had been applauding him. He had a stupid grin on his face, and didn't seem to have any guilt over assaulting a half-conscious teenager. A little farther back in the room, another familiar man was carrying someone over their shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Poor dude, he would probably have back injuries by the way they were treating him. Wait, that was him. Ichigo looked down and realized he was already in his Shinigami form. The black and white clothes easily distinguishable. Oi, that's my body. Be more careful. Urahara waved his fan in front of his face in a lazy motion. Now, why would you need that? Don't worry, we have a replacement for the weeks you'll be gone. Jinta is already on his way to your house. The words, replacement, and, your house, somehow clicked in Ichigo's mind as the face of a stuffed animal appeared before his inner eye. The orange-haired high school student paled dramatically. Weeks? Now, the original plan was for you to use all 7 days to activate your Shikai, but since you have already done that quite nicely, we now have 5 extra days at our disposal. Urahara smiled like someone who looked forward to a horrible scene in some horror movie. So for those 5 days you will be fighting. A trail of food was put down beside him. Ichigo looked questioningly at it. Now that he thought about it, he was quite hungry. He hadn't eaten for 3 days after all. There will be no rest, no food, and no water. For 5 days and 5 nights you will be fighting me and Uzumaki-san. Urahara finished. The blonde man that attacked him smiled and waved. A foreboding feeling settled in the teenager's stomach. He looked down at the trail of food. 5 days? The core of determination in him refused to budge, so neither did he. Instead, he just nodded and plopped down to consume his food at record pace. Naruto looked up at the giant stone gate Urahara had set up in the underground training area. Dimensional travel. It wasn't a joke. The group of kids preparing to face the entire might of the afterlife was standing in a group behind him, arguing and generally talking shit. On the surface, they didn't seem very nervous. It was impressive. Still, even if they appeared calm, he could feel the nervous tension in the air. None of them really knew what the hell they were doing. Not even Naruto. At least they had a black cat as a guide. What could possibly go wrong? Oh, who was he kidding? He was bursting with excitement. It wasn't every day he got to explore an entirely new world. Maybe he could find some more of his. So, are there any questions? Urahara's voice cut through his thoughts as Naruto immediately raised his hand. Kazuki's eyes shone with childish glee as he seized the opportunity. Yes, you on the first row? You said this gate will convert our physical bodies into spirit particles, or kishi into reshi as you called it. Is this really necessary? What if we found some different way into Soul Society? Naruto asked. Urahara was silent for a moment as he studied his favorite author. Yes, it is necessary. I'm not completely sure what would happen if you tried to enter Soul Society with a physical body. It is a world purely consisting of reshi and souls. At best, you simply wouldn't be able to enter. At worst, your body would disintegrate and your soul would drift until it made a new form, or was reborn. Don't worry though, reshi behaves mostly the same as normal matter, and you'll go back to normal once you exit the afterlife. You won't even notice anything. Grinning proudly, Kazuki patted the stones affectionately. Naruto still looked somewhat dubious as he studied the large stone portal. Then he shrugged. He would never have gotten this far if he was afraid of risks. Fine, I'm ready. He eventually conceded. They all gathered around Ichigo as they prepared to enter hostile territory. This was his mission, after all. Everyone else was only here to help him. So, any more questions? Urahara asked brightly. None came, so the scientist simply smiled and began chanting. As he finished, the gate flashed once and the group was gone. What is this place? Ichigo asked curiously as the group took in their surroundings with interest. Didn't you listen to anything what Urahara-san told us? Ishida complained, pushing up his glasses as he pretended to be unfazed. This is the Dongai, the world between Soul Society and the living world. It acts as a defensive measure against intruders. Now hurry, Kazuki can only hold the path open for a few minutes. Yoruichi explained as she took the lead, black tail wagging back and forth as she ran. The group all followed her. All except one. Naruto was staring at the resting flow as if human faces was stuck in it. What is this? He asked slowly, his voice cracking slightly. Yoruichi looked back at the mercenary. Hurry Naruto, we don't have much time. Naruto wrestled his attention away from the Koryu. His eyes seemed to change as he looked at them, but upon re-examination, Yoruichi still only saw the normal blue. This stuff has souls in them. Thousands upon thousands of souls. They're screaming, they want me too. Naruto shuddered, his entire being seeming to reject the very notion. A whining sound reached them as a light literary appeared at the end of the tunnel. It came from the opposite direction that they were going though. Yoruichi's eyes widened in alarm. The Kototsu. Run. If that thing touches you, you're dead. Naruto took less than a second to study the unstoppable train of death before he vanished in the high-speed movement technique beloved by all ninja. The group ran for all they were worth. Well, most of them did. The others were only keeping close to the rest. I thought Getaboshi said we had 4 hours. What is that thing anyway? Ichigo shouted as the whining sound from the train came closer and closer. That's the Kototsu, the cleaner of the Dongai. It only comes by every 2 weeks. What horrible luck it should come here now. Yoruichi answered, slightly more relaxed than earlier. Naruto still seemed disturbed by whatever he had seen, but he still ran calmly besides the rest. He didn't appear very nervous about their current situation. Suddenly, Ishida's cape was caught in the purple goo-like walls, making the rest of the company halt their crazy sprint. Immediately, Chad ripped off the archer's cape and took his classmate over his massive shoulder, apparently not slowed a bit despite the extra weight. Ishida protested as the rest took up their previous pace. Chad wouldn't let him down though. The small hold-up was one too much however. They could see some sort of disturbance in the distance, hopefully the entrance to Soul Society. But the Kototsu was already too close. They wouldn't make it. Then Orihime turned, prepared to do anything she could. Before she even began her chant though, a hand grabbed her shoulder and literally threw her several feet through the air. Chad, catch! Naruto shouted. The giant complied, now carrying 2 people on his back. What are you doing Naruto? Yoruichi exclaimed. The blonde shinobi smiled back at them, the light of unstoppable death coming closer and closer. She is far too young to be risking her life like that. The blonde answered with a calming voice. Then he turned. Naruto raised his arms towards the otherworldly object as his eyes morphed. This time they were neither red nor gold. Instead, they consisted of concentric circles framed by purple sclera. A shout ripped through the air as the legendary power of the Rinnegan morphed space around him. Shinra Tensei. Time seemed to stop as the Kototsu slowed down. But it didn't stop completely, and so Naruto kept his arms up. He grunted in exertion as the machine refused to budge. The space between the ninja and Dongai's cleaner warped and flexed as the force of gravity bent to the blonde's will. One thing quickly became apparent for the legendary shinobi. He couldn't stop it, and he couldn't keep this up very long either. The Kototsu was still approaching them, although it did so at a snail's pace compared to earlier. Naruto looked back at the group of wannabe invaders. Yoruichi was staring wide-eyed at him, barely believing her eyes. The others were also quite surprised, but still kept their cool about them. No one had told them that shouldn't be possible. With a mighty shout, Naruto swung his arms down, changing the direction of his technique. Instead of simply holding the Kototsu back, now it went both ways, sending both him and the rest of the party flying through the tunnel. Light burst into existence around them, flooding their senses with all kinds of sensations. The sky was blue, hearts were beating fast, and 5 living mortals found themselves in the afterlife. What was that? Yoruichi asked the first opportunity they got. Naruto blinked, trying to understand the question. What was what? You mean the excellent food I cooked up for us an hour ago? If so, that was ramen. I'm surprised you don't know it, seeing as you live with Urahara and all. Naruto trailed off, his face innocent. Yoruichi shook her head impatiently. She wasn't entirely sure if Naruto was just messing with her, or if he genuinely didn't understand the question. No, what you did in the Dongai. The Kototsu is supposed to be unstoppable, not to mention that no mortal creature should even be able to interact with it. The black cat glared at Naruto as if she could suck out the desired information with just her gaze. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. The white bathrobe Kukaku had gotten him followed his movements. His wet hair was still dripping from the hot shower he took just a few minutes ago. Gravity affects everything. Well, almost everything. His brows scrounged together as he seemed to remember something unpleasant. The cat was silent for a moment, digesting the new information. So, you can manipulate gravity? Naruto nodded, walking through the corridors of the Shiba household with Yoruichi on his shoulder. Pretty much, yeah. I'm pretty good at it, if I'll say so myself. Considering she had never seen anything like it, the former captain was inclined to agree. And your eyes, they changed? Naruto nodded again, finding his own room after having walked wrong twice. Honestly, this place looked exactly the same everywhere he went. Yeah, they tend to do that. He didn't say anything more though, and the goddess of Flash got the impression he didn't really want to talk about it. A quake went through the house as Ichigo's spiritual pressure washed over them. Naruto snickered and shook his head. No control whatsoever. That kid reminds me so much of myself it's scary. Naruto looked at the peculiar group they had gathered. One Shinigami, one Mexican giant, one orange-haired reality bender, one stuck-up archer, one green-clad weirdo who liked to ride on boars, one black cat, and himself. Overall, nothing out of his definition of ordinary. The ball of condensed spiritual energy hit the barrier surrounding the Seireitei, and Naruto refocused on his current task. The protective shell of the Shiba Kido ball eventually won the battle and pressed through. The blonde shinobi felt a grin spread across his face. Yet another adventure was beginning. As the ball of energy split apart, Naruto found himself flying side by side with Yoruichi. That might have been for the best. Those kids wasn't going to get any stronger by people handholding them. As they rocketed towards the ground, the black cat by his side disappeared with speed that made even Naruto raise an eyebrow. He had never seen a cat that fast before. He should probably concentrate on his own landing, instead of getting distracted by every little thing. 1,000 ideas flew through his head. Now, how was he going to escape this predicament? In the end, he probably chose one of the lamest of the lot. The blonde burst into white smoke as he hit the stones, making a popping sound as he disappeared. Yoruichi looked at the shinobi beside her with interest as he cracked his neck. Man, I love shadow clones. What was that? I was certain you hit the ground. She asked him curiously. Naruto shrugged. If I was going to explain every little technique I have, we would stay here for weeks. The cat seemed to accept that answer. It wasn't like her own arsenal was particularly small either. So where do we go now? Should I go watch over the others, or do you have any other tasks for me? Naruto continued. His feline accomplice shook her head. I have a few things I want to take care of. With that, she disappeared in the high-speed movement technique he had seen her and Urahara use. Naruto sighed. Before his main mission began, he was essentially here for extra reassurances. Ichigo was the one who was supposed to do all the heavy lifting. They had a few days before the execution. He might as well get to know this place. Akaku's eyes widened as Ichigo dodged a swipe from Hazukimaru. The teen got his stance in order as he smirked at the bald man. That attack may have been surprising, but I have been trained by a guy that might as well have surprise as his middle name. Honestly, I have barely seen him do the same attack twice. You had to do more than that to catch me off guard. The 11th squad's third seat smiled a manic grin. Good. It seems like you know how to fight. Show me then, Ryoka. Ah, you're awake, a voice said as Akaku began to regain consciousness. He coughed and his wounds stretched. Ichigo was sitting on a piece of rubble a few feet away. Damn it, he had underestimated the brat. Tell me, are you the strongest in your group? Akaku asked. The orange-haired teen looked like he didn't quite understand the question. Second strongest, probably. He answered easily, not seeing any reason to not tell the enemy your strengths. If Ichigo wasn't the strongest, that meant. Well, this might actually get interesting. Who's the strongest then? Ichigo picked his ear absent-mindedly, not awfully interested in the bald warrior's questions. Still, he had told him where Rukia was, so he owed him something in return. I mentioned I was trained by 2 teachers. One of them came here with me. He's probably the strongest guy I've met. Akaku was silent for a moment as his mind fed him all sorts of information he hadn't even realized he had. Urahara Kazuki, the former captain of the 12th Division, had trained Ichigo. The boy had also met Kuchiki Taiko, who had been the one to retrieve Kuchiki Rukia. If the Ryoka believed his other teacher to be stronger than both of them, Akaku felt a grin spread across his features. His own captain was going to have a good time. Nara Shikamaru shifted uneasily as someone tried to wake him from his nap. He was sleeping, damn it. Why couldn't they just acknowledge that? Then something very cold and very wet was dumped over his head. "Gah, I'm awake, Shikamaru shouted. Above him stood a slightly pouting Matsumoto Rangaku, his Fukutaicho, and a major pain in his butt. She was holding an empty bucket and a teasing glint in her eyes. "We have to go, Shika-kun. The vice-captain meeting is in just half an hour." Shikamaru groaned as he sat up. "I'm not a vice-captain though. What do you need me for?" Matsumoto proceeded to use her doe eyes on him. Most women seemed to develop it at some point in their lives, but few Shikamaru knew could use the ability so effectively. "But they're all so complicated and boring. I want you to help me get through them." The Nara genius sighed and muttered something that sounded vaguely like, "troublesome woman." He was careful not to let her hear it though, that would definitely bring the wrath of Matsumoto down on his head. Grabbing his Zanpakuto beside him, he got up with a somewhat awkward movement that belied a deadly grace. This was probably going to be a long day. He could feel it. As the vice-captain and third seat of the 10th squad jumped over the rooftops, Shikamaru looked to his superior. He might as well update himself on the current situation. "Any news about the Ryoka?" he asked absent-mindedly, as if the question didn't matter to him at all. Matsumoto put a finger to her lips as she tilted her head in a cute manner. Shikamaru refused to blush. "Maybe," she said in a teasing tone of voice. The third seat kept silent. He had long since learned the most efficient way of dealing with Rangaku. Abarai-kun was defeated. He acted on his own though, so now he's in a holding cell. She said, words tumbling out of her almost too fast to follow. The lazy genius almost tripped. Defeated? Renji was beaten? Is he? He began. Rangaku waved away his concerns, apparently not very disturbed by the news. "Nah, much like Akaku and Yumachika, he's fine. A few bruises here and there, but nothing too serious." Shikamaru breathed a sigh of relief. The knot in his stomach was still there, but slightly placated. The intruders didn't seem to be much for killing. That was good. Perhaps they didn't need to kill them either. Still, a lieutenant? Defeating Yumachika he could understand. Akaku was harder to accept, but he had the tendency to allow his opponent to try out everything in their arsenal simply to have a good fight. As long as the bald third seat didn't use, drastic measures, it was still within the realms of possibility. But Renji had a lot at stake here, and would probably fight with everything he had. How strong were these people? Maybe he would actually have to pay attention to the meeting today. As the 2 10th Division officers entered the meeting quarters, Shikamaru could feel the tension in the air. Not everyone was there yet, but those that were sat a little straighter than normal. Tensing a little more than they usually did. It wasn't that noticeable, but it was still there. Kira from the 3rd, Nemu from the 12th, Hisagi from the 9th, Iba from the 7th, Omeda from the 2nd. There were quite a few missing actually. "No, I don't need help, Izan-chan. I can handle a measly meeting by myself." Shikamaru smiled as his oldest friend entered the room. The 4th's third seat, Katetsu Izan, followed closely behind her. "Are you sure, Sakura-senpai? Renji Fukutaicho is still recovering from." Haruno Sakura turned with exasperation written all over her face. "Izan, I'm fine, okay? Renji will be fine. We will all be fine. There is nothing to worry about." The third seat still nervously bit her lip. Worry lines creeping over her face. "Hi, Fukutaicho." She eventually conceded. Shikamaru snickered to himself as Sakura made her way over to them. Izan had walked out of the meeting room, reminiscent of a dog with her tail between her legs. "Having trouble?" he asked his pink-haired friend. The lieutenant of the 4th Division sighed as she rubbed the diamond mark on her forehead. "Izan can be a bit overprotective. She is a great healer, and a surprisingly strong fighter, but she forgets that I'm the lieutenant for a reason." Sakura-chan, Matsumoto cried as she threw herself over the other woman, crushing her friend's face into her bosom. Ga, Rangaku, calm down, will you? I'm fine, I'm fine. It was just a little training accident. Sakura protested, trying to extract herself from the death trap that was Matsumoto's s. The bubbly woman held her fellow lieutenant at arm's length, studying her closely. A little training accident would never have sent you into intensive care. I heard Hana Taiko had to oversee your recovery. Sakura blushed and looked away. Her techniques had always been volatile, but she rarely needed medical attention from someone other than herself. She was about to respond when a heartbreaking shout pierced the air with unbearable disappear. Aizen Taicho, Kyoraka Shunsui sighed as he looked down at the child that had challenged him. Shall I finish him off, Taicho? Nanao asked, a Kido glowing ready in her palm. Shunsui pulled his hat down as he shook his head. Nah, there's no need for such a thing. Cute girls like you shouldn't do stuff like that. I couldn't have said it better myself. Both captain and lieutenant tensed as a new presence made itself known. A blond man with striking blue eyes and a cheerful disposition appeared before them. I thank you for sparing him, but I can't just let you take him. He's with me, you see. The 8th squad captain studied the new arrival. This one was different. The first had only been a kid, someone with a huge amount of potential, sure. But still just a kid. This one, however, who are you then? Shunsui asked. A foreboding feeling settled over Nanao as the blonde smiled a brilliant smile. Suddenly, the light seemed to dim and music began to play out of nowhere. Across all the worlds and through the dreary hell of monotony, there is one man who stands out as the greatest of his kind. The women swoon and the men cry out in envy. Remember it, for this is the glorious face of Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto shouted his declaration. Applause met him as the blonde exited his introduction dance. Shunsui seemed ecstatic. Bravo! Bravo! Truly an excellent performance, Uzumaki-san. The 8th squad captain applauded like a child that had seen his first circus theater. You should probably use different tools though. Kabuki instruments are fine, but they get boring after a while. He said, voice uncharacteristically serious. Naruto blinked a few times before beaming at a kindred soul. Sure, I'll see what I can do, Osan. Oi, what do you mean by old man? I'm not that old yet. Just a little over 2 millennia. The pink-robed man complained. Naruto fell back to old habits as he scratched the back of his head. Ah, my bad then. Well, have a good day. I'll be taking this guy. As Naruto bent down to pick up Chad, the taste of metal filled the air. A concentrated spark of electricity pressed uncomfortably close to his throat. You're one of the Ryoka, are you not? The Fuku Taicho of the 8th squad asked, Aikido shining brightly on her fingertips. Everything was quiet for a moment as the tension seemed to build to unbearable levels. Naruto slowly turned to her, his eyes burning with an intense look. The black-haired girl had a concentrated frown on her face. Sweat ran down her face and her arms were shaking. Nanao-chan, get away from him, now! Kyoraka shouted. As if the words had snapped her out of a trance, the lieutenant jumped back. She held onto her twitching hand as she landed, looking at it as if she'd seen a ghost. Naruto smiled again and scooted the unconscious teen over his shoulder. Never mind the fact that he was twice as massive as the blonde was. He winked at the 2 high-ranking officers before disappearing into thin air. The second Naruto was gone. Nanao's legs buckled under her as she collapsed on the stone floor. Who was that? Shunsui hummed thoughtfully as he turned towards Sokyoku Hill. I think he introduced himself quite well. His lieutenant shook a little as the memory caught up to her. That Ryotsu. She didn't want to say it, but it reminded her an awful lot of the Sutaicho. The entire pressure of his attention had been directed at her, and not in a friendly way. It wasn't even killing intent. Just intense scrutiny. Someone who could overwhelm their opponent with their presence alone was not someone she wanted to fight. Nanao slowly got up from her knees. If that was one of the Ryoka, they were a much larger threat than she'd realized. Naruto ran silently across the roofs of the Seireitei. Unless he allowed it, no one had seen even a sliver of his orange jacket for as long as he had been here. If he hadn't revealed himself on purpose, he might as well have been invisible. If this was how the leading government of Soul Society treated such an obvious intrusion, this would be a lot easier than he'd thought. Then again, they were probably so used to their own superiority that they hadn't focused much on defense. He had seen that happen far too many times for his liking. Compliancy was a sin, as many ancient empires had learned. Maybe this would give them the wake-up call they sorely needed. If not, maybe he could give them some tips. Such thoughts were for the future though. He doubted they would appreciate it at this point anyway. He was happy his chakra responded as normal. He could feel slight irregularities if he looked hard enough, but nothing too much out of the ordinary. The difference between a body made of normal matter and those made of reishi was apparently very slight. He wasn't a scientist, but this just heightened his respect for the green-clad shopkeeper. He actually liked Urahara a lot. The man was funny, had great taste in books, was not easy to scare, and seemed to know what he was doing. He could do without all that scheming though. Naruto focused inward, trying to get a better grasp of how his energy had changed. Almost inadvertently, he touched upon the reservoir of natural energy inside his body, making him slip seamlessly into sage mode. The orange pigmentation and amphibian-like pupils was a clear sign of where he had learned the technique. The blonde might have been horrible at sensing energy without senjutsu, but with it, he didn't know anyone that was better. Another benefit of being a sage was that he could essentially blend his own chakra within the natural energy surrounding everything. No one but the best of sensors would have any hope at detecting him. He would stand out like a beacon for another sage though, or a Quincy for that matter. He sincerely doubted there were any other sages in Seireiti, and the only Quincy Naruto had met in over 200 years was an ally, so that shouldn't be a problem. The energy surrounding this place was off the charts. Karakura was far above the norm, but this place wasn't just doused in spiritual energy. It was made of the stuff. It was generally very hard to get any energy out of normal matter, but reishi particles seemed to exude their power all over the place. Two giant energies clashed in the middle of the city, making Naruto burst forward with inhuman speed. He may not be capable of that fancy flash step the Shinigami used, but he had his own equivalent. A mix of normal chakra enhancement, yang, wind and fire release allowed the legendary shinobi to enhance his speed while at the same time removing any protests the world might have to him going that fast. With this, wind resistance and friction was reduced to almost nothing. He could race through the world at speeds most Shinigami would find impossible to follow. Swift release might be overly complicated compared to Shunpo, but at least he could use it. As the blonde warrior rocketed towards the two major powers duking it out, he searched the city for any familiar signatures. Such a huge collection of powerful people made it hard to pinpoint anyone in particular, but Sage Mode had never let him down so far, and he had a lot of experience using it. Yoruichi was close by, overlooking the battle with only a slight agitation to her energy. Everything was going according to plan then? The blonde wasn't sure if he approved of said plan, but he had agreed to follow it, and he had no better ideas. Naruto got there just in time to witness the final power clash between Ichigo and Kenpachi. It was impressive to say the least. A few months ago, that boy had been no more powerful than your average street thug. Okay, maybe a little stronger. Not by much though. Now he was fighting one-on-one against juggernauts of the supernatural world. As one of the people that had taught the brat, Naruto was incredibly proud. Although he hadn't really done much. Ichigo had soaked up their lessons like a sponge. He wasn't just unnaturally strong and talented. He was also a borderline genius and seemed to have an affinity towards everything related to fighting. Everything. You wouldn't believe it by looking at him, but that bullheadedness actually hid one heck of a brain. So, do you want me to get him? Yoruichi jumped several feet in the air, shouting out as if someone had pulled her tail. She twirled around and slashed Naruto across face. At least she tried to. Senjutsu made his skin hard as steel. He still got some faint marks, surprisingly, but not so deep that they bothered him in any way. They also healed as soon as they were created. How did you get so close to me? She demanded. Naruto scratched the back of his neck in embarrassment as he let go of the natural energy fused with his chakra. Ninja? He shrugged. Yoruichi felt her hairs stand on end as Naruto's presence reappeared from nowhere. Golden eyes and bar-like pupils was the same as the day Rukia had been taken. The blonde's eyes really did seem to change a lot. Eyes were said to be the windows to the soul, having so many different forms had to mean something. She just had no idea what. The cat sighed as she looked down at the unconscious teen. Yachiru had taken Kenpachi just a few moments ago, and others were quickly approaching their location. Yes, follow me. He has some more training to do. Naruto smiled as he reappeared beside Ichigo. He was really looking forward to how said training was going to affect Wonder Boy. Ichigo awoke with a thundering headache. Bright spots danced before his vision even before he opened his eyes. And he's awake. The cheerful voice of his second teacher hammered its way into the teen's consciousness. It would seem that way. Yoruichi. They had saved him then? Naruto? Yoruichi? What happened? He managed to get out. The black cat strode calmly by his bedside, swishing its tail as it talked. After you passed out from your battle with Kenpachi, we flew you here. You're inside a barrier. A safe house. Nothing happening here will be felt by the outside. Ichigo slumped back into his makeshift bed. Looking at the cat, he simply couldn't stand it anymore. Flew? As in actually flew? And how do you have a barrier inside the Seirei? Ichigo ruffled his hair in frustration as he looked between the two other sentient beings in the room. Who even are you people? Naruto snorted in good humor, a smirk tugging at his lips. Took you long enough to ask, didn't it? Yoruichi tilted her head as she looked between the two males. That's right. I haven't shown you my real form yet, have I? Ichigo seemed even more confused, but Naruto's eyes shone with curiosity. Wait, you're a shapeshifter? That's awesome. Yoruichi tilted her head. Of course. Cats can't talk. Naruto frowned at her. Of course they can. I have met several. When I was just a kid, I visited this whole clan of talking cats. No idea if they're still alive though. The newly revealed shapeshifter blinked as Naruto completely ruined her joke. Do you want to see my real form or not? She deadpanned. Ichigo looked between the two, his mind slowly shutting down as the scene continued. Oh, I would love to. Naruto clapped his hands like a child awaiting a present. Yoruichi sighed but complied. With a burst of smoke and Ryotsu, a completely nude and very beautiful woman stood before them, smirking at the two slack-jawed men's reactions. She had dark skin and long silky smooth purple hair. Ichigo instantly went beet red and hid his face in his pillow. Put on some clothes, damn it, he demanded, doing his best to stop his treacherous eyes from looking. Naruto's reaction was perhaps even more satisfying. He seemed to have been rendered mute, opening and closed his mouth like a fish trapped on land. That is, he tried off. The blonde swallowed a few times before slapping himself across the chin, leaving a red mark. When he next looked at her, he looked her straight in the eyes as he spoke. You're one of the whitest, hottest, and most beautiful women I have ever seen. Please don't tell Ama-chan I said that. She would burn me alive. Yoruichi fought back a slight blush of her own, but still smiled at the generous statement. Well, then, that's some compliment. Thank you, Naruto. Naruto bowed gracefully with a sweeping gesture. Nothing but the truth, my lady. The Shiwan princess raised an eyebrow at this complete 180 in attitude, then she noticed the smirk around Naruto's mouth. Oh ho? Teasing her, was he? Two could play that game. Well, then, if you're going to be such a gentleman, why don't you give me a massage in the onsen later? It's been ages since I used this body, and it needs some taking care of. She purred, pulling her arms above her naked body, toned muscles stretching the soft phalloskin. Naruto blushed bright scarlet. A drop of blood trickled from his nose. To his credit, he didn't look away. Instead, he simply closed his eyes. His blush receded as an almost zen expression fell over him. As he opened his eyes again, he smiled up at her, an expression that was both excited and warm at the same time. Of course, Yo-Yo-chan. Yoruichi blinked. That was a surprising amount of self-control. Gah, get a room you too. Ichigo shouted from beneath his pillow, trying to keep the entire conversation from entering his mind. Yoruichi chuckled before she went to find some clothes. Of course, it took some time to find an appropriate attire. Clothes are so uncomfortable. It's been ages since I used any. The dark-skinned beauty commented as she tossed her flowing hair over her new sweater. While those clothes do look good on you, good taste in colors by the way, I can definitely say I prefer no clothes as well. Naruto returned, his blue eyes glinting with mischief. You do you? Maybe you'll get a peek later. You still owe me that massage after all. Yoruichi said, her voice both challenging and provocative at the same time. Ichigo shook his head as his innocent 15-year-old mind tried not to take a dip in the gutter. Too bad for him that the two far older beings seemed determined to drag him there. Trying to steer the conversation any other way, the orange-haired teen fumbled for something to ask. "You said we flew here? How did you do that?" Yoruichi blew a few loose strands of hair out of her face as she answered. "This place is covered in sekiseki, so any attempt to stand on a reshi platform or a sticking to the wall, will inevitably end in failure. That's one of the reasons this place is so secure. So we used this instead." With that, she tossed him a stick with a skull on the tip. As Ichigo studied it curiously, a heavy presence fell over them. It was slightly muted thanks to the material covering the outer walls, but the sanctuary was designed to keep people from sensing inside it, not for those inside to be blind to the outside. Ichigo straightened as his eyes went wide. "Byakuya. Shit, that's right by Hanataro and Ganju," he exclaimed, jumping out of the bed before he sprinted towards the exit. Yoruichi reached out to him as the impulsive teen broke through the wooden door, not even attempting to open it. "Wait, Ichigo. Your injuries are still," she shouted after him. It was too late, however. The orange-haired teen was already flying through the air, heading directly towards the energy outburst. "Damn it, that kid," the purple-haired ex-captain sneered. Naruto was already halfway through the door before looking back at her. "Oh, come on Yo-Yo-chan. It'll be fun." His contagious enthusiasm rubbed off on her as she smirked back. "You still owe me that massage though." "Of course. Scatter." The calm voice of Kuchiki Byakuya never got farther, as a white ribbon ensnared itself around Senbon Sakura. The fabric absorbed and sealed away any spiritual energy he had put into the blade. Byakuya's eyes widened as he looked at the newcomer. The teasing glint in Yoruichi's eyes never left her as she looked at the 6th Division captain. "Long time now see, Byakuya boya." Shiwan Yoruichi. The white-clad noble's voice was quickly back to its normal monotone. "And Uzumaki Naruto," another voice shouted. Everyone on the bridge turned to the blonde man currently standing beside a slightly ruffled Ichigo. Rukia stared at them all in shock. She had never expected anyone to come to rescue her. Now they seemed to be crawling out of the woodwork. Ichigo she could understand, even though she truly wished he would just live his life to the fullest, but Naruto and Yoruichi as well? She barely even knew them. The two captains seemed to assess the blonde for a moment before Byakuya's attention went back to Yoruichi. Yukitaki's stayed at the newcomer, however. They had identified him as a threat. No matter what other plans the white-haired captain had, he was still a part of the Gotei 13, and this man was not someone to be trifled with. "Naruto. Yoruichi. Let me handle this. This is my battle," Ichigo insisted. Naruto studied his student for a moment before looking over at the 6th Division captain. The shinobi's eyes flashed gold before returning to their normal blue. "You? Defeat him? Don't kid yourself, Strawberry. Still a little early for you." There was no malice or even mockery in the shinobi's voice. But his words were still insulting to the proud teenage warrior. "You can't just go deciding that. I have become a lot stronger, see." Then he stopped. Yoruichi had appeared before them, one hand sticking into Ichigo's wounded stomach. What?" Ichigo stammered before collapsing. He was unconscious before he'd even begun to fall. The purple-haired woman lifted the impetuous teenager onto her back, disappearing again as she reappeared on the roof of the tower several feet above them all. "Shiwan Yoruichi, the goddess of flash. If you think we'll simply let you run away, you're sorely mistaken." Kuchiki Byakuya stated. 3 days. That's all I need to make him strong enough to beat you." Yoruichi stated, not bothering to answer the stoic man. She looked over at Naruto, a calculating look in her eyes. Naruto smiled back and nodded. Faster than the eye could blink, the purple-haired woman was gone. Having passed the sonic barrier without ever making a sound. Flash step, what a wonderful technique. Naruto thought almost admiringly. Byakuya disappeared as well, but before he could give chase, 2 words stopped him in his tracks. "Bansho Tenin." The noble captain regained his footing in the air as he was pulled back to the bridge. Thus he escaped the gravitational pull with much more grace than simply crashing into the wooden construct would have allowed him. Reappearing from a hastened shunpo, the captain's gray eyes burned into his new challenger. Rukia still seemed to be in mute shock from the earlier events. But even without her spiritual power, She had been able to see her brother being stopped in mid-air by some invisible force. It was also obvious whose technique it was. Yukitaki's eyes widened. He had never seen anything like that before. Then he noticed something else. Your eyes. What is that? The sickly captain asked. Naruto smiled at them from behind the mysterious complexion of the Rinnegan. These? He asked, pointing to his temple. They're a gift. A gift from a bygone age. The bridge that links the spiritual and physical. The power over life and death. Rinnegan. The captain of the 6th Division's expression firmed as he shifted his stance. Samsara's eye? What a presumptuous name. Naruto shrugged as his purple eyes shifted between the two current threats. It wasn't I that came up with it, but I think it fits. Enough of this meaningless chatter. Scatter, Senbon Sakura. Even though Naruto's empathic abilities were currently stunted, he could clearly feel the frustration and agitation from the normally stoic captain. His Ryotsu, which had previously been an unbreakable ocean of calm, was now a stormy surface barely contained. Thousands of tiny blades flitted through the air, light bouncing off them in an entrancing fashion. The legendary shinobi took a moment to admire the sight. It was rare that he got to witness an attack this beautiful. He was glad he was watching it with the Rinnegan. The scene would forever be preserved within his soul. As the horde of blades descended on him, Rukia screamed. She was begging her brother to spare him. Naruto smiled. He hadn't known he had made that much of an impact in the short time he had known her. The blonde raised his hand. Small cuts began appearing as the first dust-like objects dug into his skin. The cuts were still shallow though, and they healed right after forming. Shinra Tensai. It was as if the very force of the yell tore through the fabric of the world. It ripped through the air as the sakura petals from Byakuya's sword scattered. The stoic captain said nothing as his shikai was batted aside like a child's toy. Scarf and hair billowing behind him. That didn't help much as Yukitaki was more than willing to voice his opinion for the both of them. What? That's impossible. Naruto cocked his head to the side. Honestly confused by the elder captain's statement. You're about the same age as that pink-robed guy, right? Surely you know nothing is impossible. Yukitaki remained silent as Byakuya took 3 deep breaths. So, you insist on standing in my way, Ryoka? So be it. I will crush that power of yours, and show you that resistance is useless. His voice was still monotone, but there was an unmistakable hint of frustration beneath it. Naruto laughed. Such a carefree expression didn't belong on any battlefield. That really sounded like something an evil guy would say. And if you want to crush me so bad, then fine. Come at me, Byakuya Boya. The Kuchiki head's eyebrow almost twitched. Hado number 4. Byakurai. A bolt of lightning raced towards Naruto faster than most humans or souls would be able to track. Then it disappeared. Phew, that was close. You shouldn't go around throwing lightning bolts everywhere, you might hurt someone. Naruto said sternly. His raised hand was smoking slightly. Behind him, the shivering form of Hanataro was staring at the blonde enigma with disbelief. This time, the noble couldn't help the irritated tic that made its way onto his face. How? He demanded. Naruto smiled and tapped his temple again. His purple eyes glinting in the sunlight of dusk. Part of the abilities I get with these eyes. I can absorb chakra. And although it's harder, I can absorb pure yin energy as well. Or Ryotsu, as you would call it. Or is it Riryoku? I always gets confused between those two. The stoic captain lowered his arm as he calmed himself again. Fine, I see I have underestimated you. I will be sure not to make that mistake again. Naruto smirked back at the captain. You can try. Byakuya clenched his fist, making all the small petal-like blades in the air descend on the blonde. In response, Naruto threw himself over the bridge, barely escaping with a few cuts. Yukitaki looked over the edge as Naruto seemed to catch himself on nothing but thin air. Running up the side of nothing as if it was the most natural thing in the world. The white-haired captain scrunched his brows together, almost forgetting the situation he was in. That's not your technique? Nope. I tried to learn Hirenkyaku once, but it didn't work out. Turns out I'm not really fit to be standing on nothing but spiritual particles. Or at least I wasn't. Naruto trailed off as his mind went a bit farther than he intended it to. He shook himself back to the present before giving his opponents a blinding smile. It was not returned. Nah, this is a technique I developed on my own. It creates bubbles of unmoving air. I refuse to let the air dissipate or move in any way. So it stays together, and thus I can stand on it. It does need a bit of senjutsu to stabilize properly, but that's no longer a problem. The blonde explained, his voice as cheerful as ever. You act as if I should know what that is? Yukitake smiled. He was actually starting to like this man. There was something honest about him. Ah, sorry. Everyone else I normally talk to already knows. I forget myself sometimes, Naruto admitted as he scratched the back of his head. You're awfully talkative, Uzumaki. It doesn't seem to bother you to explain your techniques to your enemies. The 6th Division captain commented. Like Naruto, he was also standing on the air, a few feet away from the whiskered shinobi. Naruto stared at his opponent as if he had just said something completely outrageous before muttering something unintelligible under his breath. It sounded like something about interdimensional irony and cosmic jokes, but it was lost on both captains and even the one uttering the words. Taking a deep breath, Naruto regained his smile and chipper attitude before he answered. Should I be bothered? I like you guys. Plus, I have so many techniques I hardly know what to do with them all. If I even get to use a fraction of them during this adventure, I would be happy. The Kuchiki head's complexion hardened as he lifted both arms. It's time we end this pointless fight. You have caused me to lose my original target, so you will have to do. A wave of miniature blades descended upon Naruto's position. This time they were more spaced out than previously, clearly expecting a longer chase. Naruto waved his hand, sending a burst of gravitational energy towards the deadly technique. Some of the blades got caught in the blast and was sent flying. Most avoided it though, and kept pursuing him as Naruto disappeared in a burst of speed. The blonde dodged, weaved and danced around the deadly petals. Occasionally he would send bursts of gravity or wind to disrupt them, but the captain seemed to have learned his lesson. The horde of tiny blades were never packed together too tightly, and those that got sent away quickly rejoined the others. Naruto didn't get away unscathed. Cuts and wounds of varying sizes began appearing all over his body the longer the fight wore on. Still, no matter how many wounds he got, it didn't seem to be doing anything to the blonde. They all healed faster than if someone had been standing right beside him with a healing Kido. Regeneration, Byakuya noted as his mind analyzed every aspect of the battle. Naruto was a tricky opponent. Suddenly, the blonde shinobi switched directions. Instead of dodging, he flew straight at his attacker. Byakuya had been waiting for that though. As the captain disappeared in a burst of shunpo, a new wave of Senbon Sakura's petals flew at the young-looking man. At the same time, several Bakudo barriers appeared around him, hindering any further movement. Silent Kido was rarely used for anything but showing off. It took substantially longer to cast than even the full incantation versions, and was far weaker than any other version. Still, they had their uses. Naruto's eyes widened as he found himself immobilized. Even his chakra felt sluggish. It would only take a second to break out and deflect the petals that was headed his way. Unfortunately, that was a second he did not have. Only Shinra Tensei would allow him to break his bonds and deflect the oncoming attack at the same time, and there were still 2 seconds until he could use it again. Just as the wave of pink death was about to embrace him, Naruto disappeared. He reappeared at the top of the tower Yoruichi had been standing on, frowning down at the 2 military leaders. I was hoping I didn't have to use that until later. 1 ace at a time is a good way to not get killed, Naruto said. The blonde was pouting at them, like a spoiled child that hadn't gotten enough gifts for Christmas. Byakuya turned slowly, staying silent as he looked at the purple eyes of his opponent. Impossible. I didn't even see him move. The thought came unbidden to the white-clothed noble. At the same time, Naruto's voice proclaiming that nothing was impossible also repeated itself. Meanwhile, Naruto was silently berating himself. The Hiraishin was one of his best techniques. He had planned to unveil it at the end. Without the element of surprise, he didn't know if he would be fast enough. These captains were definitely not to be underestimated. Within just a few minutes, the Kuchiki noble had analyzed and found his jutsu's weakness, forcing him into attacking, and then trapping him in an elaborate and skillfully crafted trap. Still, if he was going to reveal it, he might as well show off a bit. Taking out a pair of tri-pronged kunai, Naruto smirked down at his opponent. Tossing the unique knives up and down, the blonde began to talk. Yoruichi is fast, isn't she? In fact, on the top of my head, I can only think of 3 people faster than her. Byakuya narrowed his eyes but said nothing. Too bad for you, that one of those is me. Then he tossed the 2 knives towards the captain with blinding speed. A small flow of Byakuya's Shikai rose up to defend him. Unfortunately for the captain, Naruto had imbued the knives with wind chakra. As the 2 weapons met, the wind-natured blade cut through the shallow and hastily constructed defense. A pair of gray eyes widened as royal blood trickled down the captain's chin. The kunai stabbed into the floorboards behind Byakuya, the wind cloak dissipating before it cut through the bridge as well. Faster than time could be measured, Naruto was standing behind the stunned captain. He knelt down, silently studying the wounded Shiba heir. You really did a number on this guy. Naruto commented absent-mindedly. Byakuya stared straight ahead, not believing his eyes. In an instant, the legendary shinobi appeared beside the scared 4th Division officer. Hanataro, was it? Naruto asked with a friendly voice, carrying the wounded Shiba over his shoulder. The healer nodded slowly, not sure how to respond. Good, you're coming with me then. Or do you want to stay? Aye, Hanataro stammered. Great, Naruto said, showing him the nice guy pose. Hanataro blinked as the white glint from Naruto's teeth almost blinded him. How is that possible? The sun was facing the other direction. Naruto looked over to the trembling Rukia. She had collapsed a few moments ago, no longer capable of standing under her own power. I'm sorry Rukia-chan, but it would be far more trouble than it is worth to rescue you now. Do remember though, you will not die. Ichigo won't let you, and neither will I. Then he was gone, the air whistling as it filled in the vacuum the 3 bodies had created. Leaving 2 stunned captains, 2 seated officers of the 13th squad, and a prisoner walking on death's row. Report, came the short command as Kuchiki Byakuya walked into the Sutecho's office. Yamamoto may be old, but he was nothing if not perceptive. The fresh scar on the noble's cheek was a story all to its own. Captains did not get wounds outside of training. I went to check up on the prisoner, as I felt a disturbance from her cell a few minutes before. The 6th Division captain began, making no delay in carrying out the order. The source of the disturbance was confirmed to be Hanataro Yamada, current 7th seed of the 4th Division, and a larger man from the Shiba clan. They had broken into the cell and was trying to free the prisoner. Yamamoto stayed silent. It was disturbing that one of his own had decided to help the Ryoka. Still, it was only one of the lower-ranked officers. He could let Hana take care of it. The part about a Shiba member was slightly interesting, but he couldn't say much until he had more information. The Shiba decided to attack me, so I dealt with him accordingly. Byakuya continued. Yamamoto resisted the urge to raise an eyebrow. The noble captain was seldom the violent type. Cold and aloof, maybe, but not violent. Still, he could understand the man's actions, considering his current predicament. He was handling the matter expertly. I did not kill him, but I did leave him incapacitated until we could take him in for questioning. Yukatake Taicho also appeared around this time, together with 2 of his seated officers. Then one of the other Ryoka, Kurosaki Ichigo, appeared. We had a minor clash before Shiwan Yoruichi stopped me from releasing my Shikai. The head captain opened his eyes slightly. Shiwan Yoruichi. How long had it been since he heard that name? She also brought a companion, one Uzumaki Naruto, as he introduced himself as. The Kuchiki head explained. The captain commander hummed. That was the one Kyoraka had met. He was exceedingly interested in learning more about this particular Ryoka. Anyone Shunsui regarded as a threat should be handled with utmost caution. Yoruichi knocked out Kurosaki before taking off with him. I was about to pursue before Uzumaki stopped me. The noble's voice was as dull and emotionless as usual, as if he was only talking about the weather. The 1st Division captain frowned inwardly. So Uzumaki had enough power to stop a captain? He used a technique I have never heard about before. It felt as if he was manipulating pure force. He also revealed the source of his powers. His eyes. The 6th Division captain said. Let it never be said that Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni was not a cautious man. He only knew of one notable person that gained powers from his eyes. What did they look like? He demanded, his muscular frame tensing under his military robes. Byakuya blinked at the interruption, but didn't comment. His eyes? The noble asked. Yamamoto nodded. They were purple with several circles surrounding a small black pupil. Byakuya explained, never once abandoning his monotone way of speaking. The old captain relaxed slightly, but he still had his full attention on the noble captain. "You're sure they didn't have multiple irises and pupils surrounding the eyeball?" If the younger man thought the question odd, he didn't say anything. "I'm sure, Sutaicho." He called them the Rinnegan. Power over life and death. They also grant him the ability to absorb energy techniques to a certain extent. The old warrior went through his millennia worth of memories. If he had heard the name before, it hadn't stuck. After Byakuya finished his report, the head captain was silent for a moment. The ability to teleport on that short a notice might be an even bigger deal than the so-called Rinnegan. Still, those eyes were the only thing Yamamoto could to focus on at the moment. "Are you sure Uzumaki is not a Quincy?" the head captain asked eventually. Byakuya frowned. This was a lot of pointed questions. The Sutaicho was trying to confirm something. Or disconfirm something. Still, that was none of his business. He only answered the best he could. He did mention something about trying to learn Hirankyaku. He also said he failed. Otherwise, he did not remind me of Quincy's in any way. Yamamoto sighed internally. At least they had something to go on now. "I expect the full report on my desk within 2 hours. See if you can find any information about this Rinnegan, or Uzumaki in general. I give you unlimited access and allowance to use every available resource, within reason, of course. If you can't find something in the central library, look in your own clan archives or the Dairasho Kairo. Anything will do." Byakuya's eyes widened slightly. That seemed like a major overreaction from his point of view, but it was not his place to question orders. "Yes, Sutaicho." Naruto cracked his neck as he reappeared in the small room where Ichigo had been resting a few minutes earlier. Hanataro fell backwards. He somehow managed to crawl a few meters before puking. "Sorry about that. The Hiraishin can be a bit uncomfortable the first few times you use it. God knows how many times I threw up." Naruto commented, crouching down beside his other passenger. Ganju's wounds looked serious. If he didn't get medical attention quickly, he might die. Naruto hummed thoughtfully. He didn't currently have the necessary skills for a job such as this. He had no idea how a dead soul from Soul Society would react to getting an injection of living life energy, nor the volatile yoki he normally used for situations such as this. He did have 2 appropriate healing techniques he could use right here and now. 2 exceptionally strong healing techniques. One was only for a last resort scenario, the other, well, there were better ways to heal someone than shattering the balance between dimensions. The 4th Division's 7th seat dragged himself over to the thug-like man. He was silent for a minute before sighing. "This does not look good," Hanataro said with a subdued tone. Naruto nodded in agreement. "Can you heal him?" he asked. That was clearly the best option. "Alone?" the healer started uncertainly. "Maybe. I don't have that much energy left though, not that I had much of a reservoir to begin with." He laughed weakly, blushing at his own admitted weakness. Naruto smiled as he put a hand on the young man's shoulder. Or at least he looked young. For all Naruto knew, this kid might be several hundred years old. "If that's all, you can use my energy." Hanataro blinked. While it was indeed possible to borrow someone else's energy for a technique, it was substantially more complicated and extremely taxing for the donor. "I don't think that would—" the healer's voice cracked and his eyes shot up. A flood of power entered his body, filling his soul to the brim with energy. Naruto smiled with purple eyes shining in the dark. "You heard what we talked about on the bridge, yes?" The healer nodded enthusiastically, not capable of doing anything else as his body wanted nothing more than to run around and dance. It was like digesting 1,000 nutrition pills in one. Well, the Preta path doesn't really absorb energy as much as it redirects and shapes it. That's why it's so easy for me to absorb large amounts of chakra at once. The energy is automatically molded to fit my own. Only having the yin part to work with is a little troublesome, but not impossible. The ability works the other way as well. If I wish it, I can give others part of my energy as if it was their own. Now, this isn't healthy in the long run, as you might stop producing your own Ryotsu. Naruto finished. The 7th seat nodded again, this time a little more slowly. He could barely sit still, yet Naruto didn't even seem to have broken a sweat. The blonde did fight against a captain and got away relatively unscathed though, so he supposed it was to be expected. "Right, tell me or Yoruichi if there are any changes to his condition. We can't let him die here." His sister would kill me. Naruto said as he left to make his report. You made it, Yoruichi commented as Naruto found his way down to the underground training area. A passed-out Ichigo was lying just a few feet away. She had clearly decided to wait a bit before waking him. Naruto smiled, a slightly expression accompanying it. What, you didn't think I could? And yet you still abandoned me there? That's cold, Yo-Yo-chan. The master assassin snorted. I don't doubt your abilities, Naruto. I simply don't know them. It would be easier if you told me. Naruto shook a finger at her. A shinobi never reveals his tricks until he has to. The purple-haired woman pouted slightly, but when Naruto refused to budge, she sighed and looked away. I'm glad you made it back. Naruto blinked. He could feel her honesty. That was more than he had been hoping for actually. They were both brought up as professional killers, and they had only known each other for less than a month. Yet she still seemed to be at least somewhat fond of him. Naruto smiled, his son overshadowing smile. Love you too, Yo-Yo-chan. The captain of the 6th Division walked calmly amongst a sea of books. He had already set his subordinates to scouring the central library. He himself was walking amongst the ancient tombs of the Kuchiki archives. Every noble family in the Seireitei had specific tasks given to them since the creation of Soul Society. The Kuchiki's task was to record history. In here lay every registered name belonging to every noble house in the entire realm. Yet it held far more than just that. The Kuchiki were especially proud of their archive. Every important event and happening was recorded and stored deep within its depths. And not just history. Music, fairy tales and literature of all kinds. Ancient magic no one knew how to cast. Sorting all of this information was a humongous task. Several members of the clan went in here daily to read, categorize and sort the books in whatever system they were currently using. Of course, sorting sounded a lot easier than it actually was, but that is a story for another time. He just hoped he wouldn't have to scour the more chaotic sections. He had better things to do with his time. Byakuya murmured a chant under his breath. The custom Kido sent ripples of Ryotsu through the library. At first, nothing happened. Then a few dozen books came flying through the air at a lazy pace. Good, his search had turned up something at least. Now all that was left was to see if it had turned up something relevant. There once was an old man with a staff. He walked the world and saw half. He gave away candy and pies. The last was easy with his purple eyes. He walked through the day. He walked through the night. The dark would not go without a fight. So the old man put a stone in the sky, calling it moon, and letting it fly. Now you can sleep, knowing the old man let you keep the light in the night. Byakuya closed the latest book he had been reading. That was the third book referencing the creation of the moon. It was hard finding any information about Uzumaki's power. There were a few references here and there, but nothing concrete. This book contained old children's rhymes from before the formation of the Seireitei, or any other central government in Soul Society for that matter. The book was even older than the Captain Commander. Something that had become almost a prerequisite in his search. The tome was almost falling apart as he read it, despite the preservation spell put on it. And that wasn't even mentioning the language barrier. As people talked a lot differently thousands of years ago. Soul Society was in a bit of a privileged position in this regard, as souls had extremely long lives, and so it was easier to preserve information across time. As the Kuchiki heir, he had been tutored in multiple extinct languages and linguistic styles, yet he still had to find an appropriate dictionary. And even this newest one seemed to be a few centuries off the mark. It was good enough for this one though. The rhymes didn't seem to hold much detail. The doors to the archives flew open as a distressed 6th Division officer burst in. He promptly sank to his knees as Byakuya raised his Ryotsu in agitation. You do not run in the archives, he said, voice calm and collected as always. He let up the pressure as the unfortunate Shinigami slowly straightened. I am sorry, sir, Captain. Byakuya felt the urge to rub his temple. Had everyone working under him become a bumbling fool? Yes? He asked, willing the unseated officer to give him the report. We found something, Taicho. About Uzumaki, I mean. The Kuchiki head raised an eyebrow. He hadn't hoped for much when he ordered his men to look through the central library. Almost everything there was open for anyone to read. If it was that easy to find, why didn't they already know it? What did you find? He asked. his calm tone of voice driving the conversation forward. To his surprise, his subordinate handed him a professional-looking file complete with official documentation and stamps. "Oh, right there. Yeah, that's perfect." Yoruichi purred as Naruto kneaded her shoulders. Ichigo was currently submerged in water. His face was redder than a tomato as he tried not to look at his two teachers. Naruto was sitting on the water, only covered by a towel draped across his nether regions. Somehow it didn't get soaked no matter how much water got on it. Yoruichi was, like Ichigo, submerged in water. She was leaning forward on the stone edge as Naruto sat behind her, giving her the long-awaited massage. If the orange-haired teenager had known the two of them would join him, he would never have gone into the bath in the first place. Screw healing properties. He liked his mind intact, thank you very much. Oh, Naruto. Yoruichi moaned as he hit a particularly tense spot. Ichigo went full submarine. What's that inscription on your stomach? It looks like Kido scripts, but they're unlike anything I've seen before. Yoruichi asked. The two warriors were sitting back to back, enjoying the warm water surrounding them. Ichigo had fled as soon as his wounds healed. He did not take well to Naruto's proposal of massaging him as well. They're seals, an ancient and complex form of chakra manipulation, or magic, as some would call it. Naruto answered, half dozing off. So they're like Kido scripts then? I wonder if there's any difference. She may not look it, but Yoruichi was an expert at Kido. She had to be, if she was to use Shunko in battle. She might not be as technically advanced as someone like Kazuki, but she definitely had the control for it. Kido inscriptions weren't really her forte. But she hadn't been a captain for nothing. And staying around Kazuki for so long made her pick up on a few things. They're probably the same. I have seen tons of variations of both how and why such sigils are used. But they're essentially the same all over the world. Advanced glyphs, runes, or other signs used to manipulate reality as they see fit. Naruto commented, sounding for all the world like this was a normal subject. The purple-haired beauty hummed. She wondered how much of the world Naruto had seen. The thought of everything else that might be out there, it excited her. Although it was slightly scary. Not that she would admit that to anyone for fear of death. She hadn't thought much about it before, but ever since meeting the blonde mercenary, she couldn't help but wonder. Kazuki had always been the more curious of the two, but even he had more than enough to work with in just 3 realms. He did dabble in a little exploring now and then, but it took time to find anything of interest if you weren't already part of it. What does it do? She drawled out. She was curious, and if he told her that was another mystery solved about her new friend. Standing up and grabbing his towel, Naruto turned around as he stood on the water's surface. Take a look, he said, a challenging tilt to his voice. Yoruichi smirked as she turned around. Challenging her, did he? She would make sure he regretted that. Naruto's body was mostly clean. Only one scar visible from the front. Surprising, considering his lifestyle. Then again, that one scar was huge. It started from the middle of his chest and split from there. It snaked its way in all directions, eventually enveloping his upper body. It looked as if a lightning bolt had hit him straight in the chest. Yoruichi wiggled a finger in a circle motion, the challenging glint from Naruto mirrored in her. Naruto complied without protest, slowly turning a full 180. The rest of his body was also spotless. It seemed like he only had one scar. Either he was incredibly lucky or wounds simply didn't leave marks on him. She wondered what the lightning scar was all about. Not bad, she said, smirking in satisfaction as Naruto sat down again. She studied the seal on his stomach. It had appeared the moment Naruto touched the water, indicating some sort of Ryotsu sensitivity. It was formed like a spiral with squiggles around the edges. The squiggles were clearly writing of some kind, but she had no idea what it meant. It looked broken. The lines didn't fit together properly. And the middle point, nicely marked by his navel, was completely free. No, maybe not broken. Rather, open? It's made to hold something. She felt embarrassed after saying it. She hadn't the slightest idea what any of it meant. All she had to go on was a vague gut feeling. Naruto beamed as he applauded energetically. Correct. Now what about this? Yoruichi's eyes widened as the blonde's entire body became covered in previously invisible writing. The seals ran in hypnotizing patterns across his torso, arms and legs. They seemed to disappear behind his back, only to return on the other side. It was all strangely symmetrical, making his body look like one of those tattoo junkies in the mortal world. Then they began to move. The markings swirled around the blonde, increasing and decreasing in speed as they followed a clearly predisposed path. New signs appeared and old patterns vanished, making everything look like some fancy animation on Kazuki's computer. The only thing that didn't move was the original spiral mark in the middle of his body. She began, not really sure how to answer the question. Naruto laughed. It was cheerful and easy laugh. It flowed like spring water. It jumped like wild animals. It made you want to laugh with it. Not because you didn't want to be left out, but because doing so might please the one making the sound. The goddess of Flash was transfixed. Just a couple of months ago, this complete stranger had been dragged into her life making sweeping gestures and cracking jokes. At first, she had been wary. He was an unknown, and all unknowns were to be treated as potential enemies. But it was impossible to treat Naruto as an enemy. Once you knew him, his happy and carefree personality simply wouldn't let you go. Ichigo was charismatic. He had the makings of a great leader. He inspired those around him. He was loyal to the core and gave everything he had. And he expected everyone else to do the same. And they did, just out of the simple desire not to let him down. He was a prince, born to be king. Naruto wasn't just charismatic though. Where Ichigo's aura ensnared you, Naruto's attracted everyone towards him like the planets does to moons. Like stars does to planets. It was as if he had his own gravitational field. Just by being near him, you were pulled farther and farther in, and once you got to a certain point, you could never go back. A black hole. Snapping back to the present, Yoruichi swallowed. For the first time in years, she felt self-conscious about the fact that she was naked. Not that he could see anything right now. It's okay, Yo-Yo-chan. I don't actually expect you to understand any of that. The first one was impressive enough as it is. The black markings disappeared as Naruto slipped underwater again. The first one is indeed meant to hold something. Something big. Like what? She prodded after a moment of quiet. The silence seemed to evolve after her question. It became pregnant with anticipation, as if the world around them awaited the answer. Naruto took a deep breath before steadying himself. There once were these people called Jinchuriki. There were 9 of them, each one holding part of something much greater. Naruto began, his voice and demeanor switching easily to storyteller mode. Jinchuriki, power of the human sacrifice? The former stealth force captain asked. Not a nice sounding name, in her opinion. Naruto nodded. Indeed, there was a god called the Shinju. A divine tree, worshipped by the surrounding population. Its influence stretched all across the elemental nations and all its neighboring landmasses. It even encroached upon parts of Japan. As he spoke, Naruto touched the surface of the water, making it ripple and display images of ages long past. Yoruichi had a clear view of a rather small continent, thousands of islands, and other lands connected to it. She did not recognize the continent. Then one day, the god was split into 9 different parts. Those became known as the Bijuu. The tailed beasts. They were terrifying creatures, capable of making tsunamis and destroy mountains with just a swing of their tails. In the water, she saw 9 different creatures, all resembling different animals. Some of them seemed to be crosses between multiple species, while others remained distinct. Wait, was that an octopus? The humans feared these beings, as everything they did to stop them showed itself ineffective. Eventually, they sealed them into people, either trying to keep them from doing more harm, or to use as weapons of war. People and faces appeared, all far too detailed and specific to be nothing more than concepts, or something representing an idea. Eventually, there was someone who wanted to combine the 9, making them whole again. Then he would use this new creature, the Jubi, to enslave the world. A picture of a dark-haired man with red eyes and a fearsome complexion appeared. We fought him. Now the blonde had given up all pretexts, showing her battle scenes, most of which a teenage version of Naruto was a part of. These are humans? Was the only thought the shapeshifter could form as she witnessed feats that even Shinigami would deem impossible. Or at least very difficult. We won, but it was not victory Yoruichi saw in the water. It was fire. Thousands upon thousands died, both civilian and shinobi alike. At last we were forced to flee as our home was destroyed. The picture of giant storms and waves impossibly large filled her vision as the forces of nature crushed forests and swallowed mountains. After the war, we became a nomadic people. We wandered the world for a while, taking missions from anyone willing to give them. It was a long time before we found a new home. Naruto finished, flicking his wrist and making the water quiet again. Yoruichi stared wide-eyed at her blonde companion. Then, that seal? Naruto smiled a melancholic smile as he looked down at his stomach. I was once a Jinchuriki, he said with a slight tilt to his lip. Ichigo leaned against a rock a few meters away, trying to process everything he had heard. Uryu Ishida, self-proclaimed last Quincy, staggered up a set of stairs as his power slowly left him. He cursed his own uselessness. Had he but aimed a little higher, he would have ended that monster. The face of the 12th Division's vice-captain thanking him for not doing exactly that haunted his mind, but he quickly shook the thought away. It didn't matter now. All that mattered was to continue as far as he could before the last remnants of his powers left him. Ishida clenched his hand. The memory of a bow so powerful even a captain's bankai paled in comparison, still burned in his mind. Mayuri might have been correct at that point though. Mortals simply weren't meant to wield such power. As he finally finished the last steps of this accursed staircase, he noticed a dark-skinned man with a visor over his eyes and a white captain's coat. Uryu froze. Another captain was far beyond anything he could manage at this point. He doubted he could even form a solid bow anymore. It pains me to do this, but you stand in the way of justice. Cry, Suzumushi. Uryu could barely make out an incredibly high-pitched sound before his brain overloaded and all he saw was black. Tusen Kanami sighed as he put away his sword. This one was but a child, ignorant and innocent of the horrors of the world. He would put him in the care of the 4th Division. No need for needless bloodshed. Now, that wasn't very nice. Why did you wait for him to go all the way up the stairs? Couldn't you have knocked him out at the bottom? The blind captain quickly looked towards the voice as the newcomer made himself known. Why didn't I notice him before? He could count on one hand the amount of people capable of hiding from his senses so completely. Naruto put a hand on Ishida's back, careful to keep watch of the 9th Division captain at all times. If you think I will simply let you walk away with him, you are gravely mistaken. Kanami said. Naruto grinned. He had been waiting for a chance like this. His little squabble with Byakuya may have been impressive, but it wasn't flashy enough, nor did he really win. He needed a way to show both Yoruichi and the Gotei 13 that he was a player in this game. And he had always been a bit of a show-off. Sure, let me just put my friend out of the way, Naruto said, hefting the unconscious teen over his shoulder. The 9th Division leader was silent as Naruto carried Ishida's limp body towards the nearest wall. A few hand signs later, dark ink circled their way around the young Quincy, forming an invisible barrier around him. The barrier should stop anything short of direct attacks, and Tusen didn't seem like the kind of person that would do something like that. The captain was the first to speak as Naruto found his place across the square. So you are another of the Ryoka that have been stampeding around Soul Society? The captain asked calmly, drawing his blade yet again. Naruto just smiled at the calm man. That would be me, although I'm slightly offended that you call my sneaking stampeding. The blind captain didn't respond. He just shifted his stance, calling out to his blade even before it was fully out of its sheath. Cry, Suzumushi. The command created a wave of ultrasonic sound that expanded from the captain's Zanpakuto. But even before the justice-obsessed captain had finished his command, Naruto had called upon his own powers. The blonde clapped his hands together, using a single word to bend nature to his will. Futon. As the wave of sound encroached upon its victim, it disappeared. Or at least that's what it seemed like. Tusen frowned at the unaffected Ryoka. No one had ever escaped the effects of Suzumushi that easily before. Naruto smiled cheerfully at his opponent, seemingly not caring one bit that they were entering a deadly battle. Sound waves. I saw your attack earlier. It's a fearsome weapon. Almost everyone would be instantly knocked out with no way of defending themselves. Tusen said nothing as he pulled out the entire length of his sword. How irritating. He might actually have to do something for this fight. The thing about sound is that it uses a medium to travel through. Most commonly, air. Here, the blonde's eyes glittered as if he was about to share a special joke. But what happens if you remove that air? Tucson tensed his body imperceptibly. You created a vacuum shield, he observed calmly. He had felt the blonde's energy shape itself into a sphere-like structure earlier. Coupled with what he had been told, it wasn't very hard to guess the rest. Naruto's smile never wavered. Correct. You're one of the smart ones, I take it. Instead of continuing what he considered useless babble, the blind captain burst forward. In a single burst of shunpo, he disappeared. Suzumushi's stab through the space Naruto had been less than a second ago. Don't underestimate the abilities of the Gote 13. Tucson said just as he blocked a kick from the blonde. He felt his arm rattle, but studiously ignored it. Naruto jumped off the captain's arm and twisted as deadly steel passed beneath him. Or is that steel? What is a Zanpakuto made of anyway? Such thoughts were for another time. Urahara could probably answer any questions he had after they returned from the mission. Naruto swerved and dodged as several Kido spells flew at him in rapid succession, breaking up the ground and buildings behind the blonde shinobi. In retaliation, Naruto peppered his opponent with a hail of kunai and shuriken, littering the battlefield in a rain of deadly steel. Konami didn't even deign to dodge, instead using precise swipes of his sword to bat the throwing weapons away as he continued chanting under his breath. Just as Naruto stopped his meaningless attack, Tucson appeared before him, blade swinging in a deadly arc. Naruto bent double, the weapon passing a few inches above his face. Strands of golden hair flitted to the ground as the legendary shinobi continued his retreat. The captain of Squad 9 didn't let up though. He pursued Naruto like a man possessed, forcing the blonde on the defensive. Swipe after swipe after swipe. Naruto danced around the attacks, never being given an opening for retaliation. This guy was good. Naruto grinned. He hadn't gotten close to his opponent during his short scuffle with Byakuya, so it had been a long time since he fought a swordsman like this. Finally getting a moment's reprieve, Naruto jumped back. He put a single hand to his mouth and manipulated his chakra. Then he breathed fire. A giant ball of flame and energy descended on the Shinigami captain, melting everything it came in contact with. The blind warrior didn't even bat an eyelash. Quickly gathering a huge amount spiritual energy into his sword, the Soul Reaper swung upwards, splitting the fireball in two as the heat crashed around him. Before the captain got a chance to counterattack, several bolts of electricity descended on him. 1, 2, then 3 bolts of lightning found their mark before the dark-skinned man swung his blade overhead. Ripples of sound crashed against their surroundings, disturbing whatever was emitting the yellow energy, making the continuous attack cease. Naruto grinned foxily as he leant against a wall. The two was silent for a moment, both re-evaluating their opponent. Konami was the first to speak. I admit you're very skilled. I have never seen attacks such as yours before. However, this has gone on long enough. If you continue to persist, I will put you down like the dog you are. People like you should put their power towards preserving peace, not play around like fools. Tucson's voice was still as calm and empty as before. The only sign that he had taken any damage was a slight twitch in his left hand. Naruto's grin disappeared, replaced by a frown. Play? Peace? Do you think I do this only out of entertainment? We came here to rescue a friend of ours, not because we thought it would be fun. The fact that I enjoy a good fight does not stop me from helping others. The blind captain shook his head. Fighting is only something we are forced to do. To enjoy violence is nothing but barbaric. Different cultures, different views. Naruto's smile returned as he crouched down to his favored stance. But before he could do anything more, a large sword heavily infused with Ryotsu tore through the air towards him. The ground broke apart as the sword struck it, summoning a huge cloud of dust. Visibility returned slowly, revealing Naruto standing on the wall of a half-broken building high above street level. The blonde touched his bloodied cheek as he frowned down at his new opponent. That had been unexpected. The place he had been standing on was nothing but rubble, but among the broken stone tiles were some blackened ones. In the instant before the sword hit, he had been forced to move faster than he could safely handle. Swift release was meant to remove friction to allow for faster movement, but he could feel the burn marks on his legs heal up as he stood there. His sandals were nothing but charred remains mixed with the rubble. Damn it, he didn't have enough chakra control for this. Fighting at such a high level required more than just pure power. This had become quite troublesome. The Shinigami were strong, too strong. He should have prepared himself better before going here. His two opponents looked at each other, making Naruto's attention snap back to the fight. The newcomer was unnaturally large, with a huge sword and a helmet hiding his face. A few drops of blood fell from his Zanpakuto. Naruto grinned. Even if the safety margins of this fight was significantly lower than he would have preferred, he couldn't deny that this made him even more excited. Naruto's grin grew slightly manic as his wounds finished healing. 2 against 1? He could dig those odds. And who might you be? The blonde asked, calming his battle lust somewhat. The second captain had a powerful aura around him. Not the normal "oh my god I'm going to die" presence, but a more grounded force, more suited for standing against any adversary than intimidating his opponent. Komamura Sajin, captain of Squad 7 of the Gotei 13. The large man said with a fittingly deep voice. You are Uzumaki Naruto. Yamamoto Sutaicho warned us about you. Naruto bowed, something that was a little awkward as he was standing 90 degrees on a wall. That would be me. Komamura, I can handle this by myself. He is nothing but a measly Ryoka. Tucson insisted, a note of pride and defiance entering his body language. The new arrival shook his head, clearly insistent upon staying. This one is different than the others. He might even have been the one to kill Aizen Taicho. His powers are described in some of our oldest legends. The captain commander demanded utmost caution when dealing with him. The blind man was silent for a moment, clearly digesting the new information. Very well, we will defeat with him together then. Naruto cocked his head to the side. He didn't know what he'd been expecting when he revealed his eyes, but at least they took him seriously now. He wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not. Naruto's eyes flashed red as his bloodlust flared up again. This would be his first real fight in decades. So you want to dance, gentlemen? He practically purred, his chakra coiling inside him with anticipation. Uzumaki Naruto, the 347th registered immortal. Medium threat. Affiliation. Elementals, supernatural mercenary group. Confirmed powers. Control over elements. Do not engage. Komamura's deep voice carried easily over to the excited ninja, stopping him before he even started his first technique. Wait, what? Was Naruto's response, his brain stuttering like a jammed gear transmission. That was about the extent of information we had on you before this. I guess we will have to update that file. The larger Shinigami explained. Tucson was also surprised by this admission. It seemed this was news to him as well. 347th? Who are the others? Naruto asked. His curiosity showed plain on his face. Komamura didn't answer him, either because he didn't want to, or he didn't know. Laughter met the two Soul Reapers as Naruto bent upwards, looking at the blue sky high above them. Well, at least you're not completely clueless. I would hate to be the first to burst your bubble. The large 7th Division commander didn't react to Naruto's comment. Instead, he asked his own question. What is someone like you doing here? There should be no reason for you to invade Soul Society, never mind the Seirei itself. Naruto shook his head, the signs of humor still glinting in his eyes. I already told you, I'm here to rescue Kuchiki Rukia. Do I need any other reason? The wolfman narrowed his eyes underneath the helmet. Fine, if you do not wish to tell me, we will just have to drag it out of you during interrogation. Chakra and Ryotsu surged as wills fought for dominance. Roar, Todoroki! Naruto twisted in the air as he dodged a stab from the phantom sword that had appeared from nowhere. The wall he had been standing on wasn't as lucky. It crumbled to nothing as the force of the blow utterly crushed the already ruined building. As Naruto fell through the air, he saw Tucson already standing several feet above him, moving his sword in a hypnotizing fashion. Suzamushi Nishiki, Benihiko. Tucson's sword began to vibrate, quickly followed by hundreds of deadly blades forcing themselves into reality. All of them were pointing down at the slightly troubled shinobi. As the blind captain swung his sword down, Naruto pulled out two weapons of his own. A moment later, two Hiraishin kunai flew in opposite directions. How naive, the armored captain commented as he sent two phantom arms to catch the thrown kunai. Just as the hail of steel descended on Naruto's position, his two escape routes multiplied by 1,000. Cage Shuriken no Jutsu. Naruto finished with a smirk. The rain of weapons from both techniques hit the ground simultaneously as repeated clangs of metal filled the battlefield. A small pause allowed the two captains to look upon the ruined street. It was littered with Naruto's special kunai. What are those? Tosin asked. He could feel each knife as if it was its own living being. They emitted a small but noticeable energy signal, similar in power to mice and other small animals. As far I understand, they're markers. He uses them for his teleportation technique. Be careful, he can appear at any one of them at a moment's notice. The werewolf answered. With this many knives, Naruto had essentially gained complete control over the battlefield. The only logical conclusion was removing the kunai. With a sweeping swing of his sword, Komamura's Shikai mimicked his movement, cutting up a part of the street and tossing it away, taking the knives stuck there with it. As they went flying, the Hiraishin kunai popped out of existence as if they were never there to begin with. Can't have you doing that, can I? Naruto smiled cheerfully as an enormous wave of water rose up from nowhere. In response, Tosin began to chant an attack Naruto had heard before. Ye Lord, mask of flesh and bone, flutter of wings, ye who bears the name of man. Truth and temperance, upon this sinless wall of dreams unleash but slightly the wrath of your claws. Hado number 33, Sokatsui. Tosin spoke quickly and confidently, and the results were spectacular. Compared to when Rukia had used the spell, it wasn't even a contest. From the 9th Division captain burst forth a giant ball of blue flames. It dwarfed anything Naruto had seen from that technique before. The water steamed as the Hado approached it. The entire field was flooded with vapor as the blue ball of spiritual energy completely annihilated the blonde's attack. Komamura jumped beside Tosin as he stretched his own spiritual awareness to the limit. The 7th Division captain had always been good at both suppressing his own energy and sensing others, although he could never compare to his friend on the sensing part. He was still better than most. Doden, Maw of the underworld. A shake went through the world as a giant fissure appeared beneath the two captains. The ground fractured and split, sending the surprised pair tumbling underground. Walls rose and collapsed towards them, denying any method of escape as the two were swallowed by the earth. Naruto stood silently with his hands clasped together. A massive dome of stone and earth loomed before him. It was about as large as an average football stadium and took up a considerable part of the skyline, even from Naruto's position dozens of meters away. Naruto felt a tingling sensation in his stomach as the dome broke apart. A giant armored creature emerged from the structure, looming over the battlefield as the blonde felt the second captain's energy skyrocket. Bankai, Kokuho Tengen Myoo. Naruto's eyes widened. That was the first time he had seen a captain's final release. Or any Bankai really. It was an impressive sight. Bankai already? You flatter me, Naruto said as the two gods of death emerged from the newly formed crater. The giant followed Komamura's footsteps as the pair walked towards him. We should take to the air. He has too many options on the ground, Tosin commented. His partner nodded as the two shot into the sky. This time, the giant stayed where it was. Not that they ever went any higher than its torso. Naruto followed, using his own wind technique to follow them. I have too many options on the ground, you say? I don't think you quite know who you're dealing with, Naruto commented as a small lull in the battle allowed him the opportunity. He wasn't the type to rub his superiority in other people's faces, but he did like to brag from time to time. Let's call it a bad habit he had picked up over the years. Those who know us, think of the elementals as a group of people with the ability to manipulate the elements. Naruto started, standing a good distance away from the two supernatural warriors. We're not born with that ability though. We learn it. People have affinities for different things. Water, fire, lightning. Take your pick. You can still learn all the other elements, but if you're smart, your affinity will always stay your strongest. Naruto explained, his blue eyes burning with energy. His enormous chakra reserves was building up inside him, layering and folding upon itself. The air warped as his blue chakra entered the visible spectrum, and Naruto's insides curled in anticipation as his right hand formed a half-ram sign. My element is wind. The atmosphere moved as the wind answered its master's call. The sky darkened and clouds began to flow in a spiral formation. Tornadoes built up around them and the gales tore away stone with little difficulty. Naruto's golden locks danced widely around his head as the elemental surrounded himself in a ball of gas and chakra. With a shout, the living legend sprang forward, the sphere of air warping to his every whim. In response, the giant form of Komamura's Bankai moved as well. blade moving to cut down everything in its path. The ground quaked as a palm made of nothing but chakra and atmospheric pressure stopped the attack. Naruto laughed a slightly maniacal laugh as he stood inside a wind avatar of his own creation. His golden eyes signifying the use of Sage Mode. He had never managed this technique without the use of Senjutsu. That had been a huge downside when he first made it. Now, not so much. Both the captain's eyes widened as Naruto blocked one of the most powerful attacks in the Godate 13's arsenal. The two broke apart and clashed again. The earth shook as Naruto's Storm Giant and Komamura's Tengen Myoo traded blows. Shockwaves of power flew through the city. Buildings cracked and windows shattered as every level-headed Shinigami ran for their lives. What is that? Tusen asked in disbelief. He got his answer as Naruto's technique finished forming. The winds refused to die down though, reflecting the will of the one that had summoned them. The elemental storm giant was covered by white flowing armor that looked more like liquid than gas. It wore a gray helmet with two shining lights resembling eyes. Somewhere inside it, sustaining the technique, was Naruto. It stood in stark contrast to its relatively dark and solid counterpart. Naruto's voice carried through the stormy atmosphere as if he had been standing right next to them, the words as easily distinguishable as dark oil in clear water. My worst enemy had a technique much like this. Once I lost my first answer to it, I needed another. This was the result. The last statement finished as one of the storm giant's hits was blocked by the captain's Bankai. A giant backlash of energy flew in every direction. I thank you, Komamura Sajin. It has been a long time since I have been able to fight like this. It feels good to stretch your muscles a bit. Don't you agree, Taicho of the 13 court guard squads? The blonde shinobi shouted the question. His countenance not that different from a certain spiky-haired captain. The werewolf only grunted as his giant avatar received a rather nasty blow to the chest. The problem, he had found, was that he couldn't hurt Naruto. The blonde's wind titan was incredibly powerful, but the anthropomorphic Shinigami could tell already from the first blow that his own Bankai was the superior of the two. Naruto's technique may have been wind manipulation on a nearly transcendent level, but Komamura's avatar was a reflection of his soul. His Bankai, it was the ultimate release of the death gods of Soul Society. But even if his was stronger, the werewolf couldn't damage the blonde elemental. Even if he hit the storm giant directly, his sword just passed straight through it. Once the giant katana was out again, the winds simply reformed themselves. He had even tried decapitating the blonde's creation. Its head didn't even move. It was as if it didn't need a neck. And why should it? It was just different gases compiled together. In comparison, Tengen Myoo was directly connected to his body. Every hit it took, he felt directly. Thankfully, Naruto's creation wasn't quite strong enough to pierce the giant. Nevertheless, Komamura knew he would wake up with a ton of bruises for the next week, even if he won this. The excitement of the battle had almost overwhelmed Naruto at this point. It was so exceedingly rare he could allow himself to go this far. Sometimes he felt like he was living in a world made of cardboard, always being careful not to break something. To break someone. His chakra was bubbling with excitement as its untold depths awakened after centuries of slumber. Then everything went black. Naruto blinked, trying to make sense of what the hell was happening. He wasn't unconscious, he knew that much. He could still think, and even if he had been dreaming, his dreams were never this devoid of, well, anything. He could see nothing, smell nothing, and hear nothing. All he felt was the sensation of skin meeting skin as he clenched his fists. He tried to wiggle his toes. Good, he could feel those as well. His chakra was still there. It buzzed with the same confusion his mind was currently experiencing. Then he felt the familiar sensation of steel entering his body. It lasted less than a millisecond, but in that minuscule amount of time, he could suddenly experience the world again. He doubted he would have noticed if he hadn't been in Sage Mode, but the natural chakra enhanced everything from endurance to perception. A normal human would probably be trying to keep his organs from falling out by now. Then again, the spiritual pressure from this fight would have crushed a normal human in an instant. Naruto was anything but normal though. As soon as his abdomen was cut, chakra flooded the wound. His distinct energy stitching the wound together and hypercharging every cell in the area. It was an ability Naruto had had as long as he could remember. During his teen years, it had grown and evolved to the point where he regenerated from pretty much every wound almost instantaneously. A mix between Yoki and his own extremely potent life force simply wouldn't let him die. It had been a long time since he had been in danger of dying, and that had been at a point where most other people would have been long since dead and buried. He didn't even know what he could survive or not, although he had a suspicion that nothing short of decapitation would be able to finish the job. Naruto felt another strike slice through his body. His control of the winds around him slipped as the pain disturbed his chakra network. He couldn't see what happened next, but he knew from experience that his technique would implode and then expand in an extreme burst of force and air. He was momentarily concerned about Ishida. The barrier he set up around him may not be enough to stop the explosion of energy. Still, it would have to hold. Naruto had no way of getting to him now. When he lost control of the storm giant, he also lost control of the jutsu, allowing him to stand on air. He could feel himself falling. At least that was something. In preparation for other attacks and the upcoming explosion, Naruto curled himself into a ball and surrounded himself with a thick shell of natural energy in the process. He hit the ground just a second before his Susanoo imitation exploded in a burst of violent power. He didn't hear the explosion. He didn't see the explosion. But he did feel it. The layer of natural energy surrounding him dampened most of the impact, but he still felt the pressure hit his body and continue into the ground beneath him. He lay there for a few more seconds. Nothing happened. Well, that was dramatic. He commented dryly. His voice sounded so weird, as if the sound only traveled through his own body before being picked up by his ears. That was probably what was happening as well. Whatever technique was being used, it stopped him from sensing anything outside. He could still feel the ground beneath his feet as he slowly stood up. It was a little hard without looking, but he could still feel gravity, and his sense of balance was still there. Although slightly skewed. What an extremely powerful technique. Almost complete sensory deprivation. He couldn't even feel any energies with Sage Mode. Wait, there was something. Before he could examine the phenomenon any further, another bite of steel tore into him. It tried to take off his arm, but the moment Naruto felt the cold touch of metal, he disappeared through the use of his second favorite technique. He appeared at one of the two kunai he had thrown earlier. All the shadow copies had long since been destroyed. The Flying Thunder God technique may have been one of, if not the best jutsu he knew, but he had never fully mastered it. Not to the point his father had at any rate. It didn't seem to matter how much time he had to practice. He should probably just teleport back to the sanctuary, thus escaping with little to no injuries. However, that would leave Ishida behind. He really didn't want to do that after everything he had gone through to get him. He also couldn't feel the Hiraishin seal he had stuck on the teen, or any others outside the technique's influence, now that he thought about it. How any technique could interfere with chakra resonance, Naruto wasn't sure. Such a power was bordering on direct reality manipulation. Using the Hiraishin to flee was also nothing short of forfeiting the match, making the entire point of showing up useless. And the entire thing was moot anyway, as he couldn't feel his seals. The sage examined his chakra, trying to ignore how genuinely worried he was getting. He started by looking for any foreign influences. He was normally immune to any sort of genjutsu, as his Preta path would automatically absorb any foreign energy entering his body, active dojutsu or not. But one could never be too careful. As he examined his own inner energy, he found nothing out of the ordinary. He was quite pleased that even after all that fighting, his energy levels had barely gone down any noticeable degree. It was nice having reserves comparable to a Bijuu. No genjutsu. That meant the technique affected the world itself. Again, Naruto was struck by how incredible that was. A part of his mind began analyzing everything he knew so far, trying to come up with a way he would have created something similar. First, he would have set up a sphere of influence that absorbed light. Not too complicated, a few seals and complex chakra molding could probably do it. That would have been very useful back when he was a kid, with all those dojutsu cheating bastard running around all over the place. He may or may not be a complete hypocrite. Second, he would use wind manipulation to remove the pressure waves traveling through the medium, thus removing any hope of sound getting through. If he wanted to be extra thorough, he would have to remove the vibrations in the earth as well. Smell would be the most difficult, especially without removing all forms of gas, thus suffocating everyone within the area. If that was what he wished to do, there were far better and easier ways to do it. Of course, this thing was probably conceptual in nature, but now he had a general idea of how he would have done it at least. The technique obviously couldn't be infinite, so it might be possible to just run in one direction and hope he got out. On the other hand, the technique might be mobile, in which case he could be running for an eternity without achieving anything. As one part of his mind went through that, another approached the issue from a different angle. The little blip he had felt from his connection to nature was still there. Or rather, two blips. Naruto absently realized it was the three-pronged kunai he had thrown earlier. He had just instinctively utilized the technique when he wanted to escape. Even now, he could tell that his normal connection to the space-time anchors were deceptively weak. He suspected it was only thanks to Sage Mode that he could feel them at all. Still, he had never met someone or something that could cut him off from the natural life all around him. He would choose to believe this couldn't either. At least until the opposite was proven. Naruto's focus sharpened down to a single point. Nothing existed except energy. Everything was energy. He was energy, as was the world. He controlled energy. He controlled the world. The blip expanded. It was like swimming through tar. The connection was hazy and slow, but still there. He was a sage, damn it. No one was going to deny him the right to be one with nature. Okay, that might have been a little too much flower power for one day. As the connection sharpened and built, Naruto felt the world around him clear. He still couldn't see, hear, or smell, but now he could feel. He felt the energy of the annoying technique itself, and the sharp buzzing insect-like signature of its user. He could feel the natural energy in the air, although it was muffled and moving slowly through the dark carpet encompassing the nearby space. He could feel Ishida, still unconscious. Good, the barrier held. He could even feel outside the dark bubble Tucson had created, although it was like looking through the surface of a lake while he was under it. The most obvious thing was the giant form of Komamura's Bankai. It was still there, including its monstrous Ryotsu. Both the master and blade was idle, waiting for his friend to finish the fight. Naruto relaxed as he felt the numerous Hiraishin seals outside the technique bloom to life. He hadn't truly realized how much their absence bothered him. He could also feel the source of his current predicament approaching him with the speed of a well-executed shunpo. Just as the sword swung for his neck, the number one most unpredictable ninja ducked. This time, he clearly felt the surprised energy of his opponent. Well, surprised wasn't really the word. Shocked was more like it. So, what to do? He could just blow everything up. Now that he could feel Ishida again, he could just teleport him out of here before his technique began. The two captains were undoubtedly strong enough to survive any sort of area of effect attack as long as he didn't begin summoning meteors. Still, that was even less subtle than the giant kaiju battle that had just taken place. The property damage alone would most likely make the Gotei 13 very angry. Which was kind of the antithesis of what he wanted to achieve to begin with. Sighing internally, Naruto admitted to himself that he should probably end the fight. He had gotten to play long enough anyway. It had been fun as long as it lasted. Just one more experiment and he would end it. If this dragged on, things might actually become dangerous. When Naruto opened his eyes again, the purple glint of the Rinnegan shone for the only person able to see it. Even with the Rinnegan, Naruto couldn't see anything. The eyes of Samsara did not have the same powers as the Byakugan. But even with the all-seeing eyes of the Hyuga, Naruto doubted it would have been possible to break through this technique. Seeing wasn't his objective though. Previously, he had absorbed Byakuya's lightning bolt and a few minor techniques when he and Kazuki had been training Ichigo. This was on a completely different level though. Chakra required balance between physical and spiritual energy. If he was absorbing just the spiritual side of things, his body had to compensate. He literally had to produce the equal amount of yang chakra that he absorbed as yin chakra. In other words, to absorb this enormous structure of spiritual energy that Naruto was almost sure was Tusen's Bankai. To say it would be exhausting would be one of the largest understatements he had ever made. Despite that, he was excited to see if he could. A senjutsu-enhanced kick sent the blind captain flying, somewhere. Naruto landed, holding his arms into the sky. The Rinnegan burned in their sockets and the world began to shift around him. A vortex in 3 dimensions appeared as he consumed the entire black sphere of Suzumushi's Bankai. Pain. Every cell in his body protested. Pain was everywhere. Searing hot, freezing cold, stabbed, pierced, sliced. The moment stretched out to infinity as an unearthly scream tore its way out of Naruto's throat. Then it ended. Tears of blood began running down his face as the Rinnegan faded. Naruto fell flat on his face, his body having lost its ability to stay upright. Blood began oozing between the fibers of his skin as the blonde felt his organs shut down. Cracks ran up and down his body and yellow hair turned white. That was a stupid idea, he thought. It worked, a more optimistic side of him suggested. Thankfully, his enormous chakra reserves did not sit idle. Red and blue chakra burned all over his body as his 2 distinct energies began to mend wounds like there was no tomorrow, and in this instance, there might not be. His visage had aged several decades in just a few seconds as the majority of his cells simply killed themselves out of exhaustion. The inner energies of life, spirit, and will flew through his body, giving new life to dead cells, restoring what was broken and healing the damage. No enemy had ever wounded him like this. Exhausting? Who had he been trying to fool? That was a little too close for comfort. Even for him. Naruto slowly got to his feet as white skin flaked off. New red skin matured and took its place. Hair grew back and his skeleton repaired itself. The dead matter was burned away by the corrosive power of his yoki, and the cells still alive divided themselves at a pace that would make a biologist rub their eyes and go back to whatever drugs they were using. Naruto cracked his neck as he looked over at his 2 stunned opponents. "Ma, that was stupid. I'm not doing that again." His voice was still a little raspy, but it worked fine. Welp, he had a battle to finish. Preferably before the enemy got any more reinforcements. He didn't even know if he could win if the pink-robed guy or the white-haired dude showed up. Those 2 were monsters. A few other individuals could possibly pose even bigger trouble. Tusen was breathing heavily and looking at him as if he was the devil incarnate. Komamura was simply staring wide-eyed at the blonde immortal. Naruto didn't know what they were thinking, but he was grateful for the respite. "I'll just end this here, okay? I think I might need some help actually." The blonde conceded. A slight smile and friendly blue eyes shone on his newly remade face. It was very different from the almost crazed expression he had worn during the fighting. With that, he casually swiped his hand down to the pool of blood beneath him, smearing his fingers with the red liquid. Lazily running through a practiced set of hand seals, Naruto slammed his palm on the ground. Kachiyose, Kurama. Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni opened his eyes fully for the first time in ages. He had been closely following the battle between 2 of his captains against the Ryoka Uzumaki Naruto. What he had felt so far was definitely a cause for worry, but he thought his captains had it under control. What he felt now, however. The ancient man tightened his hold on Rujin Jaka as he stood up. Red Ryotsu saturated the air with a legendary presence. The Sutaicho of the Gote 13 readied himself for battle. A giant plume of chakra smoke rose up, hiding everything from view. The first thing they felt was the presence. The all-encompassing presence of a demon that measured its life in millennia. The killing intent burned the air as the chakra ate away at the rubble lying at the warrior's feet. As the smoke cleared, all that could be seen was a red swirling mass of energy. It collected and dispersed. Collected and dispersed. Finally it seemed to find some foothold. Orange bubbles began appearing along the ground and blowing in the wind. It gathered and eventually formed something that resembled a fox's head. Who dare? The deep and rumbling voice fit the demonic visage of the talker. Kurama? The shinobi asked hesitantly. The collection of energy and malice turned towards its summoner. Naruto? What did you do? If having the entire focus of the monster scared him, Naruto didn't show it. I summoned you here? Why the hell are you made of bubbles? A half-formed appendage, possibly an arm, swiped at the blonde, knocking him through the nearest wall. Fool, whatever this place is, it's not meant for mortals. You destroyed my body simply by summoning me here. Hadn't it been for the peculiar composition of this place, it would have taken decades for me to even form a cognizant thought. The half-formed demon sneered at his one-time host. Currently, the fox only had 4 limbs, all about 3/4 finished. 2 arms and 2 feet. The demonic energy littering the air felt dry and irritating on the skin. In high enough doses, it formed corrosive bubbles that flew to join their brethren. The killing intent had abated somewhat from the intense burning it was just a few seconds ago, but the presence of the Bijuu could be felt within kilometers of the battlefield. Komamura stepped forward, his giant bankai following closely behind him. "Tell me, newcomer, who are you?" Kurama turned his blood-red eyes towards whomever was stupid enough to ask. He may not be willing to kill Naruto, even for something like this. But he was in a really bad mood, and some unfortunate soul asking irritating questions might find themselves on the top of his extinction list. The ancient demon righted himself to his current full size as his body continued to rebuild itself. It felt a little weird, different from what he was used to. His instincts told him it had something to do with this world's composition. And as long as he didn't have to spend decades in this painful in-between state, that was enough for him. "I am Kurama, the nine-tailed demon fox of legend. The Kyuubi, mightiest of the Bijuu and caretaker of this idiot," he declared as he used one of his still-forming tails to point at the blonde that had just climbed out of the rubble he created. "Oi, you're not my caretaker, we're partners," Naruto insisted with his usual cheerful attitude. "You just killed me, you can't die." "Enough," Komamura shouted, his spiritual power rising to even further heights. Todoroki's bankai was standing behind him, lending credence to his demand. "Are you friend or foe? Answer now, demon, or I will cut you down." His voice rang with power and authority as he stood up to the two imposing entities. Kurama smirked as he studied the giant and its master. "This was the guy you summoned me to fight? Are you sure you're not getting rusty?" Naruto frowned as he walked to stand side by side his friend. "There are two of them. I'll give you the story later." The Kyuubi snorted. "At least they're not weak. This might be fun." Naruto looked away with a slightly nervous chuckle. "So, you forgive me then, partner?" "Oh no, you're not getting away that easily. Still, I'll help you with this. If nothing else, then for old time's sake." The 7th squad captain was tired of being ignored. Based on their conversation, it was clear this creature was somehow Uzumaki's ally, even if they were on bad terms. He swung his hand up, Tengen Myo easily following his movement. Before he could attack, however, the demon fox sprang at his summoner, maw open. The monster seemed to swallow the blonde whole. But before Komamura could say anything for certain, the energy that had been collecting into the monster's fresh form collapsed in on itself, disappearing as it touched the center of a newly formed vortex. Red chakra began to flicker on and off. Blue flames of mostly human energy emerged all around them, as if to answer the other chakra's call. A golden glow signified the first time the two energies combined. Several others quickly followed it. The demon's presence didn't as much disappear as it changed its nature. The last had been a truly demonic feeling, uncomfortable and corrosive, filled with hate and power beyond mortal ken. This one was still just as powerful, if not more so. The energy seemed to shine like the sun, non-discriminatory in its comfortable warmth. It flooded the Seireitei with energy unlike anything the Shinigami had felt before. It was as if a star had been brought down to earth. The radiation of power touched everything, announcing its presence for everyone to know. Komamura had to shield his eyes as the demonic energies completely disappeared. Before him stood a lone figure. He knew it was the Ryoka he and Tusen had been fighting, but at the same time, he couldn't seem reconcile the then with the now. A golden glow had encompassed the shinobi's entire being. Dark markings spiraled around his body, forming 6 magatama around a high collar. Behind him flowed a shining gold haori, not so unlike what the captains wore. To top it off, Naruto's eyes had changed again. This time they were slitted, but instead of the red that normally accompanied this change, they were golden. In short, he looked like a god. Naruto was silent for a second, simply enjoying the moment. "Ah, it's been ages since I've been in this form. I'd forgotten how good it feels." Naruto sighed as he slowly cracked his neck. His golden hair seemed to float with the movement as if it was underwater. Pure power rolled of him in waves. Energy as bright as the sun, as intense as a bonfire. It was physically uncomfortable standing so close. Generally, his aura was bright and warm, inviting for anyone and anything wanting to get closer. Now it was too bright, too warm, as if getting too close might burn you. It was similar, yet completely different than the burning sensation from the Captain Commander's Ryotsu. Komamura took 3 deep breaths as he prepared himself to fight this being. At least he could hold out until help arrived. Naruto cocked his head to the side, as if listening for something. A second later, he said something that would come to haunt the werewolf for days. "I'm sorry, Taicho-san. I'm going to have to cut this short." All the captain saw was a flash of golden light before everything went dark. Naruto sighed as he dropped the still unconscious Quincy onto a nearby sofa. That had been close. Awfully close. He did not want to fight someone with that kind of aura. Not yet. Not in his current state. It had been ages since he had felt anything like it. The golden glow of Kurama's chakra mode faded as Naruto looked around the room. A red carpet with European architecture and a brick fireplace gave the place a safe and familiar feel to the blonde immortal. The cozy surroundings belied its lonely existence. There hadn't been anyone here for decades. The nearest door slammed open as the inhabitants reacted to his unintentional energy leakage. Well, not until a few days ago anyways. "Uzumaki-kun? Ishida-kun?" Inoue Orihime exclaimed. Behind her was the calm silhouette of Sado Yasutora. Naruto smiled at the pair. "Hi Haim-chan. Chad, how are you holding up?" Chad grunted. Naruto hoped that was a positive response. Orihime beamed. "After you came and knocked out that rude Shinigami, I've been just fine. I healed Chad's wounds. It wasn't that bad, but at least it was something I could do." Naruto frowned at the negative connotation at the end. She didn't think she'd been able to do anything? She wasn't actually supposed to do anything either, but she didn't know that. So far, no one had truly needed her extensive healing abilities. Fortunately, or unfortunately, that had just changed. "You could heal Ishida. He is in pretty bad shape," he said almost absent-mindedly. The bubbly girl immediately focused on her classmate. She was already calling up her powers as she ran to his side. "Ayame, Shuno, Soden Kishun, I reject." The 2 fairies immediately flew towards the wounded Quincy, beginning to heal his broken and mistreated body. Naruto studied the phenomenon for a moment before turning to the second person that entered the room. "So, you're fully recovered now?" the blonde asked curiously. The half-Mexican nodded. "Orihime is very good at healing." Naruto grinned as he looked back at the girl and her patient. "I can take you to Ichigo if you want. He's training right now, but I bet seeing you will lighten some of the weight hanging over him," Naruto suggested. Chad was silent for a moment, seemingly turning the proposition over in his head. "If my presence can help him, then yes. Please take me to him." Naruto nodded, not having expected anything else. The shinobi molded his chakra. Tapping into nature's energy, his senses reached through the world, towards the beacon burning in a dimension not so distant from this one. He grabbed the tall teen's arm just as he found it. In less time than it took light to move a plank length, they were standing on a boulder overlooking Kazuki and Yoruichi's training ground. Naruto started. Something wasn't right here. Thanks to Kurama, his basic sensing abilities had unintentionally gone up a few notches. And they were telling him there was someone else here. Someone that hadn't been here when he left. The stranger didn't exactly try to hide his presence though, so Yoruichi must have known. Naruto kept that in mind as he escorted the large high school student over to Ichigo's training place. As they walked, Naruto looked for Yoruichi. She was surprisingly difficult to sense, even if she didn't try to hide. Stealth must have become a habit by now. The purple-haired beauty looked up as they came within a few feet. She didn't seem surprised. The blonde shinobi was sure she had sensed them the moment they materialized on the plateau. She looked over at them, but said nothing as she let them pass. "Oi, Wonder Boy. Break time. There's someone you probably want to meet," Naruto shouted as the materialized form of Zangetsu slammed its wielder through a series of rocks. Ichigo staggered to his feet as blood ran down his face and body. He looked almost dead on his feet. Even so, his complexion lit up when he saw who Naruto was talking about. Zangetsu stopped his attack, tilting his head back in what seemed like bliss. "Chad," Ichigo shouted as he flash-stepped towards them. Naruto left the 2 friends alone and made his way over to the woman that was technically his employer. "So, what did I miss?" he asked. Yoruichi was silent for a moment, studying him with a degree of intensity he hadn't seen from her yet. He pretended not to notice, deciding to wait patiently for an answer. "Oh, nothing much," she said after a while. "Renji showed up a little while ago. He's training for Bankai over there." Apparently he wants to rescue Rukia as well. Renji? Naruto muttered as he scrunched his face together. He normally had a very good memory, but things he didn't deem worthy to remember took a little while to dig up. Eventually, the face of a red-haired Shinigami lieutenant entered his mind. That was the guy Ichigo had defeated before he fought Kenpachi. Oh, him, Naruto exclaimed. The rest of the fight came to him a second later, among everything else he knew about the Shinigami officer. He had been one of the two to capture Rukia in the first place, and now he wanted to rescue her? Naruto smiled. The world was complicated. A change of heart was more than welcome. How did he find us? He asked, honestly perplexed. He hadn't felt anything from this place while he was in sage mode, not that he had tried very hard, mind you. I don't know. He said he knew that Ichigo would be here. Yoruichi shrugged. The blonde could hear the frustration in her voice. She had been counting on this place being safe. Someone finding it, even if it had been an ally, had to be both embarrassing and worrying. Inoue and Ishida are safe. I should probably head back to them soon. If you need me, just throw the knife, he said, giving the woman one of his Hiraishin kunai. Someone might have inquired about the decision to give a purple-haired cat lady a tool for instantly summoning him anywhere. Not Naruto though. The ex-captain studied the object for a moment, taking note of the intricate seal formula etched onto its handle. She was silent for a moment, contemplating her next words. What was that, Naruto? She eventually asked. The mercenary decided not to go around the question. He didn't like it when others did it to him, and he knew perfectly well what the Shiwan princess was asking. The blonde didn't say anything for a while, watching as Ichigo resumed his training. Chad sat down, observing as his friend trained. You know what it was, Yoruichi. I tend to make a lot of racket when I fight. The use of her real name accentuated his words and lent them a weight they wouldn't otherwise have had. She sighed and leaned back on her hands. She guessed she shouldn't have been that surprised. Not after the story he'd shown her. Still, that was far more power than she ever would have guessed. He might actually be able to pull off his mission at this rate. And that other feeling? She asked. Naruto simply drew up his shirt and showed her the mostly closed seal on his stomach. Yoruichi blinked. I see. And that was the end of that. After a few minutes of comfortable silence, Naruto stood up again. He checked up on Chad and Ichigo before he took a brief glance at the red-haired intruder. He left quickly, however. Some types of training was one of the most personal things a warrior could undergo. Things you would rather release your browsing history publicly than reveal to others. It would be the height of rudeness to spy on him like that. After he finished his visit to an exhausted Hanataro and a bandaged Ganju, Naruto disappeared into thin air. The golden glow of his eyes seemed to linger after he was gone. Naruto appeared on a familiar stretch of land. Hundreds of buildings lay before him, all in various states of decay. Some were nothing more than rubble, not even recognizable as buildings. Others were better preserved, with only parts broken off and plants growing over them. A mountain edged its way over the horizon, making the reddening sun disappear earlier than it should. 6 faces decorated the cliff as they overlooked the broken ruins of Konohagakure no Sato. The faces of the 6 Hokage that had ruled the ancient village were in pristine condition, possibly even better than they had been at the height of Konoha's prosperity. The living legend walked through the streets of his old home, eventually passing through a district that looked like people might come out of the houses at any moment. The buildings didn't seem to belong though. They were a mix between several different architectures from all over the world and all ages. They seemed newly built. Still, there were no people. There was no one inhabiting the inviting households. The only signs of life were rodents and other small animals that had somehow found their way into the abandoned city. The blonde eventually found the house he was looking for. The building was of modern Western architecture. Something you might find walking outside the large cities of Britain, France, or Europe in general. He could have teleported directly to it, but sue him, if he wanted to go on a nostalgia trip, that's what he was going to do. Naruto walked in without knocking, eventually ending up in the same room Ishida was resting in. Inoue had fallen asleep as well, resting her head on her classmate's stomach. Poor girl, she had to be exhausted. Tucking her up in his arms, Naruto carried the teen into another room, laying her in an already prepared bed. After readying her for a relaxing night, Naruto swept her hair out of her eyes, smiling as she yawned. Sweet dreams, Haim-chan. he said softly, turning off the lights and walking out. 5 minutes later, he collapsed face first into his own bed, wishing for nothing more than the embrace of sleep. His chakra may still have been at full capacity, but his body had gone through what was essentially death and rebirth. Before he could disappear into sweet unconsciousness, there was still one more thing to do. Something his new or old, depending on how you look at it, resident was more than happy to remind him about. I have waited long enough. Tell me what's going on. Naruto groaned into his elbow. He stared into the ceiling as he debated how to go about telling such a story. In the end, he just decided to be lazy about it. The next second, Naruto was standing in front of the fully formed body of the nine-tailed demon fox. The iron gates that had once hindered the demon from escaping were gone. Nothing but their friendship was restricting Kurama from tearing his mind and body apart. Fine, come with me then. It'll be easier to just show you. Turning around, he walked into the collection of pipes and tunnels that had forever stayed a defining feature of his subconscious. Kurama huffed irritably before following his host. As he crossed the line between Naruto's inner world and the seal, the Bijuu's form shifted. Rather, he shrank. Kurama's size reduced until he wasn't much larger than a normal fox. Neither human nor Bijuu commented on the change. They walked side by side as they continued down the increasingly complex puzzle of pipes and tunnels. Naruto seemed to know exactly where they were going, although Kurama could have sworn the setup was different from the last time he was here. Eventually, the duo ended up before a lake of reflective liquid. It was almost like a mirror, sending back any light that touched its surface. They were standing in a large underground cavern. As with everywhere else, it was illuminated, but the light didn't come from any discernible source. A few meters away from them lay a blonde girl. She was sleeping on the cold stones as if it was the most natural thing in the world. It might have been weird, but both Naruto and Kurama had seen far stranger things. She's still around? Why haven't you thrown her out yet? Kurama asked, cocking his head towards the sleeping female. Naruto groaned, dragging his palm across his face. I don't know. She says she likes it here, but all she ever does is sleep anyway. She's much worse than you ever were. Walking over to the sleeping human, Naruto bent down, studying her face for any signs of awareness. As usual, he found nothing. Hey, Ino, wake up. The shout reverberated through the underground chamber, loud enough to shake the entire world to its foundations. The Yamanaka only groaned and turned over. 5 more years, she mumbled, only half conscious. In response, Naruto rolled her over into the nearby lake. A few seconds later, the young woman burst out of the liquid, dripping wet from head to toe. What the hell, Naruto? You know I have trouble waking. Muffled snickers interrupted her as Naruto tried his best to keep from laughing his ass off. Even Kurama grinned humorously. You have slept long enough, and I may need your help soon. You would never have reacted to anything less, Naruto said, his eyes still laughing. The blonde girl huffed and crossed her arms in irritation as she glared up the pair. Ino jumped out of the water and landed beside the fox and Naruto. Her clothes instantly dried as she willed them to do so. Living in a world of thought and dreams did have its perks. So, how long have I been sleeping, Goldie-kun? Miss me much? She teased. Her natural friendliness instantly overcame her indignation of being tossed into a lake. Naruto's eyes lit up with their usual shine as he looked over one of his oldest friends. It had been a while since he last saw her. A bit weird since she was literally living inside him. 246 years, 3 months and 1 day. And yes, Ino-chan, of course I missed you. Ino's yawn broke her attempt to smile, so instead she pulled him into a tight embrace. I wouldn't have said no to a decade more, but if you need me, then of course I'll help. Ino chirped. Oh, spare me. Kurama complained with no real heat. Instead of taking offense, Ino smiled at him as well. Long since used to the Bijuu's gruff attitude. And you're here as well, Kurama? How long has it been since I saw you last? If Naruto needs us both, then this is something big, isn't it? The demon jumped out of the way as Ino tried to catch him in a hug. I came visiting about a century ago. If you were sleeping, too bad for you. Those were some pretty fun fights. The Yamanaka pouted. Well, that's good for you then. What about now? What do you need help with? Both she and Kurama looked at Naruto, waiting for him to fill them in on the situation. Honestly, it's quite complicated. That's why I brought you here. The blonde shinobi told them. The Lake of Memories, Ino commented absent-mindedly, taking notice of her surroundings for the first time since waking. Wait, this wasn't where I fell asleep. And this place was in a much nicer shape last time. What happened to all the trees? Naruto cocked his head to one side, trying to recall how his mindscape had looked 2.5 centuries ago. A stream of water fell from the walls and the blonde snapped his fingers. The forest is still at the surface, but I had a couple of incidents with some mindwalkers, so I decided to move it underground. At least until you woke up. Concern flickered across Ino's face. Wait, someone broke into your mind, and you didn't wake me? That's why I'm here, she complained, scowling darkly at Naruto in a way that eerily reminded him of Sakura or Tsunade after he tried to leave the hospital too early. Naruto scratched his neck, a little uncomfortable with the scrutiny she was putting him under. That was a long time ago, and I figured you needed the rest. It wasn't anything serious. Enough of this petty small talk. I felt the energy signature approaches as well as you did, Naruto. You need to tell us what's going on. We can exchange pleasantries later. Kurama interrupted them. Instead of answering, Naruto only nodded. The owner of the mindscape held out a hand. The lake shook. Before them, a wave of water built and built until it towered over all three of them. The wave was suspended in motion, water sloshing up and down, but it never fell. Not until Naruto pulled his hand towards himself. The tsunami washed over the three living entities. As the liquid embraced them, scenes and memories flooded their minds. Naruto relived the last 2 months in near-perfect detail, whereas Ino and Kurama got a shallower overview of the story, only seeing a carefully selected set of memories. It wasn't out of distrust or any form of confidentiality, it was simply a matter of practicality. Naruto already had all the memories. Reliving them didn't take very long compared to experiencing them for the first time. There were also a whole lot of details that wasn't very important to the overall situation. The water eventually settled and the wave retreated, leaving surprisingly dry stone behind. Kurama looked thoughtful as he processed the new information. Ino, on the other hand, was grinning like someone had just told her the greatest piece of gossip in 2 centuries. Naruto shivered as he realized that was exactly what he'd done. Don't, he started slowly. Ino instantly overrode any feeble protests he might have had, and squealed like the gossip queen she considered herself to be. You're in love. Oh my god, just wait till I tell the others about this. Amate will be furious. Naruto sighed heavily. There was no stopping her now, he should have known as much before showing her the memories of Yoruichi. Please, Ino-chan. Ama-chan has had a lot of boyfriends as well. That's what happens when you're immortal. In fact, I think she has one right now, if not several. At least he tried to defend himself. The excited glint in Ino's eyes refused to die down, and Naruto had to fight down another round of shivers. She won't care, the Yamanaka chirped happily, all too pleased with herself. Then what was that monster of an energy signature a little while ago? When can we fight it? Kurama asked excitedly, Nine-Tails swishing behind him. He was obviously ignoring Naruto and Ino's previous conversation. The blonde warrior grinned as well. The prospect of such a battle was stirring something deep within him. I'm not entirely sure, but based on what I've heard from Urahara and Yoruichi, that was the captain commander. We're not really supposed to fight him, but maybe we can find the time. If not immediately, then maybe in a few years. Kurama grunted. It wasn't every day they found someone that strong. Even if it wasn't ideal, he could wait a few more years for a battle like that. What was time to him anyway? Ino silently mouthed the name, Yoruichi, rolling it around in her mouth. Everything else seemed completely trivial to her. As if the possibility of an entire world being destroyed was nothing compared to Naruto's love life. Or even potential love life. And she's so beautiful as well. Smooth curves, big S, and that skin. Naruto colored slightly as Ino continued to pick apart his memories. Ino, please. We haven't done anything yet. We haven't even kissed. The newly awakened Kunoichi looked at him as if he was an idiot. You saw her naked. You gave her a massage, both in the nude. And it was all on her request. What more do you need? So this Aizen, what do you know about him? Is he strong? Naruto frowned as he answered the fox. I don't know actually. I haven't met him. He has convinced everyone that he's dead through some kind of illusion. It's a really powerful illusion as well. I couldn't dispel it. A low rumbling sound emerged from the ancient demon. It took a moment for Naruto to realize he was snarling. Illusions. I hate illusions. The immortal shinobi sighed. You're not the only one. But as long as you stay here, he can't get to you. The obvious distaste in Kurama's eyes didn't disappear, but it did lose some of its intensity. You have to let me meet her, Naruto. I could tell her so many embarrassing stories about you. It'll be hilarious. Oh, and can I be your best man? Or maybe best lady? Bah, I don't care. This is going to be so great. God, I can't wait to tell the others. Naruto decided to ignore Ino for a moment. It was hard enough to keep two conversations going at once, and right now he was more tired than he could remember being in a long time. Sure, Ino-chan. Now, I think I'll take a nap. You two behave. Remember, this is my mind you're in. I don't want to wake up a vegetable. Seemingly offended by the notion, Ino puffed her chest up. She blew a strand of hair out of her face in an obviously irritated fashion. Who do you think you're talking to? It's my job to ensure that doesn't happen. Other than you, I know your inner world better than anyone. And Kurama here is about as threatening as a teddy bear. Isn't that right, little Kyuubi-chan? Ino exclaimed, tossing herself over the red-furred fox. Several disproportionately strong tails kept her at bay as Kurama sighed. By the sage, I forgot how obnoxious you are, woman. I want to sleep as well. Wasn't it you who didn't want to wake up for another 5 years? Listening to his two friends bicker back and forth, Naruto receded from his mindscape. He soon found himself lying in the comfortable bed of his house. He was asleep before his eyes had fully closed. Inoue Orihime woke to the smell of newly made eggs and bacon. Her mouth watered and her stomach rumbled. She hadn't eaten anything that tasty since they left the Shiba compound a few days ago. It took her a moment to remember where she was, but when she did, she jumped out of her bed. Frowning to herself, Orihime looked over at the furniture. She was certain she hadn't slept in a bed. Somehow, she also felt completely refreshed. Like one night's rest was enough to wash away all the stress of the previous days. Yawning loudly, Orihime took a moment to look around. She had been sleeping on a very permanent and comfortable bed. Beside her was a night table in a wood type she didn't recognize. The entire place had a foreign feel to it. Not old like the Seireii. Just foreign. She found a new set of clothes nearby, which was good, because she had somehow lost the ones she had been wearing. She tried not to think about what Tatsuki would do to the person who had put her to sleep, male or female. As she dragged her feet out of her temporary room, the smell of food intensified tenfold. Her stomach growled loudly, making its desire very clear. Hey there, Haim-chan. You hungry? I have breakfast ready. Naruto's cheerful voice reached her over the frizzling meat on the frying pan. Ishida sat by a table a few feet away from the kitchen corner, consuming his own breakfast with badly disguised enthusiasm. Inoue stopped when she saw the sheer amount of food Naruto had prepared. It was almost as if he expected an entire platoon to come visit. She didn't complain though. Her mind was already hard at work trying to figure out exciting new mixes she could try. Thank you, Uzumaki-kun. Do you have any pasta? Naruto was silent for a moment as he looked over the hoard of food he had prepared. There was no pasta. Naruto is fine, he said absent-mindedly. And, no. Apparently, I have not made any pasta. But be assured, I will rectify this horrible sin at once. Then he disappeared. A blonde blur flew around the kitchen almost faster than the eye could track. When it settled down, the water was already boiling and the pasta was well on its way to being finished. The orange-haired girl sat down beside the still-eating Ishida. He looked much better than he had yesterday. Which was good, considering the fact that he had been lacking liters of blood and almost lost an arm. How are you feeling, Ishida-kun? Inoue asked seriously, a concerned frown marring her features. The Quincy looked up at her with a half-eaten piece of toast dangling from his mouth. He quickly put down the bread and pushed up his glasses, trying to look as stylish as possible. I'm good, thank you. I can't even feel my injuries anymore. It's like they were never there. Naruto dumped down on the other side of the table, pasta and bacon at the ready. That's because they weren't, the blonde commented. As he spoke, the blonde shinobi picked out several pieces of food and stacked them on top of each other. It quickly became apparent whom most of the food was intended for. Ishida furrowed his brows as his glasses glinted. I'm afraid I don't understand, Uzumaki-san. My wounds clearly happened. I should know, as they were my injuries. Naruto shook his head as he swallowed a grown man's breakfast in a second. That's not what I meant. Orihime's healing ability literally makes it so the injury never happened. At least as far as your body is concerned. She negates the very event of you gaining those injuries in the first place. It is far more than simply healing. The genius archer looked over at his classmate. The bubbly girl blushed under the attention. She didn't think her powers were that amazing. Sure, she could heal. Apparently pretty well, according to Yoruichi and Naruto, but she couldn't do much more than that. And even so, she couldn't. So that means, Uryu trailed off, not wanting to get his hopes up. Naruto smiled as if he already knew what the teen was thinking. Yes, she could, the blonde confirmed. Ishida's eyes widened behind his glasses. He was staring at the girl with amazement, as if seeing her for the first time in his life. Orihime became even more uncomfortable as she squirmed under the focused gaze of someone who had just beaten a captain. She didn't even know what they were talking about. Do what? What could she do? Sensing her confusion, Naruto decided to clear it up a bit. Haim-chan, did you feel anything weird when healing Ishida yesterday? He asked with a gentle voice. His blue eyes sparkled with excitement and curiosity. He almost felt like Urahara awaiting the result of one of his precious experiments. She began, looking uncertainly towards the young Quincy. Ishida nodded, allowing her to continue. His power is gone, she said simply. Uryu twitched. Naruto nodded once. Indeed, he sacrificed his powers for a chance to beat a superior enemy. Someone who had done him great harm. Yet he still allowed his enemy to survive. Consciously or unconsciously, Ishida looked down at that, not wanting to be reminded of his failure. Heal him, Inoue Orihime. Naruto's voice was commanding. It was kind, yet strict at the same time. It made no room for argument. No room for protest. You did what he asked, and you did it willingly. Inoue swallowed. I can't, you can. His voice sounded so sure, so incredibly certain. As if the can or can't issue wasn't an issue at all. Your power is not something that's limited by the type of injury. Physical, spiritual or mental. In fact, it's not limited by anything but yourself. If you think you can heal him, then you can. The words shook the young girl to her core. Her hairpins vibrated in silent agreement, giving credence to Naruto's words. Never tell yourself you cannot do something, Inoue Orihime. The blonde finished with a smile that could have put the stars to shame. Orihime flushed once more, looking down at her clenched fists. Oh okay, I'll try. No, you'll do it. She could hear the blood rushing in her veins, responding to his challenge. This was her first big test. Her first big obstacle. If she could do this, she could really make a difference. Ayame, Shuno. The two fairies materialized before her, giving her encouraging nods. They already knew what they were supposed to do. Soden Kishun. Her Ryotsu stretched to the limit as she poured as much spiritual energy as she could into the two fairies. I reject. The words had never meant so much before. She did reject. She rejected her own uselessness. She rejected the weakness in herself. She rejected Ishida's lack of powers. He was strong, and as long as she had anything to say about it, he would stay that way. The glowing membrane of her healing technique quickly encompassed her friend's body, giving of an ethereal glow as the fairies used their magic. She could feel everything inside that membrane like a sixth sense, or seventh, counting the Ryotsu feely stuff. It had been difficult at first, but during her week of training, it had become almost second nature. The cuts and wounds from yesterday were already gone, as was the residual poison in his system. Any other minor scars or wounds had also been removed. Physically he was as in top shape. But underneath that was another type of injury. One she hadn't been able to remove yesterday. The flow of Ryotsu that every living being had was almost gone. Or not gone exactly. Blocked off, like someone had put a plug in the bottom of a lake. Only a slight trickle of power came through the self-imposed block. It was enough to perceive the supernatural, but little else. The power was still there, a lot of it. It just wasn't accessible. Taking a deep breath, Inoue willed the block to disappear. It was slow going. It didn't want to go, and it fought her every step of the way. It wasn't easy, and she used up a lot of energy. But eventually, ever so slowly, it began to give. At first, nothing happened, so she continued to drag and push at the block. As the minutes dragged on, they moved to sit in the middle of the room, giving both healer and patient some space to work with. Ishida grunted. The teen fell forward as he panted heavily. Sweat ran down his face and his complexion contorted in pain. Suddenly, Naruto was by her side, putting a hand on her shoulder. Undo what you did. His Ryotsu has sealed itself off for a reason. If it's opened, it will kill him. Orihime looked horrified. But you said. Naruto smiled calmly at her. Despite the circumstances, the young girl felt herself relax. I said to heal him, to give him his power back. You can do that in other ways, but for now, you have to undo what you did before he burns up from the inside. Not waiting any further, Orihime held out her hands again. Ayama and Shuno immediately re-established the healing barrier. Focusing all her concentration on that single wish, she willed the seal back into existence. Orihime was relieved to notice it was a lot easier than removing it. Ishida's Ryotsu was even helping her. She barely had to do anything. As the seal re-established itself, Uryu sat up again. Sweat still rolled down his face, yet he seemed to be relaxing. Are you sure this is a good idea? The eccentric girl asked, biting her lip in worry. Inoue. Ishida's voice cut off her resurfacing doubts as she looked over at him. I came here willing to give my life. This is no different. I will easily give my life for a chance to regain my powers. Naruto snorted, shaking his head in amusement. Youth and their melodrama. No one needs to die today. Simply restore his powers, Haim-chan. That's all. Scrunching her brows together, she put all her doubt into one word. How? Naruto chuckled to himself as if sharing in some secret joke. Simply do it. There's no other answer you need. When Orihime still didn't react, Naruto sighed. What did you do right now? He asked patiently. I tried to remove the seal on his powers. Orihime answered. She felt there was something there. Something she should know, but couldn't quite put her finger on. Right, that's your problem. Why would you want to do that? The blonde held back a sigh. With powers like these, the only limit was the users themselves. You want to give him his powers back, right? So why don't you do that? A picture of Ishida with flowing white clothing and the special blue glove appeared before her inner eye. That was what she had to do, right? Give him his powers back. Okay, she could do that. Nodding once, Inoue turned her focus back on her patient. She was already tired, but she bit her teeth together and focused her will, calling up all of her remaining Riryoku. Ayame, Shuno, Soden Kishun, I reject. This time the process went faster and more efficiently than before. Now she knew exactly what she wanted to do, and the fairies wasted no time getting to work. Reality warped and changed. Slowly, another Ryotsu signature appeared in the room. Ishida's signature. His clothes also began to change. The stylish white of a Quincy battle uniform replaced the common civilian clothing he had been wearing, completely erasing the previous material from existence. In addition, the blue shape of the Sanrei glove also reconstructed itself from nothing. Pieces of the legendary item entering reality as a 15-year-old girl wielded to do so. Without the glove, please. Naruto added in the middle of the process. Orihime hesitated only for a moment before nodding. The glove disappeared as if it was never there to begin with. When she was finished, Ishida sat before her, looking intently at his arms and down his body. The blue shine of Uryu's Ryotsu burst around him as he stood up. Smiling like crazy, the usually reserved archer was now very vocal at exclaiming his enthusiasm. He laughed, spinning around in place as bursts of spiritual power emerged all around him. Uryu laughed like someone who had seen a friend return to life. The white-clad Quincy embraced Orihime in a tight hug that threatened to break her ribs. Ow, ow, ow. She squeaked feebly. Still, she couldn't stop smiling. She had done it. She had truly done it. Pulling away from her, Uryu beamed down at the reality bender. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I cannot say that enough. You have saved more than my life here, Orihime. You have saved my life's purpose. The smile he gave her made everything worth it several times over. I couldn't have done it without Naruto, she said, her face practically burning with embarrassment at all the praise he was giving her. Peeved, nonsense. You did that entirely on your own. The blonde shinobi insisted. But Naruto would have none of it. Haim-chan, if you can't take credit for your own work, then you will never recognize your own abilities. The orange-haired girl nodded, although she still looked like she wanted to protest. Still, she has a point. I must thank you as well, Uzumaki-san. If for nothing else, then for the advice you gave her. Ishida responded, speaking oddly formal. Naruto nodded in recognition, if not agreement. He was at least recognizing that they wanted to give him some of the credit. But no matter what he did to help, it was you who restored my powers, Orihime. For that, you have my eternal gratitude. When Orihime tried to respond, Ishida held out a hand, silencing her before she could even begin. For something like this, my pride demands repayment. It is only logical that I give what you restored in the first place. Then the archer went down to one knee. For an absurd moment, Inoue thought he was going to propose. The thought almost made her giggle. Instead, he bowed his head and summoned a blue longbow made of reishi. The same bow he used before the entire ordeal with Soul Society, although it looked far more solid now than before. I, Ishida Uryu, swear on my pride as a Quincy, that can I, either dead or alive, protect you, Inoue Orihime. I will. You have my bow. The energy weapon flashed once then disappeared as Ishida finished his vow. Orihime was silent. What could she say? Thank you seemed like far too small a response for something like this. Naruto smiled as he watched the two youths interact. That had gone well. His smile dimmed a bit as he reiterated the list of things he had to do today. During the night, a new set of memories had returned to him. It told him Rukia's date of execution had been moved. Again, someone was desperate to get their plan underway, it seemed. A few hours later, Naruto was sitting beside Yoruichi. Both were looking down at the orange-haired teenager trying to achieve Bankai. Renji had left a little while ago. In return, everyone in the original group was gathered here, in addition to a nervous 4th Division officer. Orihime had healed Ichigo's wounds a few hours ago. And as a result, both Ichigo and Zangetsu had stepped up their game. The two pieces of the same soul were flashing across the training ground in impressive displays of Shunpo. A technique Ichigo had mastered in a very short amount of time. Mastered was perhaps a strong word. Yoruichi would probably call it adequate. Naruto had precious little attention to pay to Wonderboy's training, however. He had more than enough with the blonde pervert shouting inside his head. Just kiss her already. It would be so romantic. Time's almost up. The story will be twice as juicy with something substantial backing it. Naruto held back a growl. Ino could be really persistent when she wanted to, but with this, she had precious little right to anything. Something the matter, Naruto? You've been making faces all day. Yoruichi asked curiously. With people like him, you never knew when you got to the bottom of their quirks. Naruto looked over at her and staggered backwards as Ino actually tried to wrestle control of his body away from him. Quickly activating his mental defenses, the immortal shinobi managed to throw her into the old seal Kurama used to be in. Without a second of hesitation, he pressed a palm to his stomach and twisted. The gates, which hadn't been closed for God knows how long, materialized and slammed in front of the highly indignant Kunoichi. Yoruichi raised an eyebrow as Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. The blonde smiled sheepishly and scratched the back of his head. It's nothing, just girl problems. A response that did nothing to alleviate any curiosity or answer any questions whatsoever. Okay, the shapeshifter said as she shifted her attention back to the struggling Shinigami human hybrid. Rukia took a deep breath to steady herself. The flaming form of the Sokyoku hovered before her, preparing to disintegrate her soul. A silent tear fell from her cheek. After everything was said and done, she would die anyway. At least the Sutaicho had agreed to honor her request. The words of the cheerful blonde rang hollow in her ears. Wouldn't let her die. Ridiculous. How could he decide something like that? Her life flashed before her eyes as the flaming phoenix approached. Renji, Ni-sama, Yukataki Taicho, Kien Dono. Ichigo. She closed her eyes, waiting for the end. It never came. When she finally opened her eyes, they shot up in disbelief. Before her stood Ichigo, holding back the power of a million Zanpakuto. As Byakuya and Ichigo began their fated duel, Naruto silently contemplated the situation. The head captain had disappeared a few minutes ago, and the blonde was sorely tempted to follow him. This was an opportunity he didn't think would present itself again, at least not so readily. Despite that, he stayed where he was. He was no stronger now than yesterday. And he had a mission to complete. A very important mission. He would just have to endure Kurama's protests. In the meantime, he couldn't help but be impressed at the match happening right in front of him. Ichigo's Bankai was impressive. There was no other way to put it. The teenager had just achieved it, yet it still allowed him to go toe-to-toe with one of the captains of Soul Society. He could feel there was more where that came from as well. A lot more. Sage Mode was an invaluable ability. When he first learned it, he barely even understood what it was. Never mind what it allowed him to do. The sensory abilities of a sage had saved him time and time again. It allowed him to pinpoint the exact location of the strongest and weakest beings in an enormous area, as well as read a multitude of character traits from energy signature alone. Their current emotional state, for instance. Something made even easier by Kurama's inherent affinity for that ability. When fully utilized, it was like looking at a specter of emotions surrounding everyone. Thoughts and feelings lay bare before him, with nothing anyone could do to stop it. It was a massive invasion of privacy. That was the main reason Naruto wasn't a passive censor. He could still feel spectacularly strong people though, something that seemed to be in abundance amongst the Shinigami. Unless they hid their presence, Naruto would know approximately where they were anyways. He did not need, nor want, to know what they were thinking. He did not want to know what kind of person they were, and who they once had been. Such information was strictly confidential and he wouldn't seek it out unless there were no other option open for him. Lives came before privacy though, and he had long since found a way to activate Sage Mode instantly and indefinitely. The sensing prowess of a sage went so deep that if he looked close enough, he could feel what someone could become. He could feel their potential, both as a self-aware soul and a fighter. He could feel their current strength, as well as the inborn power of every being around him. Byakuya had been very hard to pinpoint at first, but it became easier and easier once Naruto got a better feel for both his character and fighting ability. The noble captain was still young. Despite his prodigious talents and fighting prowess, he had a lot more to go on. The noble was still only scratching the surface of what he was capable of. In contrast, people like Yamamoto, Yukitake and Shunsui had already realized almost all of their inherent potential and were pushing the limits of what a Shinigami could do. Ichigo though, that kid stood in another class from everyone else. The most prominent piece of information Naruto got when trying to discern the teen's potential was that he had a lot of it. The blonde could feel the incredible amount of energy that was just waiting to be let out of the boy's soul. Yet that wasn't all. Like many other warriors, including Shinigami, Ichigo had layers of power stacked inside himself. Almost like an onion, but Ichigo had a lot more layers than anyone Naruto had ever met. The kid had just begun to scratch the surface of Shikai before he broke straight through to Bankai, unlocking a whole other layer in the process. A layer he had barely dipped his toes into. Yet still there was more. Another level even after the final release. Not truly part of his Shinigami abilities, but dependent on it nonetheless. He had other sources of power as well. Based on what Urahara had told him, one of those was undoubtedly because of his mother. Still more though. Always more. Trying to discern his potential was like looking at the sun and judging its size. Still, all of that barely even registered in Naruto's list of priorities at the moment. Almost all his attention was fixed on the pink-haired woman currently healing her fellow lieutenants. Like the others, Ichigo had knocked her down in one hit. Unlike the others, she had picked herself up almost immediately afterwards. In addition to her, Naruto had also registered another disturbingly familiar signature. It was currently running together with the 10th Division captain somewhere in the middle of the city. He already had a shadow clone checking it out. The anticipation was too much. Naruto swallowed heavily as the 4th Division captain called upon her sword. Both she and Sakura took to the air, taking the wounded officers with them. The blonde raised his hand feebly in a useless attempt at something. The captain and her vice-captain disappeared over the edge of the cliff. Naruto's hand shook involuntarily as it dropped limply to his side. Both Kurama and Ino were silent. Kurama out of respect, and Ino because she was as overwhelmed as he was. He had hoped he could find some of his lost friends here, but Sakura? He had almost given up hope that he would ever see her again. The reincarnation cycle was complicated at the best of times, and seemed to act randomly unless set into a system by beings capable of manipulating it. But finding Sakura in what was essentially the same body he remembered her in, and after all these years. It was almost inconceivable. What were the chances? Then his shadow clone reported that the other signature was indeed who he thought it was. Ino's breath hitched. Not only had they found one of her best friends from her childhood, they had found two. Naruto struggled with himself. He wanted to see them, to make them remember who they had been. To shake them until they remembered him. He knew it wasn't that easy though. They had new lives now, and it was doubtful they had even a shred of memory from the era of shinobi. Not to mention his mission was still hanging over him. He had not moved for the prospect of another legendary battle. He would not move for this either. No, they would have more than enough time once this was over. No matter how it ended. A black sphere of Ryotsu emerged when Byakuya called upon another ability of his Bankai, and Naruto lost any visibility he may have had over the battle. Not that it mattered much. He could feel much more than he could see. He could also feel several huge signatures engaging in combat all around him. The Sutaicho was truly a terrifying opponent. He could almost feel his skin burning from all the way over here. And Yoruichi had also pulled out one of her own trump cards. That was one incredibly dense energy structure. It almost rivaled his Rasen Shuriken. Naruto hissed as his shadow clone popped. That had been entirely unexpected. He didn't even know who had done it, or how it had happened for that matter. Then the energy signatures that had been exploring the Central 46's chambers began to disappear. He almost burst into full speed mode once he felt the same thing happen to Shikamaru. Ino shouted in alarm, but Naruto somehow managed to calm her. Sakura and Unohana were there now. As long as they were alive, the duo could heal the others. Still, it was really frustrating to do nothing. Focusing back at his pupils' fight for a moment, he saw the black bubble breaking apart. Light and darkness surged against each other. Byakuya and Ichigo clashed in a final blow worthy of a ballad. The pair exchanged some words before the noble captain departed in a surprisingly controlled flash step. He had to have one foot in the grave by now, yet he still managed to maintain all the elegance of a noble. Victory shout. Naruto felt a proud smile etch its way onto his face. Ichigo was unlike any student he had ever had. Ishida appeared beside his rival as the orange-haired boy collapsed. He was carrying Orihime, who had once started healing her crush. Naruto remembered the plan they had made before everything. It was very basic, but that was probably the reason it had even tiny chance of succeeding. Once Renji got a hold of Rukia, the gang had split. Some went with the redhead to defend them from attackers, and some stayed behind to help Ichigo should they find the opportunity. So here they were, three mortal teenager in the heart of Soul Society, having just rescued a prisoner from certain death. Beside the healing, they weren't doing much. Only talking and following their friend's Ryotsu signature. Naruto was quite happy with the plan they had come up with. Even if it was risky, stupid, and incredibly arrogant. The idea was a reaction to Ichigo's enormous reserves and lack of control. Any decent Shinigami could pinpoint him almost immediately at this point. So they decided to leave Ichigo at Sokyoku as bait for those chasing Rukia. In order to fight, he had taken Ishida as backup and Inoue as a healer. Once Rukia was out of the Seirei, Naruto could supposedly teleport her to safety, quickly followed by the speedsters that were Ichigo and Uryu. Naruto felt almost bad for lying. Still, for the sake of Urahara's grand plan, he had agreed to do it. It wasn't like shinobi had some ridiculous rule like, "Thou shalt not lie," or something. Really, the Abrahamic religions went a little extreme on that one. Suddenly, Renji's Ryotsu fluctuated. Naruto felt the vibrations of gravity as space-time warped. Two white spinning ribbons appearing out nowhere quickly followed the sensation. In an instant, 7 more people were standing on Sokyoku Hill. Ganju, Hanataro, Renji, Chad and Rukia. They were all looking around in confusion, all their running having been rendered naught in an instant. A stoic Kanami Tusen, a grinning Ichimaru Jin and a calmly smiling Aizen Sosuke were among them. Attention everyone, captains, vice-captains, seated officers and the Ryoka. This is Vice Captain Haruno Sakura of the 4th Division speaking. This is an emergency transmission carried out under the authority of Captain Unohana Retsu of the 4th Division and myself. Please listen carefully. Everything I'm about to tell you is true. Naruto nearly missed what she said next. Too enraptured by a voice he hadn't heard in ages. When Sakura finished, Aizen's betrayal was clear as day. He had manipulated everyone like a puppeteer with his puppets. Playing with people's minds and emotions like a particularly cruel child tearing off butterfly wings. During Sakura's recounting of everything Aizen had done, Naruto could feel his emotions surging. This person, it was like Madara all over again. Except this man had immortality given to him on a silver platter, while Madara had to incorporate it into his plans. Naruto's chakra built up inside him, both his and Kurama's fusing seamlessly. Still, he kept it tightly controlled inside himself. Not yet, wait just a little longer. The next seconds passed like a dream. Aizen revealed how he had fooled them all, and what he had done. And he did it all with the same calm smile stretching his face. Throughout his speech, several different people attacked him. Everyone had exactly the same amount of success. None whatsoever. They couldn't touch him. Both Ichigo and an enraged Komamura's Bankai were stopped with nothing but the traitor's bare hands. Naruto bid his time. Soon, the brown-haired captain eventually got his hands on Rukia. Everyone else was lying on the ground in various states of consciousness. Even Ichigo and Ishida's speed having been naught before the monster. Ichigo screamed as Aizen pierced the weakened Shinigami with a hand covered in green scales. Absently, Naruto noted it seemed somewhat similar to Mokuton. And it leaves recipient's body intact. What a wonderful technique. Urahara Kazuki truly is a genius. Aizen commented, studying the object in his hand. The perfectly geometrically shaped crystal emitted a weak light. The dark sphere in the middle seemed to suck in the very fabric of the universe. If you looked for long enough, you could lose yourself in its depth. Now, a high-pitched shrieking sound emerged from nowhere as a four-armed orb of wind and chakra descended on the traitorous captain. At the same time, Naruto appeared beside Rukia, teleporting her out of harm's way. The captain didn't seem surprised. Instead, he only shook his head in amusement. Just before the attack hit, the traitor disappeared in a display of shunpo that put Yoruichi's to shame. Once he moved, Naruto disappeared as well. He caught the Rasen Shuriken as if it was a normal baseball, preparing to fire it again at a moment's notice. Naruto's Hiraishin had been perfectly planned. Once Aizen came out of his expertly performed flash step, he was centimeters away from a ball of super-condensed air and energy. The world exploded in white. Wind blades small enough to cut through the body on a cellular level encased the traitor. Everything was quiet for a moment as those present tried to catch a glimpse inside the cloud of dust. Only Jin seemed to be unaffected by the display, still smiling in his usually unnerving manner. As the dust settled, Aizen emerged without a scratch. Even the dirt seemed to have completely ignored him. The same infuriating smirk was still coating his mouth. Ah, Uzumaki Naruto, leader of the elementals, I was wondering if you'd show up. Naruto narrowed his eyes. No effect? Did he just tank a Rasen Shuriken head-on? What the hell? He could hear Ino's disbelieving voice in the back of his mind. Not very different from his own, actually. Much like Byakuya, it was exceedingly difficult to get a read on this new enemy, but there was something more to it this time. The difference lay in the core of their character. The stuck-up noble had shut himself off from the world, while Aizen had lived by deception. It was part of his very being. He had played the role of a caring leader for hundreds of years and never been exposed. His soul's power was literally to fool people. Even so, Naruto knew he was strong. Terribly strong. I was sent here with a very specific mission. Naruto started, flexing his chakra coils in preparation for Plan B. The smile on Aizen's face didn't disappear. To kill me, correct? Naruto nodded. Golden eyes shone with power as the blonde studied his opponent. I don't usually take assassination missions. And those I do take, I always judge individually. Life is precious, and shouldn't be wasted so easily. Aizen fully faced him then. He seemed mildly interested in what the blonde mercenary had to say. But you are a special case. Your ambition is too high. Your power's too dangerous. The consequences, disastrous. The immortal said. Naruto's chakra flowed through him, preparing to teleport him to any location he wished at the slightest hint of movement. A few days ago he had filled the entire hill with invisible seal markings, most of which belonged to the Hiraishin. On top of that, Sage Mode would allow him to react before most could even decide to do anything. Batum. Naruto felt a warm liquid run down his stomach. The world seemed to shatter into 1,000 pieces as his nerves caught up to reality. Batum. The ground fell towards him as he saw his legs topple the other way. Batum. Aizen had cut him in half. Batum. At least I finished it this time. A shame it should end like this. A mercenary like you has no place in a war between gods. Aizen commented, still calm and condescending. You may be strong for a human, but that is all you are. Human. Your body is held back by the physical limitations of matter. You cannot react faster than your nerves can register signals. Your skin cannot withstand the swing of a soul reaper's sword. While your energy might rival a captain's, it is of no use when your body is inferior. The motionless brown eyes stared down at him as Naruto's world began to darken. Bait him, Naruto. Someone shouted just as Yoruichi appeared beside him, her face white as a sheet. The blonde shinobi noticed Byakuya had also reappeared. He stood protectively over Rukia like the big brother he was supposed to have been from the start. The 2nd Division captain had also appeared besides him and Yoruichi. Her back turned to them as she faced Aizen. Bait him. Naruto clenched his fist around a rock lying beside him. It crumbled to dust in his grip. The blonde could feel the sting of truth behind the crazy man's words. He had hit the same barrier multiple times before, but it had never been so glaringly obvious. Bait him. Sosuke Aizen. He had thought of him as just another Shinigami. Somewhat stronger than the previous two, but still measurable at the same level. Bait him. No. Aizen was as much a death god as Madara had been a shinobi. As Hashirama had been a shinobi. As Naruto was a shinobi. Bait him. Time pressed on unceasingly. The conversation continued, and the other captains eventually arrived. Naruto couldn't hear them. Bait him. There was some noise farther down in the Seireitei, but it stopped soon after Kukaku and Jidenbu decided to pay them a visit. Naruto couldn't hear it. Bait him. Yoruichi said something to him. Naruto couldn't hear her. Bait him. He could hear nothing but his own heartbeat. Bait him. Had Naruto been the human Aizen thought he was, he would have died. Good thing he wasn't fully human anymore. Bait him. A spiral of energy embraced him as Red Yoki fell over him in wave of power. The demonic chakra lifted him into the air. Both parts of him. Yoruichi jumped back as she aborted the healing Kido she had started. Her expression changed from surprise to shock as she witnessed Naruto healing himself from something that would have been fatal for practically anyone else. Naruto's eyes were forced into their Rinnegan state as his chakra exploded outwards. His power continued to build and build until it reached a level where no one but the 3 oldest Shinigami present could remember its equal. It was an amount of energy Soul Society hadn't felt since the first Quincy fought the Captain Commander 1,000 years ago. Strings of chakra stretched between Naruto's upper and lower half, dragging them back together as his life force did what it had done for millennia. Don't patronize me, Aizen. Naruto shouted. His voice had taken on a double tint as Kurama's chakra mode engulfed him. The golden haori and flaming hair whipped around him as the wind picked up. The atmospheric distortion being created purely by Naruto's own presence. A second later, his chakra became visible to the human eye. A golden glow grew around him, blooming like a flower during spring. The blonde was standing in the center of his own fountain of light, his body wreathed in holy fire. The energy spread out, covering everything like a warm blanket. This wasn't Ryotsu though. It was chakra. It wasn't oppressive. It didn't push people down. It was simply there, washing over everything and becoming part of the world. 2 steely purple orbs pulsed with power. Naruto took a deep breath as 6 chakra arms emerged from the cloak around him. 2 spirals of incredibly dense energy were brought into the world. The same keening sound from a Rasen Shuriken was there at the start, but as the technique's energy continued to grow, so did the pitch of the sound, soon exceeding that of human hearing. The pressure in the air shifted again as the jutsu completed. It spiraled around the blonde, creating a mini tornado with Naruto at the center. 2 8-armed Rasen Shuriken was spinning at both his sides. The condensed nature of the orbs made them appear completely white. They were painful to look at, as the photons emitted from the intense rotation of gases made it look more like a fire technique than wind manipulation. At the same time, Naruto's original hands had gone through a long set of hand signs. Fingers flying at inhuman speed. It ended with his palms folded like in prayer. The air burned and twisted with energy even more intense than before. Gedu. Keshin no Ryu. Outer Path. Soul Dragon. 3 ethereal dragons emerged from behind the legendary shinobi, each one with glowing, unnatural eyes. Their bodies emitted an unearthly purplish shine, somehow transparent, yet not. The dragons curled around the light Naruto was producing, feeding on it with an almost eager intensity. The chakra the blonde was letting off cracked the ground. Quakes rippled through the execution grounds, and subsequently most of the Seireitei. For the first time since Naruto had seen him, Aizen wasn't smiling. Naruto's eyes flashed with determination as he threw the two incredibly powerful wind techniques. The three-souled dragons sprang forward with an earth-shattering roar, their eyes glowing hungrily. Then pillars of light descended from the sky. They encompassed the three traitors right before the orbs of compressed wind found their target. The two Super Rasen Shuriken hit the wall between dimensions and shattered into a million pieces. The explosion rocked the world, destroying every particle of dust that was within their reach, down to the very bonds that connected individual packets of Reshi. The three dragons proceeded unhindered of the energy outburst, their immaterial form passing straight through the explosions without a problem. They snaked their way around the newly created column of light, trying to press themselves into another dimension. The negation beam did not give. Cease your pointless struggle, Uzumaki Naruto. Aizen is out of our reach. Yamamoto Genryusai commanded, his voice brooking no argument. After a moment of hesitation, Naruto let his hands fall. They were clenched into fists by his side. The flaming form of Kurama's chakra cloak vanished, although his chakra still hung in air, dissipating slowly. The shinobi grit his teeth in frustration. Powerlessness was not a feeling he felt often. Aizen's smile returned full force. It seems I have underestimated you, Ryoka. No matter, my plans proceed unhindered. There's just one more pawn to take into account. Despite his words, the traitor's gaze was calculating. Yet his eyes still only revealed smugness and complete control. Hollows. How far have you fallen, Aizen? What is your purpose? What are you trying to accomplish? Yukitake shouted at him. Shouts and protests of similar natures went up from the crowd around them. All addressed to the three departing Shinigami. Aizen smiled condescendingly down at them. To go higher, he said simply. Naruto swore under his breath. This definitely sounded like a crazy man, all right. As far as he was concerned, one world-conquering maniac was one too many. No one starts at the top of this world. Not you, not me, not our little mercenary here. Not even the gods. As he talked, Aizen took off his glasses and smoothed back his hair. But the unbearable vacancy of heaven's throne is over. From now on, I will be sitting on it. Naruto shifted his stance, his mind going through the thousands of techniques he knew for anything that might help him here. Aizen was dangerous, far more dangerous than he would have believed. He needed to stop him. He needed to stop him now. Goodbye, Shinigami. Goodbye, Ryoka. For humans, you are really interesting. Aizen finished, his appearance having gone through a drastic change from two simple actions. When he dropped his facade, he had been a traitor. He had been a man that had fooled everyone. Strong? Yes, but not much more threatening than what everyone there, save the youngsters, had dealt with before. Now he was a being impossible to ignore. His eyes bore none of their previous kindness. Those orbs showed an intellect even the greatest minds of the world would be hard-pressed to match. They showed power and authority rivaling an entire plane of existence. An existence he had just declared war on. Aizen was not a renegade captain. He was not a simple rebel who refused to confer to the laws of his homeland. Aizen Sosuke was a being with the determination and motivation to lay waste to everything. He would not stop until the world was as he wished it would be. He would not stop until he held all realms of existence in the palm of his hand. No, not even then. Before the Garganta could close, Naruto took a deep breath and reignited his golden chakra. The familiar Haori manifested itself behind him. Purple eyes shone as the legend thrust his hands upwards. The outermost ring of the Rinnegan thickened as he called upon his eye's power. Bansho Tenin. His voice shook with effort as the sound of it resounded through the relative quiet after Aizen's speech. Shinra Tensei with a fraction of the energy had enough power to obliterate a city. A tenth of the power could level a mountain. This was a force so undeniable even the gods would bend to it. Among the four forces of nature, gravity was the only one that was not bound by the limit of dimensions. It made it effectively weaker than the other forces, but right now, Naruto couldn't help but be thankful for that fact. The pillars of dimensional separation warped and twisted as gravity denied them the right to exist. The garganta swelled to ridiculous propositions and the no men inside the void staggered. In the back of his mind Naruto could hear something tearing. Even so, he continued. Aizen had to go down. Now, before he had the chance to begin whatever scheme he had planned. Cracks began appearing in the hollow technique. The negation was fracturing. They weren't the only thing that began to crack, however. The sky above the Seireitei began to give away as wounds in reality opened to the blackness between spaces. Stop! The voice of the captain commander wasn't just authoritative, it was furious. Naruto looked over at Yamamoto, his mind instantly beginning to reevaluate the situation. He could break the negation technique right now, smashing the barrier around the Seireitei in the process. Not to mention wreaking all manner of havoc on the balance between Soul Society and Hueco Mundo. But would it be worth it? Naruto thought so, but apparently the captain commander did not. The Sutaicho of the Gote 13 had already drawn his sword, and although it wasn't explicitly pointing at Naruto, it was a clear enough message. The blonde shinobi hesitated just a moment longer before letting go of his technique. Instantly, the garganta snapped back in place and the cracks in the sky began to heal themselves. The negation beams disappeared and Aizen was truly out of their reach. Hitsugaya Toshiro was diligently working his way through a mountain of paperwork. After the Ryoka invasion and Aizen's betrayal, the Seireitei had been in an uproar. This naturally meant more paperwork. It did not help matters that both his vice captain and third seat were renowned for their laziness. At least Nara was disciplined enough to do his own share, if only barely. He never went above the minimum amount required though. Toshiro cracked his neck to one side. The injuries Aizen had given him still weren't completely healed. Thanks to Yuno Hana, he got away without any lasting injuries, but he had gotten strict instructions about taking it easy for at least a week. The 10th Division captain sighed as he put down his pen. The same could not be said about Momo. Hinamori hadn't woken up yet. She was well on her way to full physical recovery, but how she would react to the current situation, Toshiro didn't know. Several loud crashes and swearing erupted outside the shoji doors, making the ice user's eyebrow twitch in irritation. Oh, and Uzumaki had apparently decided to use his division as a personal playground. Opening the doors with a flourish, Toshiro scowled at everyone and anyone dumb enough to disturb his work. Then he had to stop and blink as his brain tried to process what he was seeing. A toad the size of a horse, and twice as wide, was chasing a giggling and possibly drunk Matsumoto. Uzumaki was sitting atop it and cursing up a storm as he tried in vain to get the animal under control. The eccentric vice captain turned around and stuck her tongue out towards the amphibian, before jumping through a hole in the wall that had certainly not been there a few hours ago. Nara was observing this with a mix of bewilderment and resignation. He was lying on his back, having been either awakened from a nap, or trying to take one despite all the racket. Matsumoto giggled with a light blush as she flash-stepped away from the deceptively fast toad. Finally, the blonde shinobi had had enough. With a hand sign and a surge of energy, the toad disappeared in a burst of smoke. The vice captain was left pouting a few feet away, not pleased that her entertainment had escaped to another dimension. "Mo, you're no fun, Uzumaki-san. It's not my fault your toads don't like me." Naruto developed a dangerous tick mark as he tried to build up his anger. He had been experimenting a bit with his summoning in order to avoid Kurama's situation with someone who was not as immortal. It was a good thing he remembered the feeling of passing through Kazuki's Reshi converter. It was a lot harder than he'd thought. It took him the better part of a day to recreate the effects, and that was with outside help and clones. Still, nothing about that had anything to do with how angry he was at the pair of very large personalities. Yeah. That sounded about right. It is your fault if you deliberately antagonize them, he said instead, forcing his eyes not to look down. Honestly, who steals sake from toads? Don't you know they take their drinks very seriously? He looked pointedly at the almost empty cup of alcoholic beverage. At least Matsumoto wasn't a light drinker. Sake from Mount Myoboku was not light under any definition of the word. Matsumoto. Toshiro growled, an icy feeling settling over the area. The lieutenant froze, figuratively, and looked over at her captain, paling slightly at the sight. Even Shikamaru seemed uneasy, shifting sideways as he scanned his surroundings for possible escape routes. Only Naruto was unperturbed as he trotted casually over to the 10th Division captain and tousled his hair. "That's a scary glare you have there, Toshiro. Be careful so you don't develop wrinkles. They're never a good sign on children." Everyone in the immediate vicinity stopped what they were doing and stared wide-eyed at the soon-to-be-dead shinobi. Naruto was silent as he observed the other people called to the meeting. It had been several hours since he had been forced to flee from the 10th Division, 36 ice dragons fast on his heels. Appraising the officers summoned here, Naruto would admit at being impressed. There was a lot of power in this room. How long had it been since he had found himself in a similar situation? Centuries, certainly. It was refreshing to visit an unfamiliar pantheon with strength rivaling his own. Who could have guessed the Shinigami got this strong? The ones he had seen in the living world couldn't even reach the toes of these monsters. The same could be said about shinobi as well, but there weren't usually this large a difference. The captains of the Gote were in an entirely different league than the rest of their forces. Some of their lieutenants were the only people that could even measure themselves on the same scale. And those were few and far between. At the front of the room stood the captain commander, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto. The old man radiated authority with every fiber of his being. Looking at him, Naruto knew he couldn't afford to make this man into an enemy. No matter who was the stronger of the two, their battle would inevitably end in tragedy. That didn't mean he didn't want to fight the old man though. His fingers were itching to draw a weapon against such an opponent. Yet now was not the time. In a few years, perhaps, when they had established a form of trust. Maybe then, he could ask him for a spar. One of the captains that seemed to be especially interested in him was Zaraki Kenpachi. Naruto had only seen the end of his battle with Ichigo, but from what he had heard, it had taken a long while before Strawberry had even been able to cut him. The man was looking at him with an intense glint in his eyes. Barely contained killing intent permeated the room. The 12th Division captain was also looking at him with a hungry expression. It reminded Naruto far too much of Orochimaru for his liking. Although the snake summoner had mellowed out slightly as the years went on, he was still far too excited about his research. As if the idea of morals being a restriction was something the Sannin couldn't grasp properly. Although he still followed Naruto's orders and regulations, or at least the blonde hoped he did. With a few exceptions, the other captains in the room looked at him with a sort of wary interest. One such exception was Toshiro, who only wore an expression of resigned exasperation. Another was Soifun, who looked like she was trying to stab him with her glare. Naruto winked at her, causing the stealth commander to somehow scowl even harder. Letting his eyes drift over the room again, his attention landed again on Sakura. She was standing behind Unohana, her face a mask of professionalism and neutrality. Uzumaki Naruto. The voice of the captain commander drew everyone's attention to him. As one of the Ryoka that invaded Seireiti, you have broken our laws and incurred the wrath of the Gote 13. The old man started. Naruto stayed silent. As a living human, you entered the afterlife, all the while meaning to go directly against our laws. You fought our forces when they attempted to restrain you. And you threatened to break the dimensional borders between Soul Society, the living world and Hueco Mundo, possibly causing untold damage between all three realms. Yamamoto continued. Naruto nodded once. That sounded about right. Several of the people in the room, mostly lieutenants, looked uneasy. Despite the majority of the Gote 13's military power being concentrated in this very room, they didn't seem at all confident. Inwardly, Naruto laughed at them. One show of might and they get this shaken up? Granted, he hadn't used that much power since he last fought a planeswalker, so it was somewhat understandable. Despite this, you hoped to uncover the machinations of Aizen Sosuke. And you are still a living human and thus not under authority of the afterlife. As Soul Society is now under martial law, I have decided to let your previous transgressions pass. The old man finished. Not to mention it would be terribly inconvenient, dangerous and wasteful for you to attack me now. Naruto mentally added. On the surface he only smiled his usual smile. He wondered where Yoruichi was. He thought she would be with him at this meeting, but the cat lady had disappeared hours ago. Either she was far outside the Seireiti, or in one of those Sekiseki covered places, because Naruto couldn't find her. Even with Sage Mode, traitor, he thought glumly, that does not mean we will be so forgiving again. Yamamoto said. Naruto nodded gracefully in perfect understanding. Now, we have a few questions to ask you. I will let my fellow captains open first, before I ask my own. The old commander continued. Almost before he had finished, the captain that reminded Naruto of Orochimaru stepped forth. His mind soon supplied him with a name and background information. Kuritsuchi Mayuri, captain of the 12th Division and the one Ishida had sacrificed his powers to beat. Uzumaki, you have some of the most peculiar Riryoku composition we have ever detected. Not only does it not resemble anything we have seen before, but it also consists of several distinct Ryotsu patterns of varying strength, something that should be impossible. How? The researcher asked. The light in his eyes was eager. He didn't seem at all bothered by the potential privacy breach such a question might pose. Naruto hummed. Well, I doubt you have ever come across a being like me before, so an unfamiliar signature is to be expected. As for the multiple patterns, that's probably because my soul contains more than just myself. That got a reaction. Some shifted uncertainly while others looked more directly at him. The atmosphere in the room seemed to grow both colder and hotter at the same time. Several of the current warriors shifted their hands towards their weapons. Only Kenpachi and Kuritsuchi seemed undisturbed. I see. How did this come to pass? Other beings who consume souls usually incorporate them into their own, yet your divided Ryotsu suggests a more separated fusion. Symbiosis? Parasitism? The 12th Division captain mused, interest sparking in his eyes. Naruto shrugged, not at all bothered by the oppressive atmosphere. Sort of. I don't really consume souls. I just allow visitors. They can leave if they want to. Kurama snickered. But I like it here, Goldie-kun. It's warm. Ino pouted. It wasn't the first time Naruto had tried to convince her to go outside, but despite the occasional excursion, she rarely left his mindscape. And even then, it was only for a few days at a time. The mood seemed to improve after Naruto's admission. Most were still uneasy, however. Consuming souls were far too similar to their sworn enemies. I would like to examine this phenomenon further. Do you mind visiting the 12th Division later? Mayuri asked, the eager light in his eyes intensifying. Several of the captains appeared uncomfortable at this request. Some even glared at the scientist. No one said anything though. The blonde shinobi cocked his head to one side, thinking the proposition over. Maybe some other time? After the current crisis perhaps. No. He wouldn't give himself away as a test subject. He had better things to do with his time. Hopefully an arm or two would be enough. After Aizen was dealt with he would most likely have a much better relationship with the Gode 13, and they probably wouldn't use what they found against him. Kuritsuchi seemed disappointed, but before he could respond, another captain stepped forward. Are you stronger than Ichigo? Zaraki Kenpachi asked. His smile was even more deranged than the resident mad scientist's. Naruto blinked before he returned the expression. Even if he couldn't fight the captain commander yet, that didn't mean he couldn't play with the other captains. Yes. Kenpachi seemed satisfied at that, stepping back and letting the other captains have their turn. He still sent Naruto that slightly insane look from time to time. The next to speak was Yukitake. If it's not too personal a question, do you mind telling us how and when you became immortal? In addition, how your immortality works. As the guardians of the afterlife, such things are important to us. He seemed almost desperate to be polite and cordial, trying to place the Gote in a better light than their resident psychos had managed. Naruto wasn't particularly bothered though. He had seen much worse. Scratching his head, Naruto thought the question over before deciding on an appropriately vague answer. I became immortal thanks to a bunch of factors. First is the fact that my family has always had an exceedingly strong life force, often living over a century without problems. And even amongst them, my reincarnations always had the strongest chakra of them all. Most likely because the trait originated from my first father, the sage of the six paths. This also procured a great deal of reactions from the room, but less aggressive than last time. Reincarnations? Yukitake asked, his voice sounding both curious and wary at the same time. My first name, as far as I can remember, was Ashura Otsutsuki. Son of Hagoromo Otsutsuki, the first wielder of the Rinnegan. Naruto answered. Although the names didn't strike any chords among the assembled death gods, Byakuya's eyes widened a fraction. Sakura's brow furrowed in confusion. Combine this with some special circumstances of my birth, and I was born with the ability to instantly heal from almost any injury. Although it took a few years for this power to fully mature. Inside his head, he could hear Kurama snort. Special circumstances, yeah? Continuing with his explanation, Naruto let his eyes shift to gold. Sometime during my early years, I learned to tap into the energy of the world. Something that helped bolster my already impressive life force. He then let his aura flow. He didn't push it, releasing only enough to show how natural energy changed his own signature. Then I acquired the Rinnegan. Naruto smiled as most of the Shinigami balked at the unusual dojutsu. Although he did agree that they were a bit imposing. I died a few times. Shit happened, and voila, my life force now replenishes itself. The blonde finished, letting his exceedingly exotic eye color fade back to blue. Yukitake seemed taken aback, not quite sure how to respond to that. Neither did the other captains, with the exceptions of Kuretsuchi, who seemed even more desperate to do his experiments, and Hitsugaya, who seemed to want to hit his head against the nearest wall. That's not an explanation, Uzumaki. The ice user gritted through his teeth. Apparently, shit happened was not a good enough explanation for the boy genius. Naruto only shrugged. It is the explanation you could most easily comprehend. My chakra ended up in an infinite loop without killing me. And that somehow made me immortal. Toshiro sighed, giving up trying to understand a phenomenon with a type of energy he had no experience in. So I won't die of old age. My body and chakra have instantly rejected any poison or illness I have ever come across. And I have an overpowered healing factor keeping me from dying even if some megalomaniac manages to cut me in half. He finished, causing several people to wince at the memory. Yamamoto's eyes opened slightly. It did not escape him that Uzumaki had refrained from stating his age. He was also withholding information. It was questionable how important it was, however. Sakura was blinking rapidly, trying to stave off the headache that only seemed to be building the longer this meeting went on. She was here as vice captain of the 4th Division. It would not do to collapse in the middle of such an important meeting. After a few more minutes of AQ&A that only seemed to deteriorate the longer it went on, Yamamoto asked his own question. When you fought Konami and Komamura Taicho, you summoned an entity of unknown origins. A demon, if I am not mistaken. It called itself, the 9 Tails, mightiest of the Bijuu. Tell me, what are the Bijuu? What are their powers? Can you also summon the others? Are you certain these creatures can be trusted? Naruto tilted his head slightly. He was silent for a few seconds before he answered. Why don't you ask him yourself? He wants to meet you as well, Captain Commander. The golden chakra cloak they were quickly becoming familiar with burst into existence around Naruto, transforming the blonde from what seemed to be a young man into something that looked more like an ethereal spirit. His energy was nowhere near as overwhelming as it had been on Sokyoku Hill, nor did it approach his first real battle in the Seirei. Naruto seemed to be relaxing. If this ascended state took any effort to uphold, he didn't show it. If it hadn't been for the infinite ocean of energy lurking just under the surface, he might have been mistaken for someone around the level of a middle-ranked seated officer. Although only the more experienced warriors in the room could actually feel the mass of Ryotsu he was holding back, everyone could tell there was something more about his powers. It was too dense, too concentrated. Despite Naruto's posture not having changed at all, or the captain commander not moving an inch, several of the younger officers crouched into ready stances. Naruto beamed at them. Then another form emerged from Naruto's aura. A fox-like creature with 9 tails swishing behind it. It was gold and see-through with black markings spiraling along its body and tails. It looked very little like the bubbly mass of red malice Komamura had described. In fact, this being emitted the same comfortable warmth Naruto always spread around. Not that such a thing was unheard of. With a few exceptions, a manifested Zanpakuto spirit had almost exactly same Ryotsu signature as its wielder, making it hard to differentiate between the two based solely on Ryotsu sense. The fox looked around the room before its gaze settled on Yamamoto. Thankfully, he was not his true size, or things might have become awkward. Greetings, Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, Captain Commander of the Gote. I am Kurama, the 9-tailed fox, eldest of the Bijuu. Most of the Shinigami in the room looked surprised that the small creature had such a deep voice. The Bijuu are 9 entities of nature that once existed as a single being. The sage then separated us and gave us each a name and a number of tails from 1 to 9, correlating to our power. Beside him, Naruto rolled his eyes. Even after all these years, Kurama would not let that go. It was hard enough to make his mythical siblings get along without Kurama spouting about tails and power superiority every chance he got. I am the strongest, but each of my siblings has enough power to crush countries. The demon smirked as he looked straight at Yamamoto. How a golden construct of energy could remind someone of Kenpachi would still be discussed even decades later. If you wish to test our power, I am more than willing to provide you with a demonstration. The captain commander didn't visibly react, only silently studying the creature in front of him. Geez, Kurama, we are supposed to be friendly, not spur them to a fight, Naruto complained, swatting the mystical being over the head. The Bijuu turned and growled. But it was far less intimidating than the front he had presented just a few seconds ago. Some of the lieutenants looked relieved. If that is all, then we are done, Yamamoto declared, hitting the concealed form of Ryujin Jaka against the floor. The sound was unnaturally loud. Everyone who is not a captain, leave now, the old man ordered. Naruto smiled and bowed as Kurama's form merged with his golden aura again. Kurama's chakra mode dissipated as the blonde shinobi left the 1st Division's barracks together with a bunch of nervous lieutenants. Nara Shikamaru relaxed as he watched the clouds overhead drifting harmlessly past. The last few days had been complete chaos. Finally they were back to normal, or mostly normal, at least. The guard squads was down 3 captains. Not an insignificant loss, especially because they couldn't be easily replaced. If you hadn't been such a lazy pants, it wouldn't have been such a big problem. The voice of his companion almost shouted in his head. Shikamaru ignored it with practiced ease. Times weren't that desperate yet. He could stay where he was without risking everything breaking apart. Nice clouds? Shikamaru tensed at the question. He hadn't sensed anyone approaching. Turning his head slowly, he relaxed a bit when he saw who it was. There are some really nice ones on the northwestern horizon. He commented airily, too lazy to point. The blonde laughed like he knew exactly what he was thinking. Yeah, I think so too. One of them looks like a person, Naruto said, laying down beside him, curling his hands behind his head as he looked up at the sky. Shikamaru frowned. He just couldn't figure the guy out. The blonde was strong enough to beat 2 captains on his own, something which had led to numerous meetings between him and the captain commander. He was a leader for his own group of soldiers and had close ties to the other Ryoka he had entered the Seireitei with. So why did the blonde spend his time bothering a nobody like him? Maybe not bothering, Shikamaru amended. To be honest, he actually enjoyed the company. Naruto seemed to be a laid-back individual, always cheerful and positive. And there was also something else. Something he couldn't quite put his finger on. Why are you here? Your companions left yesterday, didn't you follow them? Shikamaru asked. He was curious. Sakura had been one of the people seeing them off. She had clearly mentioned that Naruto had gone with them. Ehehe. Naruto laughed nervously, scratching his nose absent-mindedly. Well, don't tell anyone, but that teleportation ability of mine works across dimensions. It's just a little more difficult. Shikamaru's eyes widened. That was an incredibly valuable piece of information. How could Naruto expect him not to tell his captain? I don't suppose you could give me a summation of your military power in the process. You know, just for curiosity's sake. Shikamaru drawled. He had meant it as a joke, but when Naruto took out a notebook and pen from nowhere, the black-haired man straightened from his normally lazy position. Oi. Do you realize what you're doing? The third seat demanded. His voice was a bit higher than normal. The blonde immortal shrugged, apparently not very bothered by the situation. Consider it a sign of trust, Naruto said seriously. I tell you this because we're allies, and knowing each other's abilities is important to the upcoming conflict. Now, do you want me to explain or not? Shikamaru looked around. He really wasn't the right person for this, nor was this even remotely a convenient place or time. Not that Naruto seemed to care about any of that. Now, we aren't as many as we were in my youth, as the culture has changed greatly over the years. Naruto began, steamrolling over any protests Shika might have had. I won't tell you the exact number, but we have a little more than 50,000 battle-ready shinobi, and it has stayed that way for hundreds of years. Shikamaru's eyes widened. 50,000 superhuman warriors? That was several times more people than Soul Society had at their command. Among those, maybe 4,000 have the rank of Junin, or the elite. Do remember though, they're still human, and most lack the strength, speed and endurance of Shinigami. Something in the back of Shikamaru's head moved uncomfortably, something akin to déjà vu, yet distinctly different at the same time. Still, no matter how hard he tried, the Nara couldn't seem to get a hold of it. Naruto began drawing in his notebook. The strokes of his pencil were confident and rhythmic. The entire forces of the elementals are divided into 5 main groups. These are stone, cloud, sand, mist and leaf, mostly depending on which natural affinity you belong to. There are other more specialized divisions as well, but most belong to these 5. Shikamaru nodded. The strange feeling of familiarity wouldn't leave him, but he stayed content ignoring it for now. Each of the main 5 divisions is led by a Kage, who again reports to the allied shinobi commander, although he is only active in times of war. Naruto continued. The Nara's mind carefully analyzed the information Naruto was giving him. He would have to remember it in perfect detail. So where do you belong in all this? The third seed asked carefully, looking for any signs of deceit in his companion. Not that he expected to find any, but it was always better to be careful. Naruto smiled proudly. I'm currently the Hokage, the Fire's Shadow, the leader of the Leaf faction. As well as the allied shinobi commander, but that's only when I need to be. Even after all these years, the fact that he was the Hokage was still a source for undeniable pride for the blonde. Shikamaru sucked in a breath. If what Naruto said was true, and he had seen no signs of lying so far, then he was speaking to someone of the same standing as the captain commander. A leader of people, a leader of soldiers. Naruto didn't seem to care about his neighbor's thoughts, instead continuing to lay out the structure of his own organization. While the average strength of a shinobi is below that of a shinigami, there are several ninja with special abilities that make them a valuable asset in any battle. Still, as is the norm in such organizations, our real military power lies amongst our strongest warriors. We have maybe 8 individuals who could match your captains, including me. If Shikamaru had held something at that moment, he would have dropped it. Match is perhaps a strong word. The blonde mused. Only 2 others and I can compare to a Taicho's energy potential. Most of us are still mortal after all. For the most part, it is our fighting ability that sets us on par with the strongest of the supernatural world. As he talked, Naruto had finished illustrating the various aspects of his organization, quite artistically at that. Straight lines and easily understood kanji dotted the page, dividing the elementals and divisions into further detail. Shikamaru found himself immensely happy Rukia wasn't the one drawing. During Naruto's explanation, the Nara found himself with more and more questions. Eventually, one of them had to be asked. If you are the commander of an army 50,000 strong. Shikamaru hesitated, tasting the feeling of that number. 50,000 was a lot of people. And that was only battle-ready shinobi? At its highest, the Gotei 13 had never exceeded 15,000. That was a long time ago as well. Many said the organization was merely a shadow of what it once was. Of course, that didn't count the Onmitsukido or the Kido Corps. The third seat didn't know how many soldiers they had, but it was common knowledge that the Gotei 13 was by far the largest. You wonder why I am here, and not leading my people? Naruto asked easily. Shikamaru nodded, relieved that he didn't have to say it. The blonde sighed and leant back on his arms. They can manage a few years without me, plus, it's not like I'm absent. Naruto finished with a chuckle. The Nara frowned, trying to make sense of that response. So, what do you do then? You're mercenaries. You take missions from clients. Do you take any type of mission or are you selective in which to accept? Somehow, Shikamaru felt he should know the answer before he even asked. Naruto shrugged, looking up at the clouds passing over them. What missions to take is up to each Kage. I trust them to do the right thing. Why? Naruto looked over at him, not fully understanding the question. Shikamaru gestured around himself, looking for something. How is it that someone like you ended up here? Why do you take missions from just about anyone? What are you trying to accomplish? The Shinigami's main reason for existence was to purify souls and lead them safely to Soul Society. They had been made specifically to counter the threat of hollows, using their Zanpakuto to purify the twisted spirits. They had a goal, a reason for existing. What was the shinobi, if not a weapon for anyone to use? Naruto hummed. You are asking me what shinobi are? The blonde chuckled ironically. His voice was unusually low. Shikamaru nodded, feeling like he hit a nerve. A melancholic smile stretched the immortal's face. My old master once said that shinobi are those who endure. It might have been true once, maybe it's still true, but it doesn't have the same meaning as it once held. Back when I was young, you didn't quit being a shinobi. Once you became one, that was it. You became too old, too wounded, too scarred to be on the active roster. But you're still a shinobi. No matter what you do, you're always a shinobi, and the village could call upon you should they need you. Naruto sighed as he put away his notebook, tearing off the page he had been writing on. That was an age of war. Even in times of peace, there was still war. Thankfully, that time is over. Anyone can quit at any time. Even I, sort of. He amended at last, a confused frown settling over his features. He quickly regained his smile, however, continuing his speech to his one audience member. We do not need to fight in order to sustain ourselves. We do not fight to protect ourselves. We do not fight to right some horrible wrong. Naruto held out his hands as if in surrender. No, we fight because that is what we have always done. This is how we have always lived, how we have always existed. And if we can help others along the way, great. With that, the blonde stood up, giving Shikamaru the piece of paper he had torn off. Our story is over, now we are simply intruding on yours. Blue eyes and an easy smile met him as Shikamaru looked at this strange individual. When he wasn't paying attention, it was easy to overlook the blonde's humongous presence. He didn't try to hide it, not anymore at least. By its very nature, it simply wasn't threatening. Why would you fear to be in the shadow of a mountain, when the mountain was so large it's simply inevitable? Naruto began to walk away, waving lazily behind his shoulder. Tell Sakura-chan I said hi. See you around, Shikamaru. Then he vanished, leaving behind a thoroughly confused third seat. When had they gotten on a first-name basis? Have we met before? The Nara spoke into the air. No one answered him. Urahara Kazuki blew out a breath as he leant back in his chair. Yoruichi in cat form reclined comfortably beside her old friend. Naruto was sitting on the other end of the table. So he escaped, Kazuki said after several minutes of silence. Naruto nodded, not backing down in the face of his failure. Some missions you simply didn't succeed in. Urahara shrugged his shoulders, not visibly disappointed. Well, it wasn't like I expected anything else. Even if those attacks had hit him, I doubted he would have died. Aizen is a special case. Naruto frowned down at the steaming tea Tessai put before him. Yeah, I could tell. That man is a monster. I still don't know how strong he is, despite taking a direct blow from him. Nevertheless, those dragons were designed to drag out his soul. Do you really think he would have a counter against that? Urahara tapped his chin thoughtfully, taking everything Yoruichi and Naruto had told him into consideration. Honestly, I couldn't tell you. Shinigami already exists in soul form. I don't know if there's even anything to drag it out of. Nevertheless, I doubt that man would have ignored such a fatal weakness. He has experimented even more on souls than I have. Naruto was silent for a moment. Not counting the Bijudama or other Bijuu-related abilities, the Super Rasen Shuriken and the Keshin no Ryu were currently his strongest attacks. Do you have a way into Hueco Mundo? Attacking him before he masters the Soul Stone will be a huge advantage. Naruto asked. The scientist waved his fan slowly in front of his face. He did in fact have a way into Hueco Mundo. He could open a Garganta within the hour should he wish to. Although no one but him knew that. A head-on assault was not something Kazuki had seriously considered. At least not until all the pieces was in the right place. Now that they had Naruto, however, the equation ended up very differently from what it would have been. What do you suggest? That we invade a stronghold we don't know where is and hope no one notices us? I doubt he is without allies. Kazuki responded with instead, not outright dismissive, but still skeptical. There was also a few other matters that needed attending to. He did not wish to attack the Hollows where they were strongest. First, he wanted a measure of their skills and abilities. They still had a few months until Aizen could fully utilize the Hogyoku. Urahara scrounged his brows together. What was it Naruto had called it? You said Soulstone? Do you know anything about the Hogyoku? The scientist asked. At mention of the famed object, Naruto frowned. He sipped his tea, but only enough to get a taste of it. Hogyoku? He whispered the name, almost savoring it. There are many names for such objects. They are exceedingly rare, and incredibly difficult to create. But those that do exist are highly sought after. The blonde clenched his fist, making the blood vessels on his hand stand out. Throughout all my life, I have only seen two others. They are a collection of souls in certain configurations, set to create a continual supply of energy. The most famous among them is the Philosopher's Stone, although I have never seen that one in person. Urahara's eyes shone. His hands were twitching in eagerness and excitement. You mean there are others out there? I'm not the only one to have created one? Naruto studied the man with a hard gaze, his blue eyes burning through the air. While I'm not usually one to judge a person based on what he once did far in the past, I will say that no matter what you do, I will not allow you to make another one of those monstrosities. Urahara looked at his blonde companion and retracted his next question. Naruto looked angry, truly angry, much more than what he had been after Rukia's abduction. Kazuki bowed his head. He knew he sometimes had a hard time keeping morals in mind when his curiosity got the better of him, but he had long since learned his lesson on this front. I will never create another one, Uzumaki-san. I swear this on my soul. Indeed, had there been any way for me to do it, I would have destroyed the Hogyoku long ago. Naruto took a deep breath and nodded, at least somewhat satisfied. We should never have allowed him to take it in the first place. It is far too dangerous a tool. The blue-eyed shinobi continued, sipping on his tea. Urahara sighed, resolving himself to wait in order to get more information on these soul stones. Then what would you have done? I have been keeping it from him the last 100 years. During that time, his influence and power only grew. The only way to make him reveal himself was to give him what he wanted. Once the gem was within his grasp, he would never have given up until he had gotten a hold of it. The worst outcome would also have the Gotei 13 unprepared or even ignorant of the danger. Letting him have it was by far the better option. Now we have time to regroup and become a stronger unit. Naruto frowned. There was something the scientist wasn't telling him, quite a few somethings actually. And Ichigo? Naruto asked. Kazuki smiled. It was only slightly evil. I can't deny he is also part of my plans. Naruto sighed as he finished his cup of green plant material and water. Well then, keep your plans. I have my own place to see to. Urahara cocked an eyebrow. Oh, I had hoped you would continue as my assistant. It was very fun to boss you around. Naruto stretched his back as he walked towards the exit. Nah, that contract is expired. I'll stay in touch. My mission is still not completed after all. I found my own place to set up shop here in Karakura. I need a little more space for a few projects I have in mind. Urahara cocked his head to the side, but he got no answer to his unanswered question. Yar, Uzumaki-san sure is mysterious, isn't he? He commented airily to Yoruichi. He got no answer. Blinking twice, Kazuki noticed he was alone. His feline companion was nowhere to be seen. Arisawa Tatsuki was walking home from one of her usual training sessions. Orihime had come back about a week ago, but she had a hard time making the ditzy girl talk about her trip. The only thing she had gotten out of her so far was some vague mention about a sick cousin. She stopped abruptly as she passed a billboard. The evening sun was setting, and she didn't have long until she was supposed to be home, but something about that poster was. Tatsuki blinked. What was that? Are you tired of your friends running out on adventures without you? Are you tired of those same friends inexplicably gaining superpowers while you get nothing? Worry not. The Uzumaki Gym of Unlimited Youth is the right place for you. In the spirit of Guy-sensei, I will get you in top shape in no time. There was a lot of other promotional material, as well as some pretty pictures of a blonde guy doing poses and strange katas. At the bottom of the page was an address and phone number along with a ridiculously cheap price. Either this was a scam, or someone was playing a prank on her. She didn't like either of those options. With a scoff, the dark-haired girl continued towards her home and comfortable bed. The address refused to leave her mind, however. It wasn't too far away from her house. Ichigo blinked as Naruto led him to a huge house he was certain had not been there before they left. Several people of all shapes and sizes moved to and from the building with furniture and training equipment. Above the door was a huge sign that read, Uzumaki Gym. Train to your heart's content. Death may occur. The last sentence was written in small writing, only noticeable once they got close. As the pair walked through the house, Ichigo continued studying the faces of all the men and women around him. He didn't recognize a single one. Who are these people? He eventually asked, ducking to avoid a pair of bulky men carrying large amounts of construction materials. Naruto smiled as he watched the place come together. He waved one of the workers over. Me, he said simply. The woman that had approached them changed form in burst of white smoke, revealing a perfect copy of Naruto. The copy smiled and waved before it disappeared in another burst of smoke. Ichigo blinked. Wait, so all these people are you? Or copies of you? The orange-haired teen tried to imagine how useful such an ability could be, but his brain short-circuited after the first few seconds. Naruto nodded with a humorous glint in his eyes. Most of them, yes. I want you to meet the others, those that aren't. Going up a set of stairs, Ichigo was now certain the house hadn't been here before. The entire place smelled like new wood and fresh plastic. Looking around at what seemed to be a normal gym, Ichigo commented almost absent-mindedly. You know, there's really no reason for me to train now. Rukia is safe. Soul Society are our allies. I have achieved Bankai. Can't I just go back to my normal life? The teen tried to sound nonchalant, as if the issue didn't matter all that much to him. Naruto raised an eyebrow. He could tell the boy how stupid that sounded. How Aizen was still out there, as well as everything else. He could tell him that he and his friends were far from safe, and probably wouldn't be for a long time. Instead, he just asked him one simple question. Do you truly want that? He was still just a teenager after all, despite his enormous potential. If he didn't want to fight, well, Naruto wasn't the kind of person that would force someone into such a life. Ichigo blinked. Was he just offered a way out? A way to live his life in peace? He had thought that with hollows roaming around Karakura and everything that may come to haunt his family and friends, there was no way he couldn't fight. But what Naruto had said seemed to imply that he didn't. Somehow, he got the feeling that everything would be okay. That he could leave all the fighting to Naruto and the ones that were supposed to do this. He could simply enjoy his human life as long as it lasted. He wasn't stupid. He had at least an inkling of what he would face in the future should he continue as a Shinigami. War. It was a concept he had only heard about in stories. Something he had only read about in books. He didn't actually want to know what it was like, but still. A hum from deep within his soul stopped him in his tracks. Ichigo smiled. Ever since the fight with Byakuya, Zangetsu had been eerily silent. There were still no words, but simply feeling the sword spirit's presence was reassuring. Still, he knew what the old man was getting at. A normal life was never what he wanted in the first place. And even if he didn't want to fight in a war, to live in a world of death and battle, he would be lying if he said part of him wasn't excited at the prospect of fighting. It might be a bit morbid of him, but he was proud of his strength. That power was his. He had earned it through arduous training and experience, through the bond he and Zangetsu shared. To let all that go to waste seemed wrong. The orange-haired teen shrugged. His signature scowl back in place. His shoulders rolled smooth with the motion. I guess not. He had to sound a little hesitant, at least. Naruto stopped before the next door. He frowned at the young teenager. He would never have figured Ichigo for unmotivated. We will talk about this later. The blonde said. Right now, I want you to meet my family. With that, he pushed the handle. On the other side was a cozy common room with several sofas, tables and chairs. Modern kitchen appliances lined the walls. Things like coffee machines, refrigerators, a freezer and a bowl of half-filled with snacks dominated the central table. A large LCD TV dominated one of the walls. Beneath it was an assortment of game consoles and accessories. 4 people were currently occupying the room, all in various stages of relaxation. One was a blonde-haired man very similar to Naruto. His face was a little rounder, his jaw a little less pronounced. On his cheeks were 4 whisker marks instead of 6. He was lounging on the sofa but paused his game once he heard them entering. His face lit up when he saw the other blonde. Holding up an arm, he waved enthusiastically. Father, good to see you. What took you so long? That is the real you, right? At the end, his voice had a more annoyed tilt to it, as if this was a reoccurring problem. The outburst got the attention of the other person lying on the couch. A beautiful woman with lavender hair and sky blue eyes poked her head sleepily over the furniture. She blinked twice before recognition dawned on her features. Much like the other man, her face lit up. "Dad, how did the trip go?" "We got a little worried once Kurama disappeared." She trailed off as Naruto walked over to them, picking them both up as if they weighed nothing. "Boruto, Himawari, I missed you." "Yes, it's really me this time." The sight was a bit comical as Naruto was literally crushing his two children in a hug, both of whom looked the same age as their father. "Gah, let go old man, I get enough snuggling from grandma to last a millennium," Boruto complained, struggling to free himself. Himawari simply sighed and resigned herself to the hug. The two other people in the room were bent over a table. A game of shogi was placed between them. They barely reacted as Naruto walked into the room, both completely enraptured by the contest of wills and tactics. A few seconds later, however, the blonde among them moved his piece. He stood up and walked over to join the family reunion. "Naruto, how have you been? Anything to report?" Namikaze Minato asked with a smile. Breaking up the hug with his children, Naruto stood to embrace his father, something Minato readily returned. "As a matter of fact, yes, quite a lot actually. I'll go over it later tonight. We have time." Minato nodded. A second later, his attention shifted over to the other person that just entered the room. So this was Naruto's father? Ichigo met the man's gaze, looking for the same kind of strength that so defined his teacher. There was something there, but it was hard to put his finger on. Mostly, he just looked kind. He got the impression that Naruto was at least several hundred years old. How old was his father then? The older blonde smiled, his blue eyes filling with friendly warmth not unlike his son's. He reached out an arm, intention clear. Ichigo hesitated only for a moment before grasping it. "Namikaze Minato. Nice to meet you." The orange-haired teen shook the arm before answering. "Kurosaki Ichigo. Nice to meet you too, sir." Who said he couldn't be polite when he wanted to? Naruto beamed at them. "Let me introduce you. Hey guys, this is Kurosaki Ichigo, a new student of mine. He's a Shinigami." Ichigo twitched as that particular piece of information was just casually waved around. Still, this was Naruto's family. He probably trusted them more than he did Ichigo. A pang of jealousy entered the orange-haired teen's mind. He would never trade his family for anything, but he dearly wished he could just tell them about everything. Most of his being recoiled at the very idea of getting them involved, however. Even his stupid father. "Ichigo, this is my family. Uzumaki, Boruto and Himawari, my oldest children. You have already met my father, Uzumaki Namikaze Minato." Then he pointed to the fourth person in the room, still sitting at the table. "That's Uchiha Itachi, my something-something cousin on my mother's side." He was a black-haired man with a face that looked like it had been carved out of marble. He nodded once before refocusing on the game before him. Ichigo looked between the four people, trying desperately to fix the names in his mind. He was horrible at remembering people, but something told him he really should make an effort this time. A sound like glass breaking sounded through the building, quickly followed by a set of footsteps. A few seconds later, a woman with the reddest hair Ichigo had ever seen entered the room. She had an apron over a green dress that made her look like the very image of the stereotypical housewife. "Naru-chan," she shouted. Her smile was practically radiant as she tackled her son to the floor, manhandling Naruto in much the same manner the blonde had done to his own children. Naruto didn't seem at all irritated or concerned by this. In fact, he only seemed happy. That was until the redhead's long hair began moving like it had a life of its own. A dark presence filled the room and Naruto began shivering in fear. "Naruto, you disappear for 2.5 months, and then call us out of nowhere to explain you moved to Western Tokyo." The lights in the room seemed to dim by themselves as Naruto quickly disappeared in a puff of white smoke. A piece of wood appeared in his place. Ichigo blinked. Where had the log come from? Naruto reappeared behind his father, making the older man laugh nervously. "I swear I was careful. Please mom, I'm old enough to make my own decisions." Naruto's feeble attempts at defending himself disappeared as Kushina began stalking towards him, killing intent following her like a palpable aura of malice. Minato's face went white as his eyes desperately searched the room for a way out. Not finding any in his nearest surroundings, he decided to make his own. Faster than Ichigo could blink, the man was gone. Naruto paled even further as his cover disappeared. Ichigo could only stare as this woman chewed out the most powerful person he knew. At least a mother was a mother, no matter how powerful you became. Once she was finished, Naruto was sitting shamefully staring at the floor. Then the redhead turned to Ichigo. For a short moment, Ichigo saw his own mother reflected in the older woman's features, despite their personalities being vastly different. Then the illusion was gone, and the redhead before him was once again a stranger. "And who are you then?" Her tone of voice was warm and friendly, much like the rest of her family. Ichigo introduced himself again, gaining a smile from Kushina. "A good name, take care of it." The orange-haired teen's scowl got a little lighter. It wasn't often people understood his name before he explained it. The next few hours went by in a blur. Soon, his friends also showed up, having been escorted by copies of Naruto. Thus, everyone was introduced to Naruto's family. It was quite the night. None of the teens could remember anything quite like it. One curious development was that Kushina seemed to have taken it upon herself to adopt them all. Realizing none of them had mothers of their own, she hovered over them, making sure they were enjoying the food and that everything was in order. She chided them for bad manners and generally behaved like mothers should. It was nice. And her cooking was simply heavenly. Among Naruto's family, Itachi was the only one that did not seem eager to talk. He had no problem responding when someone approached him though. Minato stood out as the responsible patriarch. He went between the guests, talking and engaging them in conversations. He spent a lot of time talking with Ishida about ranged weapons and their uses. He was kind and friendly, smiling with bright eyes. It wasn't quite as radiant as his son's, but it had its own unique quality. It was a smile that was reassuring and confident, whilst still retaining a humble quality. It was a very complicated expression. It fit him. He also seemed slightly clumsy, scratching the back of his head when he got embarrassed. Boruto and Himawari were like day and night. One was hyper and rude to everyone and everything, annoying Ichigo to no end. The other was calm and patient. She spent a lot of time talking with Orihime about, well, Ichigo didn't know what they talked about. But based on Inoue's excited arm waving and gesturing, he somehow doubted it could be understood by normal mortals. Male or female. Sometime during the party, because that was what it had become, Yoruichi showed up. She curled up on Naruto's shoulder and seemed to stay there for the rest of the evening, observing everything with shrewd laziness. The festive mood was broken at one point when Himawari revealed the ability to change her age on command, becoming an unbelievably cute 5-year-old. Once she was lifted up to be cuddled, she was never put down again. Yoruichi sat on the roof of Naruto's new house, her tail swishing back and forth as she enjoyed the evening chill. She could feel the man approaching behind her long before he announced his presence. "Nice evening, isn't it?" Namikaze Minato commented. Indeed. The full moon is bright tonight." The blonde sat down beside her. He wasn't exactly the same, but give him a few whisker marks, change a few features on his face and he could pass like his son's double. Or his grandson's for that matter. The pair didn't say anything at first. The comfortable silence was only broken a few times when the teens went back to their respective homes. Eventually, even the conversations inside the house stilled. First, when the relative calm had transitioned into the deep silence of night, did Minato speak. "He is a remarkable individual, isn't he?" Yoruichi didn't answer at first, disregarding answers as quickly as she came up with them. "He is interesting," she eventually conceded. Minato nodded, as if he had been expecting that exact response. "I died once." The blonde started again, his voice gaining a playful tilt to it. "The 10th of October. Oh, so long ago." Yoruichi got a feeling this was more important than it seemed. As a Shinigami born into one of the noble families, she could not remember a previous life. If she ever had one. "I died the same day as my wife. The same day my son was born." Yoruichi stilled, her tail curled around her frame. "In order to save my village and family, I sealed the Kyuubi no Yoko into my son. As payment, I gave my soul to the Shinigami." Yoruichi had a feeling he wasn't talking about the Shinigami of Soul Society. Yet, my son wouldn't accept that. Several years later, he came after me, dragging me back kicking and screaming. He didn't even know me. The father that had abandoned him. The man that forced him to carry a burden no child should have to carry. Yet he still risked his very soul for my sake. The man explained, his normally kind and playful persona falling away, revealing a warrior every way his son's equal. Minato clenched his hand, looking at it as if seeing it for the first time. He even made me a new body, since the old one was long since lost. His eyes burned with emotion as he stared intently at the black cat beside him. And then he did the impossible. He found my wife, his mother. He weaved through worlds of souls, with nothing to go on but a weak imprint I had left in his seal. Again risking his very existence, he traversed the lands of the dead to find her. And he did. The goddess of Flash remembered the unearthly visage of Naruto as he prepared to disintegrate Aizen. She had no problem imagining such a being forcing his way against the order of the universe to bring his loved ones back to life. For a moment, she wondered what other people the blonde mercenary had brought back in a similar manner. "Why are you telling me this?" she asked. Her voice was calm and collected despite the emotions within her. Minato shrugged. His blue eyes were far too similar to his son's. "I just figured you should know him better. The orphan that saved the world. I mean, you do love him, don't you?" The feline froze at those words. Love, such a powerful word. She didn't know what she felt. There was certainly attraction, but love was. The ex-captain chuckled silently. What was she so afraid of? She was acting like a scared schoolgirl. "Perhaps," she said, relaxing again as her tail continued its hypnotizing dance. "He saved our world, you know. He carried the fate of our people when no one else had the strength to carry us. He held off the destruction of our home long enough for most to get away. He surpassed me when he was only a teenager." Then he smirked, a slightly devious smile that Yoruichi recognized very well. "I'm still faster though. He can't outrun the yellow flash just yet." The shapeshifter felt her fur rise at those words. She prided herself on her speed. Very few beings could hope to follow her once she really got going. Yet Naruto had something she could never match. Instantaneous teleportation. How could someone be faster than that? But enough about me. You may want to know that there are more than one woman in his life. It just becomes like that when you live for millennia. Minato said with a slight blush on his face. His warm and friendly persona was back, together with a healthy dose of embarrassment. Yoruichi blinked. Was she really getting partnership advice from Naruto's dad? And millennia? As in over thousands of years? The situation was so absurd she didn't know how to react. Of course, there's his first wife, Boruto, and Himawari's mother. Unlike Kushina and me, he never managed to find her again. We don't know where she is right now. She may be the one woman he would be willing to settle down with. But I doubt she would make him. Immortals are almost forced to become polygamists. Especially someone who so easily loves. The blush was gone now, only a melancholic smile left in its wake. Unlike most of us, he refuses to become distant from mortals. Even after the pain of their loss. It is admirable, yet tragic. No matter how many years pass, Naruto refuses to become cynical. He would rather remain a naive dreamer than, whatever he would have become. Minato almost winced as he said the last part. As if the thought physically pained him. Yoruichi studied the man beside her. There was something he wasn't telling her. A piece of information vital to understanding what he was trying to articulate. Yet he still seemed hesitant about admitting it. "So how is that any different from what you or other immortals have to go through?" she asked, her thoughts wandering to the oldest amongst the Shinigami. Among them, Yukitake and Shunsui were perhaps the most unaffected by the passage of time. Nevertheless, even they had developed far-reaching scars that weren't obviously noticeable. Add to that, the life expectancy of Shinigami were far greater than mortals were. Years for a human might as well be a few weeks for a Shinigami. It was different in the living world, where everyone dropped like flies as you continued. Yoruichi had seen it for herself. 100 years in the mortal world had truly changed her perspective of time. Both humans and animals fell dead before they had even begun to develop. It was one of the reasons she and Kazuki hadn't even tried to befriend the local populace. If Naruto was truly over 1,000 years old, and during all that time, he had never stopped falling in love with humans. Minato smiled. It seemed forced. His warm eyes was changing before her. His entire complexion seemed to age as she watched. Decades, centuries, millennia. Like a man that had seen much more than he was supposed to see. Inside her mind's eye was an ancient white-haired man hunched over an old staff, far older than should be possible, yet somehow still alive. It may seem strange to you, but Naruto is much older than any of us. His voice didn't match what her mind had conjured up. It still belonged to the young blonde she had met at tonight's party. I'm not sure if you've seen it, but one of his techniques allows him to create copies of himself. Not just illusions, but real, tangible copies with minds of their own. Each time he creates one, their experiences get added to his. Their memories and lives get assimilated into the original. Yoruichi's mind flashed back to when they first entered the Seireiti. Then to the dozens of people in the first floor that had identical Ryotsu signatures as Naruto. That might explain some of it, yet that wasn't all, was it? Relenting to her expectant look, Minato sighed. Ever since he learned the technique as a little boy, only a bit older than a decade, he has been able to use it to a greater extent than anyone else. Even at the start, he was able to create hundreds of copies on a whim, and that number only increased as he got older. Yoruichi frowned to herself. Indeed, that would explain some of what Minato was going for, but why would that be a problem as long as he didn't use it outside of combat? But what if he did? What if Naruto constantly had aspects of himself running around? I already have too many memories, where am I going to put them all? Yoruichi's eyes widened as she remembered one of the earliest conversations she had with the blonde enigma. He had told her he absorbed the memories of every soul he sent to afterlife. Add this to what she had just heard. How many? She asked. Her voice sounded strangely small, like she watching the conversation from a point far away. Minato's smile became a little less forced. Too many. Far, far too many. I don't think anyone but him know the exact number. At this very moment, there are more than 600 active missions signed and contracted to Uzumaki Naruto. 600? At the minimum. Had he kept that up for over 1,000 years? Yoruichi shivered. The night had suddenly become a whole lot colder. A word of warning, Minato said, as if he had just remembered something. There is a woman, the mother of his third child. She is slightly different. Minato's eyes turned sharp again as they locked with Yoruichi's. Be careful. She can be a very jealous individual. The cat blinked twice. She felt an irrational flare of irritation. If what Minato had told her was true, then this woman had no right to claim him like that. Still, this was familiar ground, something not as world-shattering as Naruto's true nature. A rival. She could work with that. Blonde hair blew in the wind as the perpetually red sun of the dimension shined down on the ruined streets of Konoha. Sweat poured down Naruto's face as he hefted a giant boulder above him. All of his chakra-enhanced muscles being used to their maximum. Why don't you just use your clones? It would be much faster. Ino's voice sounded from inside his head. He knew she already knew the answer. The girl was simply trying to pass the time with conversation. Deciding to indulge her, Naruto took a break from the exhausting physical labor. I'm on no time frame here, and I want to do this with my own two hands. No elemental manipulation, no jutsu, just me and my body. Ino sighed. At least he could have asked for help. The elementals would jump at the chance to rebuild their legendary city. But no, Naruto wanted to do it alone. He didn't even use Mokuton to create the trees, instead going out and cutting them down by hand. After hours of exhausting work, Naruto returned to his new home in Karakura. New memories from his clones told him the gym was already attracting visitors, one of them being a black-haired girl with an attitude problem. She had even brought Orihime with her. The poor girl looked terribly out of place. He walked through the common room, greeting his mother who glomped him with one of her customary hugs before wrinkling her nose and ordering him to take a shower. A few minutes later, he was standing in the bathroom as hot water cascaded around him. The liquid felt pleasant as it ran down his body. The drops of water hit the floor in a calming rhythm. After he finished and cleaned himself up, he dragged his feet over to his bed before collapsing. He wasn't actually tired, but it was nice to pretend sometimes. He lay there a few minutes, simply staring at the roof. He needed to get stronger. Rolling over to one side, Naruto mulled over the problem. Reaction speed was a necessity. Even with Sage Mode, he hadn't been able to register Aizen's movements before he was already sliced in two. Other than that, if he was going to train the brats, he would need something a bit specialized for four eyes. Archery wasn't something he had practiced in a long time. More control was also important. It tied in well with swift release at any rate. While he was at it, medical ninjutsu also sounded like a good idea. Now that he was dealing with dimension warping demons and gods, His chakra might not be the all-encompassing panacea it usually was. There might also be a time where he wouldn't have the option of teleporting people to safety. During the next half an hour, Naruto carefully went through things he would need for the upcoming conflicts, sighing tiredly at the long list. He should have done this before going to the Soul Society. Even if he hadn't known exactly how strong Shinigami could become, he should at least have gotten an inkling through Urahara and Yoruichi. The fact that he hadn't spoke volumes about their skill. Long story short, his default setup simply wasn't good enough. Once he had finalized his list, Naruto's breathing slowed and his heart found a new rhythm. Within seconds, he found himself in his inner world. He was standing before the lake of memories again. The calm liquid was swishing ever so slightly in the non-existent wind. Neither Kurama nor Ino were anywhere in sight. Naruto steadied himself as he began to walk forward. He passed as easily over the surface as if it was ordinary water. As he walked, his surroundings began to change. He could still see the shore he had embarked from, but the ceiling was gone, as well as the walls that had once formed the cave-like room. Instead, he stood in the middle of a black void, on top of a lake hovering in the middle of nowhere. The lake was contained only by a bowl of stone, remnants of the cave it had once been a part of. All around him was countless other lakes. Some above him, trickling streams to those below, some beside him, with impossible rivers connecting the other pieces across the darkness. There were thousands of them. There seemed to be some kind of system to it all, but watching from within, the structure was more than a little difficult to comprehend. The blonde began walking. He walked over the hovering rivers, moving steadily towards his destination at the same speed the water was flowing. The rivers flowed in both directions, streams of memories going both upwards and downwards at the same time while somehow managing to keep from interfering with each other. Naruto walked from lake to lake, deeper and deeper in a network of conscious thought. Some lakes were larger and some were smaller. Sometimes they had space for more, other times they were practically overflowing. Some had dozens of rivers connecting them, while others were cut off from the rest. After what seemed like hours, Naruto finally reached the center of the impossibly large structure. Before him was a humongous sphere of liquid, far larger than any other object in the formless darkness around them. It was the only piece of water not contained by something else, only held together by the undeniable will of its inhabitant. It was large enough to contain thousands, if not millions of smaller lakes. It would swallow them like an ocean swallowing all the rivers of the world. It was the centerpiece, the most important point, the origin. As Naruto stood at its edge, something moved beneath the surface. A pair of eyes opened to stare him. The gaze burned through him as his very soul was measured and judged. Naruto's eyes shifted in response, reflecting the legendary eyes of the sage back at the lake. The Rinnegan beneath the surface blinked once, then disappeared. The heavy presence lifted from Naruto's shoulders. The blonde looked around. This place was always so different with the Rinnegan active. Thousands of microscopic strings was filling the void, all of which were attached to the sphere before him, traversing the void as the only connection to every single lake. They were incorporeal, passing through him as easily as they passed through any other object. Without the mystic perception of the Rinnegan, he hadn't been able to see them. Now, each string stood out like a wet spider's web reflecting the early sunlight. Without further preamble, Naruto dropped straight onto the sphere. Gravity seemed to reorient itself as he stood there. The mass of his massless body was dragged towards the center of the orb. He stood there undisturbed for another minute, collecting his thoughts before the plunge. Then he fell backwards. The well of memories engulfed him, filling him with all the sensations he could no longer remember. Words whispered and ages long forgotten. Majestic halls long since abandoned. Stars of fire with the eternity of cosmos around them. Time stretched as Naruto stayed beneath the water, sorting through the familiar yet alien sensations. Another presence brushed against his consciousness from time to time, but the immortal didn't react. He knew who it was. Finally, the blonde opened his eyes. They were still in their Rinnegan state, the steely purple orbs cutting through the darkness. Before he got the chance to move, the other person made themselves known. Before him was a girl. A blood-red mane billowed around her. Long tendrils of hair snaked their way across her naked body, drifting lazily in the liquid they occupied. The same eyes that had judged him previously stared back at him now. Rinnegan. The girl said nothing. She simply looked at him with a frightening intensity. They hung there for a few minutes, both staying motionless. Without a single word being uttered, Naruto began drifting outwards. The girl stayed where she was, but her hands slowly reached out for him. A single tear mixed itself with the liquid memories. As Naruto reached the surface of the sphere, he looked back. The redhead was still there. She was still studying him. Forcing a smile onto his face, Naruto bit back his own tears. He had long since made the decision to leave her there. He couldn't take it back now. Not even if he wanted to. The girl smiled back, a sad, melancholic smile that showed she understood. Taking a deep breath, Naruto jumped. No wind bothered him, no surface stopped him. He could see all the countless lakes surrounding him, but he ignored them for now. The blonde homed in on his own platform, the one connected to his body. It wasn't hard. Without visibly moving, the world had shifted around him, placing his desired destination directly beneath him. He landed on the surface of his own mindscape as softly as a feather, barely even disturbing the surface. Walking quickly, the blonde touched down on the shore he had left hours earlier. "I told you not to do it." Kurama's voice echoed towards him. Naruto turned. The cave was there again, as was his foxy companion. Kurama was reduced in size, but his form was no less majestic because of it. The legendary shinobi sighed. It was either that, or begin to forget. Everything else was only a temporary solution. His voice sounded tired, as if he had gone through this argument thousands of times before. Was it worth it? The fox continued. Naruto had no answer. That's all for now. If you enjoy, then please like, share and do comments.